So I started thinking about what makes teaching so great, and it dawned on me when students get excited about their learning in the class. One of the things I've been working on for a few years and will continue to do so is how to make the content I enjoy teaching so much more engaging to students with the hopes of a transfer value to other courses. No matter how good my content is, or should I say, no matter how good I think it is, or how animated I relay that information in a course, the quest is always the same. Connection through engagement leads to course content excitement and is followed by a transfer value to other classes, courses, paths, and careers. While the aesthetics of a course are very cool and fun to play with, ask yourself this question: who is the audience? In our music concert programming, we always consider the audience. So why not do that in our lecture courses as well? One of the brick walls in online education is the flow of design, and if we break through that wall, we can get to a harmonious, universal design. I'd like to sum up the importance of accessible lessons by the great Ron Mace, Center for Universal Design in North Carolina. Universal design is the design of products and environments to be usable by all people to the greatest extent possible without the need for any adaptation or specialized design. And if I could also add that by having accessible lessons in your course, this will benefit all students enrolled in online, hybrid, or face-to-face sections due to the ubiquitous use of Blackboard Ultra in some capacity relative to the mode we teach. Welcome to Blackboard Tips and Tricks with Professor Ron. Let's take a look at how you can export a course in Blackboard Ultra from your development shell and then import that into a course that's about to launch. Here we go. Okay, so we're going to go over here. We're going to click 3 horizontal dots, and we are going to export course package. Let's do that now. Okay, course export packages. I'm going to run that. Include student activity data in your export. Not going to do that. This is a course development shell. If you were to export from a live class, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that unless, of course, you make changes and then you, of course, that wants to maybe be the new dev shell for you. Then just make sure that you select no in the student activity data unless for some reason you needed or wanted to keep that. So I'm selecting no as the default. The course export package is going to prepare. Okay, so the course package is ready for export. It's good to go, it's available, and I need to download it. So let's click the file. We'll bring it to the desktop. Need to have it in a place where I can find it easily, remember. Okay. It's going to take a moment for this to run. These things take a little bit of time. And while I'm in preparation for that, what I need to do is make sure that I get ready to bring it into another class. Okay, I'm navigating Blackboard Ultra, all my classes, current session or term. I'm going to find the class that I'd like to put it in. Music Appreciation S50. Okay, I'm going to do a quick click. Everything is clear. Oh, got out of there. Okay, so I have it downloaded to the desktop. I don't need to save this. I'll go ahead and delete that. Okay, I'm going to close that, and I don't need this open either. We're just going to stick with what I have. So we're going to X that, and I've got the class ready to go, and I would like to import. So I'm going to make this bigger, maximize here, and I'm going to go over here, 3 horizontal dots, course content, and what I need to do is I need to import Okay, so I'm going to import course content. All right, find the file. Easy peasy, ready to go, right? No worries. And it'll take a minute to upload, but the uploading, it's not too bad. It rolls pretty quick. It's going to take a few minutes to get set up, but I'm getting that import ready to go, uploading. It'll put everything in place for me. So we'll just be in a holding pattern here, standing by. All right, it looks like my course imported successfully. Now the next thing I want to do is just go through a few things to see, is there anything I need to fix? Is anything broken? Did everything come through as expected? And for some things, it's not that it's broken or something didn't work out right. There are some things that you just have to manually do the settings for, depending on what apps and kinds of things you use within Blackboard Ultra. So first thing I'm going to do really, let's go over to announcements in this course that is not live, but it will go live in a couple days. I'm going to click on announcements. And as you can see here, I have all my announcements. I'm going to fix the order here. Click the announcement order. I've got it set with A1 all the way down, A1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can do that or not do that. It's totally up to you. Alphabet, numerics, mixture. Students won't see these anyway until it's all based on a scheduling, and then if there's something organic or that pertains to a particular class. But these are the general basic reminders and announcements for the course that are all scheduled. So all I really have to do here is go over to status and go post, 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 and post, and we're good. It does hold the settings when you do this in your course development shell, and then as long as you set the dates and the times, that stuff does transfer. The only thing that doesn't transfer when you're actually exporting and then importing is the posting. It'll show it that you actually have to post it, right? So you have drafts that you just got to post, but they're scheduled. So okay, so I'm going to click that, make sure I see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I'm good to go on that. Okay. Let's go to the content tab. Let's see. And before let me think for a second. Let's see, groups, analytic messages, gradebook session. Yeah. The content tab will work because there are a few things that we're going to want to do. Okay, so in my course development shell, you saw that I had a course image. That doesn't transfer, so we want to go ahead and add that now. We're going to go over to course image, edit display settings here. And I want to put an image. We're going to upload a file. I have it on the desktop, good to go. I'm going to open that. Okay, preview. That all looks great. Let's click next. Okay, and let's see. I don't want to zoom in, zoom out, any of that. What I want to do is just maybe move a little bit. I want to have a little bit of space to work with for what I'd like to show on the different screen sizes and whatnot. Let's try this. Okay, the image, okay, mark it, the image as decorative. I would like it as decorative, and I'm going to save that now. And voila, good to go. Yay, we did it. Awesome. Okay, so we've got our announcements are good to go. The course image is good to go. Now, this is going to be a live class, so I'm not going to click on any of the student information. I am going to, let's see if I can talk here. Progress tracking. All right, progress tracking is inactive. We want to turn that on. I'd like to use that. Okay. Roster, course description, progress tracking. We got that on. Course image is good. The next thing I want to do is take a look at my assessments, and I want to make sure that all the settings transferred. And if they didn't, I need to, get those to be good to go. I'll make them work. So I'm going to go to the Start Here module, and I'm going to go to Honorlock exam list. Okay, LTI tool launched. Okay, so as you can see, there's a lot of warnings here. They didn't transfer. Good news is all the settings from the course developmental shell, when I set up all the quizzes and exams, all that is good in the settings, although I will double check those as well individually. What we want to do is just make sure to enable these. Okay, so let's come over to first the Honorlock practice quiz. I'm going to enable that. I have the email notifications set. That's the default. I like that. And these are just default settings that come over, it looks like. Let's see, record webcam, record screen, good. Record web traffic, we'll keep that there. Test taker photo, yeah, we'll leave that. ID, I don't need that. Room scan, I'm not concerned with that at this point. at least for that particular assessment. Disable copy paste, disable printing, browser guard. Yes, I would like that to be on. And let's see, notes are allowed, restroom breaks are allowed, no hats, headphones are allowed. It's a music exam. Public area, let's see, mobile phone, and background noise. All right, accommodations, none at this point would be added here. Assessment visibility, I'm going to leave it to default no, so that Blackboard Ultra rules the roost on that one, so that everything is set there. Go ahead and enable it. And it takes a moment. We'll be good to go for this one. I'll use similar settings for quizzes. So I'll have to go through and enable these, one by one. Okay, so I did the quiz. Now I just go through and do them, right? This is Elements of Music Honorlock. Let's go ahead and enable that now. Email settings good. Record webcam, screen, traffic photo. We're going to take this one off. We're going to take this one off. Okay, let's see. Copy paste, printing, browser guard. We want to make sure to have on. Good to go there. Let's see. Same thing. Notes, restroom breaks, headphones are fine. Background noise. All this is good. You just have to kind of keep going through and getting everything ready to go. Well, it takes a few minutes. It is pretty quick. And I could start at the top. I mean, go in any order that you want. Anything's possible, I suppose. So now we see a clean list. We see Honorlock Practice Quiz, Elements, Elvis, Beatles, Midterm, Baroque, Classical Final. All right, that's awesome. So we're going to get out of the Honorlock dashboard, and we're good to go on that. Now, you shouldn't have to, but I suppose if you wanted to, just go find a quiz. And just take a look at a setting. So quiz, the Elements of Music Honorlock. I'm going to just get this going here. And I'm going to scroll down. We're going to go to, the proctored assessment. All right. And configure proctor settings. Let's take a look. All right. So I'm seeing that it's for what I did, my course development shell, when I set this part is transferring over. So there shouldn't be any issue. You shouldn't have to go through and do this and save every single one of them if the proctor green turn on proctoring is on. Although I say that now, I'll certainly be double checking that. So, obviously, with anyone that's using the, Honorlock, if you've used it before, I'm pretty new to this, at least at the time of making this video, so new to Honorlock anyway. But it looks like that's good to go. That was that was just a discount double check. It's kind of what you're trying to do. So we should be good to go on all that. And if it is some kind of, if we do have to actually, check them all, I'd recommend checking them all just in case. But if you're seeing that first one as being green, they probably all are. But make sure to double check, as I will as well. So that gives us, we got the announcements good to go, the course image good to go, our Honorlock quizzes are good to go. We're going to do a quick gander and just go through, taking a look. Okay, I see everything that's supposed to be here. You made the course, you kind of know what's here, even when you're scrolling quickly. And then looking at the modules going, okay, release conditions. Okay, that looks good, good. And then, making sure, okay, you see, you're just kind of spot checking your class to make sure things came through as they should. Doing the same thing. I'm not going to click on every folder, really just more of a spot check, click a few spots, go to another module and make sure. Let's just click on a folder. Okay, cool. Making sure that particular settings are coming through. All right, so before this class launches and goes live in a couple days, there's one more thing I'm going to need to check. Now, obviously, the gradebook is that is the one more thing, but I guess I'd say there's two more things to check. The gradebook will be part of it, but I'm not going to show that in the video because this is the class that's going to go live. But the thing that I can show you that we want to check is, depending on what kind of apps you're using. I'm using a couple apps, so I want to just do a quick test on those apps. It's like one more thing, 2 things, 3 things. We're just trying to make sure we check everything. First one I'm going to check is pretty simple. I'm going to find where we use the app called Padlet. Make sure I find it here. And I'm just going to click it and make sure everything is all good. Okay, I see it pops up. Everything is clear. Tutorial video. Okay. I'm going to open that in a new window. Awesome. Just want to make sure. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close that, and we're going to test another app. Okay. So I have all of my video lectures on my YouTube education channel, and they're set up through Edpuzzle. So what we're going to check is to see what transfers, what doesn't, and what you're going to need to do for all this. So I'm going to go to, I do want to clean this up a little bit. Okay. So I'm in the Start Here module. And I'm going to go over to Music Appreciation How-To Videos Edpuzzle. And I'm going to click it so you can see what happens. Okay, this is great. So it didn't actually hold this. It didn't hold these settings, and the reason it doesn't hold those settings is when you export and then import. The way Edpuzzle works is it has to connect to a class. It can't connect to something like a deb shell. I mean, gosh, maybe it could. I don't think it can, but it has to actually connect to a class. So what I want to do is I have some notes prepared, and really this is just a bunch of busy copy and pasting. To be honest, it's not too bad. I mean, maybe I could just do it from my notes file. Let me close. I have it in Word and a note file here on my Mac. So I want to just come over here. And all I'm doing is just going to copy and paste some information. No, the only busy work is just copy and pasting if you prepared a document. And I do the same thing for all my prepping for Blackboard Ultra and Concourse Syllabus. I prepare all the notes, and then it's just really copy and pasting. That's if there's changes, of course. Okay, so I got the labeling. Now I do want to make sure I get the class. So it's not that class. We want to go. Let's do this. Let's X, because we want to double check to make sure. We don't know. I thought as much, but I want to pay attention to this part. And really, I could just do it from here, honestly. We could just take it from there. I put it in the file. But I want to label this. So let me go back. We'll do that again. We click it. I don't have to be worrying about what the number is. I'll put that in there. Higher Education College, subject music. So I'm good to go. S50, Education College Music. Creating that class. And I need to assign work to the class. So the first thing I want to be able to assign is the how-to videos. So I navigate to where that is, and I look Music Appreciation Fall 2024, and this needs to be assigned. All right, let me bring it back so you can see everything here. Okay, so we're going to prevent skipping. We're going to set order, and we'll give unlimited attempts. Assign, and that's it. Done. So then I can click on videos, and they're all there. See all the videos that are assigned. Okay. I mean, I want to fix the numbering on one of them. Came from a different list, but they're already in the order that I'd like them to be anyway. So everything, all basically how-to videos of how to do everything in the class. Then a message about cell phones, and then an opportunity to see the music professor just play a little bit of jams to get to know you kind of thing. Okay, so all that's good. And I'm going to X out of there. And then if I do this, if I bring up my Edpuzzle, if I type it in there right, I connect it. Excuse me. And I go to my content. And let's see, you can see my classes that are there actually coming up in real time. You see it's right there. Cool, right? Yay, awesome. I'm going to close it out for now, but you see it's assigned, good to go. X out. Okay, so that's something. Now I also have the lectures there, so that's the how-to videos. I have to individually go in and do this for the lectures. Now this where it takes time, but it's really I think I was concerned with this part not transferring, but the issue here is when I click on Music Appreciation Lecture 1, A World Without Music, this is what's going to happen. Ooh, disconnected. Okay, so it looks like I'm in good news here is because I actually, because I did the how-to videos first, and then I got the class in, on Edpuzzle, I don't actually have to retype. So if I go back out of there, this is good that I started with that first, because I have basically the first video. So in my case, it was the how-to videos, but I already set up the class and connected it and assigned something. So it's definitely going to make this really, really quick. So now all I'm really going to have to go through is just pick the video. That's really cool. So I did this in the developmental shell, and this part does transfer. So when you're doing Edpuzzle and you go to your first Edpuzzle assignment, like everything you typed is going to transfer. So when I did this in developmental shell, when I did the how-to videos in the developmental shell, I didn't have to redo this when I imported it. All that transferred. And then if I click on Edit, so you can kind of see all this is transferring as well. Like the grade settings, the notes, everything I set up transfers. The only thing that doesn't transfer is when you click it, you get an error message because you hadn't assigned the actual class yet. So once I did the Edpuzzle, the class was actually assigned, but as you can see, all the dates, all that stuff does transfer. So then when I know I have to go to my next big thing is I need to make sure that all the lectures are connected. So I click it, and then I just have to find the course, the folder. In this case, we want to go to Music Appreciation, and you can see, let's put it by name. I got them in order. From 1 all the way to 13, and it's the first one. So I just click it, and I'm going to hit Next. Prevent skipping. Yes, I want them to watch it. Unlimited, and assign. I just have to do this actually for every video. Unlimited, prevent skipping, and assign, and we're good to go. That's it. Okay, and then I go to the next one. And it does have a condition there. Good to go. This is based on lecture 1. I'm going to click it. Go to the folder. And I need to make sure that I be very careful about this part. Okay, this is lecture 2, music appreciation. Yeah. And we're going to hit next. Prevent skipping. Unlimited temps. And we're going to assign. And we're good to go. And I'm going to move down. Next one. Okay, conditions, good. Lecture 2, I'm going to click it. This is lecture 3, musical forms, music appreciation. I suppose I could just flip them around, but name. Okay, always verifying you click the right thing, music appreciation, and it's 03 forms. We're going to click it. Going to hit next. Prevent skipping, unlimited attempts, and assign. Good to go. Okay, move down. Next one. Elements of music 4. Release conditions for 3. Good to go. I'm going to click it. I'm going to hit the folder. Come up here. Name. Okay, this is the number 4. The stories behind the music. Okay, we're going to hit next. Prevent skipping. Unlimited attempts. And we're going to assign. Good to go. I mean, I could keep Edpuzzle open if I want. I'll look at that later. So that has them all. Okay, I'm going to close the module. I'm going to go to module 2. Elvis Presley. Okay, lecture 5. Going to click it. Launches the tool. Same thing. It's like rinse and repeat. Sort by name. Click on my Elvis. Next. Prevent skipping. Unlimited. Assign. And we're good to go here. And this one just opens from the folder conditions. Go to the Beatles. Okay, conditions, cool. Okay, and then we come over here. I'm going to go to the folder. Name. Beatles, good to go, yeah. Next. Prevent skipping. Unlimited. And assign. Good to go. All right. And next we're going to go to Baroque. This one has the conditions based on the folder. Lecture 7. Same thing. Okay, sort by date, name. This is lecture 7. This is the Baroque. Okay, hit next. Prevent skipping. Unlimited attempts. And assign. Good to go. Next one, go to 8. Lecture 8, conditions. Yeah, 7 based on 7. Come over here. Click the folder. Sort by date. Sorry, name. 8. Hit next. I'm going to do unlimited attempts, prevent skipping, good to go, and assign. Cool. Next one's going to be 9. Culminating figure in Baroque, J.S. Bach, or Bach. All right, and let's see. I'm going to make sure to click it. Okay, we're in Edpuzzle. And we're going to do the name sort. Well, I got to click the folder, get the right folder here. Be careful about that. 9, I see it right there. Gonna hit next. Prevent skipping is on. Assign, and it's unlimited. Okay, we're done with that module. Scroll back up. You don't have to. I mean, I could honestly just click anywhere, and it would close everything. And I can click discussions, come back to content. It would close all the disclosure triangles. Okay, classical era. Okay, week 12, lecture 10. We're going to click it. All right, and hit the folder first. Name. All right, and we have number 10 right here. Going to come over here, hit next. Prevent skipping, unlimited. Assign. Good to go. And then we're going to come over to, let's see the next one. 13, number 11. Okay, music appreciation, doing good. All right, change that. Name, number 11. Okay, good. Prevent skipping, unlimited, and assign. We're on a roll. We're almost there. Okay, click on 14. This is so lecture 12. The folder, name. Okay, looking good. I'm gonna hit next. Prevent skipping. Unlimited attempts. Assign. And last one. Week 15. Lecture 13. Click the folder. Name. 13. Next. Prevent skipping. Unlimited attempts, or however many attempts you'd like. That's what I'm doing. You can do whatever you want there. And assign. Okay. And that's it. We're going to do one more walkabout in the course, and then we're going to pull up Edpuzzle, and then our class is ready to go. Okay. All right. So we've got our course image. That's good to go. The course announcements. They are all good to go, and they are all scheduled. And we've spent some time checking to make sure it's all good. We know the welcome announcement. All that's good to go. Awesome. Okay, going back to course content. And let's see, we have progress tracking, good to go. We've done our Honorlock, or if you use Respondus Lockdown Browser, you'd have to, in Respondus, you'd have to go to View Course and Institution Tools, and you'd have to get into Respondus and just make sure to go through it once. So basically, when you use Respondus Lockdown Browser, you export, then you import, and that's a step you have to remember so students can actually take the quiz. Is to go to View Course and Institution Tools, find Respondus Lockdown Browser, and when it launches the tool, this is it'll already be authorized. This is there because we were working on a fix. We're switching to Honorlock, but this would take you, instead of this, it would actually take you to the dashboard for Respondus Lockdown Browser, and it would just give you a message that says, hey, thanks for checking in, and you don't have to really do anything. You just have to launch the LTI so that your quizzes will work if you've already actually set them up. So I'm going to close this. I'm not using this. This is there if faculty need to deactivate any of their Respondus before our full switch to Honorlock. So, okay. And really, lastly, it's just a quick scroll of the course, just making sure that there's nothing that like checking apps and all that kind of stuff. So I guess the other thing is I'm going through Start here. I'm saying, oh, Pronto Instant Messenger. Is this? You want to make sure if you're using that too that you activate it. So now, typically I activate these in advance. So this one's probably already good to go, and you can see it. It's right there. You can get full control of activation of groups as a professor if you use the Pronto course management. And I can show that in a later or upcoming video. But so if students click it and the professor hasn't clicked it or enabled it yet, that could be it could kind of get in your way. So you want to make sure that if you're using Pronto that it's activated, enabled. Now, it really, if you just click on it, you don't have to use course management necessarily to actually like enable or get it going. If a student clicks on it and the professor hasn't activated it, so that may not work right away. But typically, once you click on, if you actually click on your Pronto, it activates. It'll get it going. So it's basically as soon as the professor clicks on it, you're good. Now with Pronto, students can use they can use their cell phones and use the app. With Pronto, you can just use it in the web browser or get it on Android or iPhone. However you want to do it, it's pretty good. You can do phone chats and video chats, text, images, all kinds of cool stuff in there. So yeah, I'll show more with course management later. But there's nothing really fancy anyone has to do for Pronto to get activated. Just click on it. If a student clicks on it, they may say, hey, there's going to be a certain amount of hours, whatever, before this hasn't been activated or turned on. But all the teacher has to do is just click. I mean, I click on it and it pops up here. So I didn't. I could go to course man. So I'll show you that in a different class, maybe how that works later. So you just click it and you're good to go. Let me close that. So whether you're inside the actual class in teacher professor mode and you just click it to activate the messenger, or as a professor you use course management for organization and setting groups and whatnot, cool. And then if I use the phone, you use the phone, you'll see all this stuff once you activate it, it'll be on your phone as well. So everything looks good here. Now I'm going to go, it really is just the last check of the import to see if there's anything that was missed or you want to change. Maybe module 3, go to the last folder. Cool, everything's looking good. Maybe click on an assignment. Okay, make sure that's coming through. Okay, great. So I did click on a Padlet. I clicked on a journal. Maybe I don't want to show an exam on the screen, but maybe go to the final exam folder. Let's see. All right, final exam. It does look good. And it's going. I hope it goes. Oh, yeah. Don't want to get worried on that one, right? Like it did it. Of course, it did transfer. And while I'm not going to show the whole thing, it's just really for testing purposes. I don't have to scroll. I can use the shortcuts, of course. So hitting that a little hard. Quick down, quick up. Okay, good to go. All right. So, and if I wanted to maybe, can I check maybe? Go back to Module 1, Elements of Music, Week 5. Do a quick check on the quiz. Okay, make sure it comes through. I can use my arrows for quick ups and downs. Okay, assessment settings. We'll do a spot check on this one. Okay. Configure proctor settings. Okay, the green looks good. And as I was saying earlier, you may want to discount double check that, but I'm fairly certain that the green check mark in terms of that for Blackboard, that's going to transfer. Just not the enabling. It said the Honorlock LTI. You got to do that still. Okay, so I think we're good there. All right, module 2, 3, that's good. All right. Well, I think that does it. That's a wrap for today. I hope you had some fun and learned a few things. My name is Professor Ron. I do, I make tutorial videos, Blackboard tips and trick tutorial videos, and of course other app and tech videos. So, hey, enjoy the day, enjoy your life, have some fun. I'll see you in the next one. If you want to add some splash and pizzazz to your course on Blackboard, there are 4 things that you can do to make it awesome. First thing is we can add a course image above where it shows your course content. Later on, we'll come over here to course image. We'll edit the display settings. We'll get that rocking and rolling. Another thing you can do is we can change these module icons. You see I have start here, I have module 1, module 2, module 3, module 4, and I can upload my own icons or images. A third thing we can do is add inline images. So an inline image is this. If I go over to my Start Here module, I click on Welcome, and where it says Add your bio/profile picture, that's where we're adding inline images. Inline image is basically where you have text, image, text. And that's not necessarily a hard and fast rule, but a good guide for us to follow and think about. Right now we have page banners. Now you can add page banners and or assignment banners. So a page banner would be something like this. If I come over to technical support, you can see I have this image, this picture. I'm calling it a page banner. Right now, and this particular page banner image is going to be used on all the pages. If I click on College Resources and Services, say the same page banner. If I come over to Privacy, Accessibility, Statements of Course Technologies, the same page banner. Now, assignment banners would be something like if I go to Module 1, and let's go to week 5. And we'll click on Music and Video Journal number 4, Benjamin Britten, Young Person's Guide to the Orchestra. And we see I have an assignment banner. Okay, so let's close our disclosure triangles. And we will go and add a course image. You can call it a course image. You can call it a splash page, splash image, banner. Let's do that now. Come over here to course image. We will edit the display settings. All right, click on the image icon. I'm going to upload a file. I already have it ready to go. So I'm going to click on course banner. Let's open it up. Okay, the preview looks great. We'll click next on that. Now I can zoom in, zoom out. I'm going to leave it as is. What I do want to adjust is I want to move it a little bit. Let's try right about there. That should give me enough space I want. Basically, so when it's on different screens, resolutions, all the different sizes and devices, that it's going to look pretty sweet. We're going to save that. Processing image. I'm going to leave this as mark the image as decorative. I could add in the alt or alternative text. I'll get to that a little bit later on some other images, but for now we'll leave this one as decorative. Let's save it. We're going to come back over here. Let's see how robust this is. Yeah, this is pretty good. Maybe it cuts off a little bit here, a little bit there. You'd have to keep tweaking it, but we also have to keep in mind in terms of how robust this is. If we come over here and then I start playing around with the resize to see, okay, yeah, we're in good shape. So it's just, I'm on a bigger monitor. And what I'm really looking to do is I really want to cover as much ground as I can in terms of the colors and the beauty. So I think this looks pretty awesome. We're going to go with that. Okay, The next thing we want to do is, how can we change these module icons? So for the Start Here module, I want to put something cool there. Something cool, something neat, something different. So we want to edit that. What I'll do is I'll go over here to where it says Add Image, and I'm going to upload a file. Let's go with, I have a pencil icon. The pencil icon, that's what we're going to use to represent the Start Here module. Preview looks great. I'm going to click Next. I don't need to do any magnifying, or it's great as is. No adjustments that I want right here. I don't need to reposition. And you could certainly reposition. You can zoom in. I can move this around. Now, typically, you can move it around depending on like the image, of course, that you're in here and what you have to work with, as you saw me do already. So, all right, let's go ahead and save this. This is great. It's awesome as is. Now, I also want to scroll down here and I want to take a look at, let's keep this one, mark the image as decorative as well. Let's save. Okay, awesome. Looks great. We're going to go to Module 1, the Elements of Music, and let's go ahead and we're going to edit, scroll down, we're going to add an image, upload file. I'm going to use the black icon folder, open, preview looks awesome. I'm going to click Next, looking good, save, scroll down, okay, mark the image as decorative. We're going to keep that for these icons. I'm going to keep going down, the same thing, Module 2. I just want to edit the image here. Come down, add an image, upload file. I want to go to the blue icon. That's the one that I've chosen to use. Okay, looks good. So the pencil and all the folder icons, I got these from Ensemble Elements. I purchased license for these, so I have a subscription to that, and I have all these images licensed for at least the 3D icons anyway. For the course banner, or the main course image, what I would call like the splash image where you log into the course, that one is licensed from Adobe Stock. Now you can create yours in Photoshop, maybe Canva. You can create 3D things. You can create all kinds of cool stuff, images and things in Adobe Illustrator. But whether you use Illustrator, Photoshop, Canva, Adobe Stock, Ensemble Elements, or AI tools to help you with images, icons, and whatnot, a lot of great options for sure. Let's go ahead and save that. And we're going to go to Module 3, keep this rolling here. We're going to edit. I'm going to add an image. And this one I want to be red. Looks good. Everything looks awesome. No adjustments need to be made. I've already marked the image as decorative as well. Keeping it rolling. Now we go to Module 4. Okay, didn't need to open that. All right, a habit, I guess. We're going to add the image. Last one is green, right? Okay, green. Yay, we're almost there. And everything looks good. There's no adjustments here I need to make. This one's rocking and rolling. Mark the image as decorative. Yeah, we're going to stick with that. And then if I just kind of go back up, okay, cool. We have our course image. Awesome. We have our Start Here module with the pencil. We have our Module 1 black, Module 2 blue, Module 3 red, Module 4 green. Wow, this is looking really cool. We're adding some splash and color and we're grabbing the student's attention here. Okay. So the next place we want to go to is Start Here module. And let's go to Welcome. Okay, so this is my welcome. And I have a note here, add the welcome image from your content collection. Just notes to myself and to keep the flow of everything happening. And you can see that, and I'll erase it once I get the image there. But I'm just going to go into my content collection. Okay, content collection. And I do a lot of organization on the back end. So for my courses, I do back end first. I'll make folders and get PowerPoints, listening guides, review materials, sample assignments, course images. I do things a little bit differently. I do talk about that more in the live stream that I've done recently. I'll make sure that there's a video link playlist where you can check that out later for more details. But for now, let's keep this rolling, and I'm going to click on course images. I want to select welcome. We need to submit this here. And I can put alternative text on this one if I like. Now I could put, welcome to music appreciation if I want. This is my music appreciation, developmental course, what I use to prep for fall, spring, and mini semesters and/or summer sessions. So in this developmental course, it's pretty cool. I can, experiment, change things around, just make sure everything's always fresh. But I guess the point being is for alt text, the screen readers, they are going to say image of. It's going to tell the screen reader is going to read image. So you never have to say this is an image of. So we just have to decide, do we want to make this decorative or actually write the alt text? I'm going to stick with decorative for now, and we're going to visit some alternative text in a little bit. Let's go view only on this one. And we got it in there. And then I'm going to take my note off here. Let me delete that. Take the space off. We're going to save it. Yay, there we go. All right, let's get our bio and profile picture in there. We're going to edit. Got a little note here. Add my bio and profile picture. We'll put the picture in first, then I'll delete that out. Okay, so I'll do the same thing again. I'm just going to go to Content Collection, Course Images, and looking for my bio pic. Okay, and we're going to submit that. Same thing. And for this one, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put Mr. Schermerhorn. I can put Mr. Schermerhorn profile, Mr. Schermerhorn bio. It's a tricky one to think about sometimes because typically you want to write maybe a sentence or two, but at the same time the screen readers are going to tell you image. So depending on what the image is, you really have to kind of think through, is it really more of a decoration, or is this something where the image has got stuff going on that's maybe relative to an assignment, assessment, class discussion, where you really do need to have some kind of explanation so that when the screen reader is going through, everyone can understand it. Okay, I'm going to put view only, and could say Mr. Schermerhorn's profile, but I mean, I could do something like that. I'm going to leave this one as decorative also, though. But I could put Mr. Schermerhorn smiling, happy at a sunny day. I mean, I can put something in there. What I don't want to do is put Mr. Schermerhorn biopic. It's already going to say that. So if anything, because the screen reader is going to say image of, then I could put Mr. Schermerhorn, Mr. Schermerhorn's smiling profile, something like that. That would be fine. We'll leave that. We'll leave it as is. But I mean, I could do that. So let's leave that alone. The important thing is getting all the images. I'll do more. Another upcoming video on some more details on alt text and really dig into that. Now let's make some adjustments here. We're going to scroll down. We're going to take this out. Okay. Going to be some maybe empty headers, but we'll look at that later. Okay, let's save it, see how we do. We're okay. There's some fine tuning maybe that I could do in terms of maybe a layout, spacing, headers. It looks pretty good though. It looks pretty good. Accessibility score, perfect, awesome. Okay. All right. So that was an example of an inline image with the bio picture, and then just the welcome image, call it splash image. Yeah, welcome image. All right. So now if we go over to essential course information, this is where we're going to try something different. We're going to add this colorful splash of music from our cloud storage. Okay. So I'll add it in first. Let's go to cloud storage. I've already got this set up. If you don't, you can connect your Google Drive, OneDrive, Dropbox, or Box. And once that's all connected, synced, logged in, the whole 9 yards, then you're going to have to click all your file pathways in your drive. I've already done that in advance in preparation for digging in here. So now I'm actually going to find the banner that I need, which is going to be my music banner color. Okay. Going to import that. Okay, it's almost done importing. And this one, I'm going to go ahead and do some alt text. I'm going to call this is a musical. Let's see what we could do. This is a musical splash. How about this is a splash of musical notation? This is a splash of musical notation. But maybe we should say colorful is kind of the key, right? This is a, you misspell something or don't get it quite right. I mean, we can keep tinkering and editing. Just trying to get some practice here. I'm going to do view only as well. This is a colorful splash of musical notation. View only. We're good with that. We can go back and tweak, edit, revise. All right, let's fix a little bit of space in here. All right. We're going to talk more about this in an upcoming live stream as well as other videos, but see, I'll tag my empty headings as breaks. Okay, and then other things. Now, I'm jumping over just a couple accessibility things real quick. This is purposeful in terms of what I have for the enjoyment of music on my style, you know, in terms of like which heading I'm wanting to use. So it's flagging things that I kind of knew it was going to flag. I did that on purpose to make very particular things stand out. I'm still at 97%. I'm totally happy with that. I'd love to get it at 100, but these things I actually did purposeful. So because of the way it works we have our text boxes and then HTML boxes separately. So I'm gonna leave all the rest of this alone. Just a quick fast scroll. Okay. All right, so we're good to go. This looks great, and I'm happy with that. Got my accessibility score perfect. Yay. Now, if I further kind of tweak this a little bit, I think I'd want to, yeah, maybe. And I might want to do this, or I could put this, up, above the image, or I could leave the image as is. Maybe, what if we try this? Let's see. This is fine. I may want to go back and tweak kind of this layout and flow, but the important part is getting our image to look really nice, and then keep experimenting with layout, flow, and double checking some accessibility things as well to make sure that we're all good there. So this is a page banner. Now let's take a look at an assignment banner. We're going to go to Module 1, the Elements of Music. Let's go to Week 2, Elements of Music 1. Music and Video Journal 1, Charles Lim, Your Brain and Improv. Okay. Well, if you're not having fun yet, it's about to get really fun. This is some cool stuff here. So what we want to do is we want to check out some stock images from Unsplash. Let's try that one first. And I have some other notes in terms of aspect ratios and also some AI stuff here. So first thing, I'm going to leave the notes temporarily for now, just to help us through here, and you may want to follow some of that as well. So what I want to do actually is I want to click here, and you see upload from device. Now I have stock images from Unsplash. Let's give it a whirl. And this is interesting. So it's going to pull words from what it's already seeing in terms of the assignment. So music and journal, this is awesome. It's pulling that out. So you could change the search parameters, but there'll be things that'll like preform or propagate in the search box. So if it doesn't come out perfect, just tweak it, make the change.
why don't we just pick this one right here and give it a whirl. Okay, so if I do that, now this is the original aspect ratio. So of course you can tweak here, and I've got a little bit of room here in terms of dragging, moving, up, I'm getting some left and right movement there. A little bit of up and down. It's a little bit, you got a little bit to work with. Let's take a look. Okay, you can make a square. Cool. And you could move it, This is really cool. You can go over here. You got original square. For landscape, we can go 16 to 10. See what you can do there and how it's changing our aspect ratio. 16 to 9. That's the one we're going to stick with. But let's take a look at 4:3. You can see 4:3, but you still have some room to find, to crop it out, basically. Portrait, we get 10:16. And you see how in portrait 10:16, you got some power to move that. Go to 9:16. Now, obviously, it's going to change what you're going to be able to get, and you're going to have to crop the part that you want based on like the assignment, discussion, assessment, however you're using this. 3 to 4 in portrait. So this is giving you some pretty robust options, Even, I mean, it's really, really cool. For our purposes, we're going to stick with 16 to 9. And we're going to go about right. Let's try here. And let's go next. Okay, now check this out. I'm going to do view only. I'm not going to let it be downloadable. You can do that. I would recommend that maybe if you want to share your PowerPoints, possibly. But pay attention to the file options in terms of privileges, view and download, view only, or download only. So person writing on brown wooden table near white ceramic mug. So that's awesome. Like it's all on its own. So, I could say the screen reader is going to go, this is an image of, and, I could just, because the screen reader is going to say the first part, this is an image of, how about I add in a person writing on a brown wooden table near a white ceramic mug. There we go. That's some alternative text home run right there. Let's save it. Now, we basically need to kind of clean that up, right? So what I'm going to do is, because we're going to do the AI, I'm going to take this. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to generate an image with the Blackboard AI Design Assistant. But for now, let's make a few tweaks here. Okay, and let's see how this kind of looks. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, there we go. Looking pretty good, right? You can see. Cool, looking good. The description, options, like the assignment flow is looking good. And I can go in here and I can kind of do a double take on making sure that in terms of spacing. Okay, so I'm also going to maybe I want to do this, maybe not. You may not like this. I may not like it, but I'm going to experiment here. See how much I have to work with in terms of cleaning some things up. Okay, so I don't like all of that. What I'm going to do is come back here. I'm going to save that. That looks good. Okay, great. Good fixes. Video playlist. I'm not completely happy with this. I can always come back and tweak that later. Because the main goal is getting all these things to happen with images. But I also want to take a look at how the assignment in Blackboard is kind of laid out with all my spacing. So what I may want to do is bring it all the way up here, and let's see if that gives me a little more cleanliness. Oh, absolutely. Wait, yeah, there we go. Now we're looking real good in terms of the flow, layout. We can also generate images from Blackboard's AI Design Assistant. let's take a look at how to do that now. Okay, so bring that down a little bit. And I'm not going to insert anything. I'm going to click on Image. I'm going to go over to Generate Images. And Blackboard's AI design assistant is running right now. It's checking the text, seeing what's going to work, what its AI design assistant thinks that we could use as an image for this particular assignment, Music and Video Journal 1, Charles Lynn, Your Brain on Improv. All right. So it's looking at that it's music and video, Charles Lim, improvising, and they're pulling out, piano and playing music. That's pretty interesting. That it's like pulling from the text there, text from the title, maybe even text from the explanation as well. So how about, I've tested a person writing in a journal, so we want to give that a shot. Okay, it's running right now. It just takes a second generating images. We'll see what it comes up with. We want to have a person writing in a journal. Hopefully it's some kind of a journal. Let's see what we got here. I mean, it could be doing homework or writing in a journal. But either way, this looks like this could work. We could use any one of these, or I could put in keywords or change the description of the image that I'm looking for. It's pretty darn good though. And I can do the same thing where I can take a look at, okay, I want to get the aspect ratio that I'm looking for. I want to say, call this student journal. And here we can put alternative text. A student writing in, say, their journal. A student writing in their journal. That works. Student journal, a student writing in, let's make sure we fix that. A student writing in their journal. Do view only. And we can always, edit the display name and, keep sprucing up the alternative text, to just make sure it's as clear as possible. Because screen readers are going to say, this is an image of, and then it'll read the next part right there. Okay. Cool. And we're going to bring this back up. That should be okay. Let's save that. Now, if I want to change the aspect ratio, recrop, we can certainly keep playing around with this right there. Okay. So that takes us through using the Blackboard AI design assistant. Pretty cool, right? Okay. So then what's last on our list today? We want to take a look at one more thing. We want to take a look at, okay, what if you are a back-end designer and you want to do this maybe another way. Now you can use, content. So I don't want to delete this. What I want to do is I want to edit. Okay. Now I want to go over here to insert content, and let's see, what we want to do is, for this, I'm actually going to do image from URL. Okay, so to make this work, I'm going to go to my tools. I've already gone to my content collection on the back end with all my folders. Got all my folders organized because I do things from the back end. Just, again, makes it easier for editing, documents, PowerPoints, and changing things from the back end. So all my images, PowerPoints, listening guides, reading materials, like everything is here from the back end. So I come over here and I'm looking for, let's see, we're going to do musical notes. Let's see, do musical notes, black and white. Okay, and I'm good. Yeah, this is good. I don't actually need to select that. What I can do is, I could do this. And I'll copy that. And here I'm going to put something like, it's going to say this is an image of, I can say, I can put, this is a musical swirly splash. This is a, let's say, musical. A musical notational splash. How about, I was thinking I've done this earlier, but just as a placeholder for now. This is a splash of musical notation. We'll leave it at that for now. We can come back and revisit. This is a splash of musical notation. Let's go ahead and put that in. All right, so that is another way that I can, actually do that. Okay, I'm going to save that. Take a look. Looks awesome. Great, great, great. Perfect. Awesome. There we go. That was actually doing it another way. Okay, we have one more thing to do here. Let's go to Module 1, the elements of music. We're going to go to the module overview, course learning outcomes, to-do list, and deadlines. And I want to add a module overview image. And this image I will use on module 1, 2, 3, 4. For however many modules I have in that particular course, I'll use that image for each one, unless I want to make it customized, different images, which totally could do that as well. So we're going to edit this. I'm going to take this out. And the first thing I want to do is we'll go to Insert Content. Let's go to Content Collection. And we'll do Course Images, which is where I have all my images here. And I'm going to put Full Music Splash. Okay, select that. I'm going to get it in there. Okay, we'll call Full Music Splash. We'll leave this as decorative, view only. And if I want to go back and just kind of double check, okay, full music splash. Always go back to double check to make sure you're good with all that. And then adjust, double check the spacing, that stuff that you want here. And save it. There we go. There's our module overview image. And another way we can do it, if we work from the back end, we've got all our images. You run it from the back end, got my course images. I'm going to go to here, we'll edit that. Okay, let me get this correct here. All right, and I want to go over to, let's see, we want to do image from URL. This is a splash of musical notation. Check my spelling, all that good stuff, make sure we're good to go. This is a splash of musical notation. If I miss something or I'm not quite happy with it, I can always go back and tweak, edit, adjust as I move forward. Okay, and it's in there. Cool, we're going to save that. So that's it. That takes us all the way through this Blackboard tips and tricks video where we're talking about how to add, a course image, how to change our, module icons to kind of spruce those things up, how to add inline images where you have text, image, text, how to do like, where you have like a page and you want a page, an assignment, quiz, whatever it is, where you want to have like an image, at the very top of the page or very top of the assignment, all those things. And when we dug into playing around with how do you use, Unsplash, how do you use Blackboard's AI design assistant, navigating through, the cloud system, Google Drive, OneDrive, Dropbox, or Box, all that. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, that you can use Photoshop and Illustrator and Canva, Adobe Stock, Envato Elements, curate and license them from wherever you would like to, as well as embracing the ideas of AI to help you with that as well. Curating and creating and generating. So looks like we fully splashed and possessed our course. Until next time, we'll see you later. Bye, everyone.
Let's take a look at how you can batch edit all of your coursework due dates in Blackboard. All right, see course content, and I'm going to go over here to the 3 horizontal dots. We're going to click that. I'll click on Batch Edit. All right, now we're in Batch Edit. I can see Start Here. I can see Module 1, The Elements of Music. Module 2, Elvis Presley and the Beatles. Module 3, the Baroque Era. And Module 4, the Classical Era. Now, I want to be able to change these dates smoothly, quickly, efficiently. I don't want it to be too cumbersome or taxing. And in the past, some of that has been kind of that. Like it's been a challenge and taken a little bit of time, especially if you're teaching multiple courses. Now, if you're teaching the same course, same class, different sections, you do it once, you're all good. But whether it's just that one class or you're teaching multiple classes, with the new Blackboard update, relatively new anyway, where you can, change the dates, edit the dates globally, mass date changes. This is pretty cool. All right. So what we want to do here is kind of click on a few things to take a look. All right, what do I have going on in Module 1? I'm going to scroll down and just click on Week 3. Take a look. I see some dates there, 16, 17. I want to get those set up. This is the current class. It's the current developmental shell, but it's what I use to get ready for, spring 2024 courses. So I'm gonna double check where one of my quizzes is. Okay. When I click on Module 2, I'll click a few areas, just kind of double checking dates here. Now, before you start changing dates from semester to semester, and as you're working in your developmental shell, you want to make sure, obviously, that you've done your date changes, like you've written them all down, or you've got some digital notes, but you've kind of organized your course weeks. And like we're running on 16-week courses, so you have all your assignments, discussions, quizzes, exams, whether it's whatever app you use, maybe Flipgrid or any apps that you use in the class, Padlet. Whatever you're doing in the class, making sure that everything's kind of organized in terms of if you're doing weekly assignments, monthly assignments, if there were daily assignments, say maybe like in a summer course, possibly. But whether it's weekly, monthly, modular, summer session, maybe it's daily or every few days, 2, 3, 4 days, maybe weekly. But either way, how we go about doing this in terms of date changing, it's pretty simple. What you can do first, if you just want to kind of get the lay of the land, the gamut, is if you were just actually running. It's probably what a lot of people are maybe playing around with or tinkering with doing, is where they may not. If you don't have anything in the start here, you don't need to include it. But you click on the modules like this. I click on module 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I go down to here where it says Edit Dates. Now I have a couple of things I can do. I can change the dates based on like course start. I can change by number of days. I can change to a specific date or time. And you can really do any of these. You just kind of have to have all that kind of calculated and how it's all going to work. So what typically has probably been happening or may happen to you or anyone, even when I tinkered with this, I was like, hey, what's going on? So I'm going to start with change dates based on course start. All right, when I click on change dates based on course start, I'm going to put this semester, like for spring 2024, we started here, January 16th. And the new start date for fall for us here, where I'm at, STC, South Texas College. For fall, we're going to go to August 26th. Oh, I missed it. Sorry, let me go back here. All right, there's 26. Now, you would think this would work and it'd be all good, but I wish it was that simple. This actually will not work. You can see dates and selected items will move forward 223 days. All right, so when I do that, it's not going to work as we're hoping. I click edit dates, it's going to change it. Let me show you what actually happens when I do that. Now, the some dates or times have been successfully updated. Only items with existing values, can be modified. It's just letting you know that anything that, because I didn't click I just clicked on the modules. So there's other things, of course, in those modules where it's like, hey, there's nothing to change there, basically. So you could go in there and individually select all the assignments if you want, but you're not messing anything up. It's fine. Now, this is not how I'm going to do it in the end, but this is like when you're tinkering and figure out how to do it, this is typically probably what everyone's going to run into, where you're just like, hey, I'm going to try a mass change, whether you're weekly, modular, every other week, month, however you do it, and it isn't going to work that way. So let me show you why. So I put the current start date, the new start date, and it's like, okay, cool, it's all going to work. Well, it doesn't work out exactly as we hoped, but let's take a look and see how close it got. So when I look at Module 1, the elements of music, I see, all right, 27, 26. Okay, I'm looking for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Because the coursework I give is all modular, my Module 1 goes from week 2 all the way through week 5. So in week 5, at the end of this module, that's when the work is due on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So if I actually double check all that, I can see, okay, cool. Let me look at my notes and I'm double checking. Is this all lining up here? I want to find week 1. I'm looking at, I need 27, 28, and 29. They're actually off by a day. So it should be, the Padlet should be 27. All the journals should be 28. And then it should be Sunday, the 29th. So I'm off by a day right here. And the reason for that is it's calculating through the 25th, not including the actual start day for the math. So I'm going to head out of here and, well, first I want to fix this. Let me fix it and I'll show you why it's kind of doing that. So I'll do a global setting to basically just to refix this. Okay, I'm going to edit the dates. And then what I'm going to do is just go by number of days, and we're going to shift it backward. Let's go, it's going to be 223. All right, so I've shifted everything back globally. Now, I'm going to X out of here for a minute. I'm going to show you why. Let me go to something else I have ready to go for you. Okay, full screen here. Now, what I have here is timeanddate.com. There's different websites you can use. I mean, you could manually count, pull up the months. I mean, you could use a calculator. But you don't have to do really any of that because Blackboard actually does it for you. So, but I bring this up as a way to show you don't have to do this, because when you saw me pull it in Blackboard, it says how many days it's going to move forward or backwards. So it's like, okay, cool. But what you're probably not seeing is this part that I have on the screen right now, where when you do it this way from 116 to 826, it's calculating through the 25th, so it gives you 223 days. So as much as we all get excited about how many seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, days, all that business, it's all really cool. But the important thing to pay attention to is it's going from Tuesday, but it's not including Monday. So the issue is to make the dates work correctly, at least for a few of my modules, this will help. I'll tell you that in Blackboard, as long as you just add that extra day when you're editing your dates, if your assignments are weekly, monthly, modular, you'll probably be pretty good to go. The issue when you're calculating from the spring, which is what I'm doing right now, getting ready for the fall, is spring break will throw you off by a week in later modules or assignments. So you'd have to subtract a week from those modules. So I'll show you. But all you're really doing right here is it's like, you don't have to get a calculator. You don't have to do any fancy math. You don't need to go to this website or other websites like it, unless you're just kind of curious and like the why. And you're not seeing that in Blackboard in terms of how it's calculating. So when you go in Blackboard and you set it to, I did where I set it to the start date of the current semester and then the new start date for the next semester, and I'm trying to update in the developmental shell so that I can copy or I can, export, export that zip and then re-import for the new class. You want to make sure that it's correct. And so as you're taking notes and preparing, you have your Post-it notes, or I use digital notes. For today, I'm just using some handwritten notes as I'm doing the screen recording here, the tutorial video. But whatever you do, whether it's digital notes, written notes, everyone's got their workflow. I kind of use a combination of quite a few different things. But hopefully this makes sense. Like I said, you're putting in the start date in Blackboard, and you're putting in it's like you put in the current start date of the session semester course when you're changing the dates, and then you put the new one, and it just moves them forward or backwards. But you need to add one more day on that for it to work. So maybe that'll get fixed or adjusted at some point in Blackboard. But that may be where some frustration can come from on when you're trying to globally or mass change dates. So I'm going to get out of here. I don't think we'll need this anymore. Okay, so let me maximize here. All right, now I'm back in the class. It's my music appreciation. I want to go back over to batch edit. And I'm going to click on, let's go week 3. Okay, just double checking things are all fixed. Okay, that I basically reverted everything correctly. Module 1, Module 2 are all good. The issue I was talking about a minute ago is the spring break, because I'm doing the calculation from now, like a spring, where we're including that extra week for spring break. Even when you're moving it forward in the fall scenario, it throws you off a little bit. It's a week, so you just and again, when you're doing this, you don't have to go to that website I was showing you. Like Blackboard will calculate the dates based on like the current start and the new start, so you're good on that. Just add a day to that, and you're golden. Like seriously, you'll be like so happy. No more hours and hours and hours on multiple courses trying to fix date after date after date. What I do for my courses, since I'm modular, Module 1, all my assignments are due at the end of the module. In Module 2, all of my assignments are due when we get over to Week 7, the Beatles, because Week 8, I'm doing my midterm review and midterm. Spring break happens in between in our spring semester. We take the midterm and we're on spring break. So when we come back after spring break, Module 3, that's where Week 9 would start. So Module 3 and Module 4 will both get thrown off by the spring break week. So what we do in that scenario is, so what I'm going to do to make this perfect for my courses, being that they're modular, for the most part at the end of the module basically, but like I was saying, Module 1 is at the end. For my Module 2, it's in Week 7, but I can include Week 8 as part of the module, of course, just to make it smooth and neat. In Module 3, I have all my due dates due at the end of the module as well, and that one in Week 11. Module 4 is another quasi-exception where in Module 4, the classical era, all the coursework is completed at the end of Week 14, and then there's a video and or a concert paper in Week 15, and then midterm final exam in Week 16. So let's start with Module 1 and Module 2. And again, this can apply if it's weekly and or modular, monthly. This will probably work for most everybody. Now, I can individually click all these. I'm not going to worry about that because it's not going to mess anything up. What I'm just going to do is use this sub-global setting right here. Module 1, good to go. The date change is only going to apply to stuff that actually has it or needs it. Go to Module 2. And the cool thing here is, I'm scrolling through Module 1. I've got it all greened out. I can individually click or declick, but I don't do all that. It's just click it. You're good. You'll get that warning message, but it's no big deal. Module 1, elements of music. We're good to go. Module 2, good to go. And now I'm going to actually process these separately. I'm going to edit the dates on this. And what I'll do is I'll go to change dates by number of days. I'm going to shift my dates forward 224 days. Blackboard will do it as 223 when you actually put the current session or semester start date with the new one. You'll have to add the day. 224. Edit dates. It's done. I mean, it's literally just a few seconds. And then if I go up and I want to just verify, then I can see, I see 27, 27, 28, and 29. Like everything looks good. My Padlet, my journal, my quiz. And as I'm looking at my notes, I'm like, yep, Friday, September 27th, Saturday, September 28th, Sunday, September 29th. That is awesome. We are golden. I go down to module 2 and I just discount, double check, verify. And I'm like, all right, well, where's my Padlet? Okay, I'm looking at 10, 11, 12, and 13, Padlet, journal, and I got a quiz. And it's the same flow for Beatles, except there's no Padlet on that one. I double check my notes, or I pull up a calendar if I need to. And I'm looking at October 11, 12, 13, good to go. So it's really that quick and simple. So my module 1 and module 2, they're perfect. I'm going to close the disclosure triangles for those modules. We're going to go to module 3 and module 4. I'm going to do these at the same time. All I really have to do is click these modules. And if you want to de-click or just click individual assignments, for really, if you want it as quick as possible, just click and go. I mean, you can change, conditions, availability. That you could. This is really cool. I can change when things are released. We're trying to minimize how many things we're having to click and/or de-click. And in this case, I see I've got module 3 ready to go. I've got module 4 ready to go, and I'm not worried about any kind of de-clicking or individual clicking. I'm just going to go global. I'm going to edit the dates, and I'm keeping in mind that spring break affects the math. So I'm going to click change dates by number of days. Now I need to shift the dates forward, but instead of doing 224, we just need to subtract from that. So let's go from 224. If we put 217, I edit the dates, literally just a few seconds, and it's updated. I'm going to move my notes here a little bit. Got a Post-it and some notes. Okay, so I scroll back up. Okay, just double check. All right, making sure I'm clean here, ready to go. All right, I see 11.8, 11.9, 11.10. I'm looking at Padlet 4, Journal 9. I got a quiz. And all I'm doing is, again, I'm just checking my notes here, making sure that, okay, for my week 9, 10, and 11, I need to make sure that's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that the dates are correct. So double checking now, I can see, I see November 8th is a Friday, November 9th is a Saturday, November 10th is a Sunday. I'm good to go. And I go to module 4. Now, you don't have to do all this double checking if you have it in your notes or like for sure. But I'm just saying as like to help us feel a little bit warm and fuzzy. It doesn't hurt just to double check. But once you get this flow going on, you're not going to need to if you. But by all means, pull up a calendar if you need to, or just like for me, I'm just looking at my notes that I wrote down just to say, hey, I'll check a couple in the modules to make sure that it's good to go. But basically whatever we need to do to feel warm and fuzzy or awesome about the dates. But I know these are absolutely 100% perfect. Okay, I go to the next module just to double check a few things to make sure there's no glitches or issues. And what I'm looking for is, I know I have Padlets due on Friday, journals due on Saturdays, and quizzes on Sundays. So I'm making sure if I go to where everything closes in 14, at least for the assignments anyway, and I'm looking, okay, I have 29, I have 30, 12.1, okay, 11.29, 11.30, and 12.1. All right, and I just check my notes to make sure, okay, cool, is that November 29th, November 30th, December 1st? Perfect, this is awesome. Man, we are good to go on this. All right, now there's gonna be one more thing I'm gonna need to fix, and it has to do with final exam schedules. And sorry, let me click back in there. Let me go to the week 16 folder. It has to do with like when you're given final exams, how, our courses are built on 16 weeks, and, on week 16, we're having finals. Some people have intros in week 1, finals in week 16. Maybe other, we have summer sessions that may be 4 weeks, 4.5, 5.5 weeks. And, maybe different, colleges and or institutions may have, some different session links. But whatever your number of weeks in that particular session, whether it be fall, spring, and or summer, you do have to double check. Okay, wait, the final exam date that I see, I know that it's wrong, and I know that it was wrong when I did this earlier in preparation for this one, but I caught it. I'm like, oh, okay, it's because final exam schedules they may shift. They're not always linear, where like final exam on Monday and then it closes on Friday. Sometimes final exams will start on a Saturday or Sunday, and they'll run through part of that next week. In this case, our final exam schedule is it's straight up starting on Monday and ends on a Friday. So actually, I have to change it to Friday the 13th. So I'm going to do that now. I'm just going to individually select this one, final exam. I'm going to go to edit dates. On this setting, I'm going to change to a specific date or time. I'm going to do due date, due time, instead of due date time, and we need to go to months. I'm going to go to December. Sorry, let me get. And we're going to go to, what is that, 12, 12, so 12, 13. There we go. Let's fix this time. Everything looks good. And I have it ready to go. And I can see the review time was still aligned. I double check that. I was taking a second. And if I wasn't sure, I could, because I know kind of my flow of my reviews is going to be that Friday before my timeline. And if I can pull up the calendar. I mean, I saw it. It was taking a second to kind of process to make sure that's all good. But when you look at the calendar, and you can go through and find, okay, cool, I'm going to my December, and I know I want it on Friday the 13th. So what's the Friday before? I put it out basically the Friday before the exam opens. So my exam actually opens on the 9th of December. The review sheet gets posted, 8 a.m. on Friday the 6th. So, and that's the flow of all that. So at this point, I'm already done. Like the classes, we're good to go. That really, it's really that simple. So it's really that spring break curveball that throws us off, but it's also that curveball of when you put the current session, the current session dates and then the new session dates, you got to add a day on that to fix it. And if you also have to double check your final exam schedule to make sure, because final exam schedules may move with where you're at, and that might be something that you'll need to adjust. So that's pretty much it. Let me double check everything here. I think we're all good to go. I think that's a wrap. Well, that is Blackboard, batch edit, mass, global, mass date changes, edit changes. That's it. Like to change all your dates, it's literally, if you do your prep work, your pencil prep work or your digital prep work, I mean, you're talking, you probably could get it done in 30 to 60 seconds or so. It's really quick to edit all your dates, global settings, mass edit, batch edit. This is really, really cool. So where it might take you, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes, 30 minutes, maybe it takes you an hour. It's really kind of when you're basically planning the class and you're trying to figure out, when, if you're going to change any dates or you're adding new assignments, if you're adding new lectures, new assignments, changing dates here or there, that all the planning that you do in your normal course planning for the class, once you have all that down, whether it's on paper or you're looking at your digital notes, your iPad or whatever, then when you come over here to do it, you'll probably be done in like 30 to 60 seconds if you've done all that prep work before. So yeah, yay. All right. Well, that's all I have for now on Blackboard Tips and Tricks with Professor Ron. We'll see you in the next one. Bye. Yay, we are live with Blackboard Tips and Tricks with Professor Ron. Today, we're going to focus on creating robust assignments in Blackboard Ultra. Let's get into it. All right, so you can see on my screen, I've got my course up here, so my developmental shell. All right, now I'm going to navigate over and show you a couple things real quick, and then we will create. What you see is the completed and or finished project, the class, really. So I'll show you what it looks like first, and then we'll go from scratch. All right, so just kind of click on a few folders here. This is my music appreciation course, and just did a little quick scroll back up to show you. All right, now what you can see here is I've got an assignment created already. I'm calling this Music and Video Journal 1, Charles Lim, Your Brain on Improv. Awesome video, great first journal for this particular course. Now, creating that in terms of starting from scratch and the different things you can do with it, we want to check that out. Now first I'm going to click on what I have here so you can see it. All right, so that we're looking at, okay, cool, Music and Video Journal 1, Charles Lim, Your Brain on Improv. All right, assignment content, I got an image, got all the description information there, options for submission, where to view the assignment. This is an embedded playlist. Got my graded, grading criteria. These are not acceptable answers, and then, focus on the learning, key things to really, dial in for this particular assignment. Okay, so how about creating this from scratch? Let's go ahead and do that now. I'm going to navigate back over, and what I want to do, now I'm going to leave it there as is, as this, of course, is my developmental shell that I use for fall, spring, summer, mini-mesters. So of course I want to keep it there as a reference, and that's, that's the assignment. As you look at the date, you can see I'm, of course, getting ready for an upcoming session in the fall. So I want to create an assignment. And really, this applies to any kind of assignment you create. So let's just click Create here. Okay, I've got document, embedded cloud. I mean, there's all kinds of cool things. I'm not going to read through all these. There'll be different live streams and/or videos where I'll dig into any and every detail. I mean, really, for me, it's pretty fun to dig into this side of stuff. So hopefully, it helps some folks out in this arena. Let's go ahead and click on Assignment. We want to create an assignment, and I've got some notes here. And I'll share some of that once the live stream is done with like some specifics on, whoa, wait, how did he do that? Or is there some extra notes or a playlist or HTML or whatever, some notes that I think might be helpful. And I'll put those in the description box of the YouTube video. Okay, let's get over here and to my notes. And what I want to do, I'm going to copy from some notes here and just put it in there. Okay, so really I'm just copy and paste from my notes, moved away from the mic there. All right. Okay, you see me getting that going. All right, so now I've got it labeled Music and Video Journal 1, Charles Lindmer Band and Improv. Awesome. Due tomorrow? Well, let's come back to all that on the assignment settings. Okay, so the next thing I want to do, now that I've got it named, okay, and we'll click the plus, and got all these options. I'm not covering all these in this particular live stream, but I have covered many of these things in different streams and/or videos, so I'll mention some of those a little bit later. What I want to do is go down to where it says Add Text. Okay, click Add Text. Awesome. We are rocking and rolling here. Now, if I want to add an image, I could start with the image idea first, or if I want to put in the text, either way, it's all good. Let's start with the main core of the assignment. So I want to go back to my notes. The notes you won't be able to see. I've got some floating notes that I'm using to help reference to keep this thing rolling. But things that I think will help, as I know I was saying earlier, I'll put those in. The notes you'll see here, but other notes in terms of maybe specifically how to do something real quick or a little snippet of something, I'll include at the end in the description of the video. Okay, so now all I'm doing now is I'm looking at the notes for the live stream, and I just want to copy and paste. So I'm not going to be typing all of it live. Some of it will, but most of it just from my prepared notes. All right, so I'm going to copy some things over. You'll see it pop up on the screen any second now. Wow, there we go. Okay, we're getting some action there. So you see I've got some of the main notes of the assignment. Okay, these notes are for later. Alternative text. We definitely want to talk about that too. All right. Got the main notes of the assignment. Now I need to go to the next part, which is, I've got to put the video, image, like, okay, what do we watch or listen to, check out? Okay, so now the next thing I want to do, I'm going to go back to my notes. I'm going to bring in, I need to bring in some code on this one. All right, so we're going to do it's a YouTube playlist that I use. A couple ways that you can certainly do this. All right, I'm copying and pasting the code. You'll see it once I put it actually in here on the assignment content. All right, now you see we have insert content. Okay, now let's go to media and my media URL, which you're going to see pop up any second now. Boom, there we go. All right, now I do want to put alt text. So I want to add that alt text. Then I just want to say something like, this is the playlist for the music and video journals. All right, and you see it all right there. So you see the media URL and the alternative text. Insert now. Voila. Now, this is if you have already created a playlist. I'll talk about that in an upcoming video and/or streams. But this is just a great way to get everything in there, so you're not inserting, embedding, copy and pasting code, or just putting in YouTube videos. And you don't have to do everything by code. You can just, if it was just one YouTube video, you could just come over to insert content, and I can click on YouTube video, and I could just simply search for the video. And I could put Charles Lim or brain on improv. Let's see what we get. And you can do it this way. So this is a 1-by-1 scenario where if you're putting in videos 1-by-1, this is awesome. You can totally do it this way. I'm utilizing a playlist. For me, it works a little bit better in, a musical history type class like history of rock and roll, American music, music appreciation, where I can just have all the, video journals, or whether it be documentaries, but I do different playlists just to help, so that all I'm having to do is put that playlist in those assignments, and then they can scroll through the playlist and select the one they need. It's just for me, it's just kind of a streamline efficiency thing. But you can certainly go 1-by-1 if you like. And if I did that, I would just, okay, cool. Select content displays as a link to an external website, displays inline. Yeah, we want inline if at all possible. And you see, now what if I just kind of, what I want to do actually, this is interesting. We're going to save it for just a second. I want you to see this. All right, so you can see here now it's like, oh, is that the same thing? No, this is the actual video. And sorry, it's a little bit too loud. Sorry about that. So you can see it's there. I can go to YouTube. I'm gonna mute some of these things. Okay, now you'll see this tab pop up now. A little bit of a delay for the tab switching, but hopefully you can see that. Okay, now I'm gonna close that out. We're gonna go back. So whether you watch it embedded or you want it bigger and you go over, it's all good, Okay, so I'm gonna go back and we're gonna edit. We're gonna continue this edit. That was just the one video idea option. Let's delete that now. Let's go back to here. Media. I'm going to go back and get my code. Okay. Going back to the assignment. I'm just looking for my, this is a playlist code for that. We are almost there. Okay. Bringing that over now. Okay, let's make sure it goes through. Awesome, good to go. And I can certainly save this now, but I actually want to kind of finish what's going to come after that. So I go to my notes and I want to make sure I get my grading criteria and really the learning steps here. Okay, so I got it all copied here. Copied from my notes. We're going to paste now. Now I just figure if I have them in the notes and I'm kind of bringing it over instead of copying, doing all this live, like typing it live, some of it live, but just anything live typing, I want to kind of keep that short and sweet because this is a lot of notes as you're following along. This is some stuff right here. All right, so I've got the explanation of the assignment. I've got options for submission. I've got a little note about how to access the music video journal assignments. Click the icon, select the video. I'll go through that in a second. I've got my grading criteria, which gives some flexibility, of course. These are not acceptable answers. I'll talk about the reasons for that a little bit. Let me take out some space here. All right, got my learning steps. Okay, I'm going to save. Now, really, I can do all this in one shot, but I want to show you a couple different things. All right, so description's looking good. Options for submission, explaining what music and video journal assignments is, grading criteria. Now, all right, I'm digging everything so far so good. Now, if I want to add an image in here, there's certainly a few things we can do, but before I do that, what I want to do is I want to edit this. I want to kind of highlight some things I feel like I want the students to be drawn to. So let me bold the options for submission. For this one, I'm going to go ahead and colorize it. Say, hey, make sure we're reading this here. We'll do bold. And on a Mac or PC, we have all these cool shortcuts where I can just highlight it. And on a Mac, I can do, if I go over here, I can hit Command B, and that's going to make it bold on a Mac. And we have the same kind of settings for PC, other computers. Well, it's going to be a different combo, All right. I can do that, and, use my shortcut, or I can just hit the B. Either way, it's fine. I'm going to highlight, focus on the learning, listen, let's see, focus on the learning, which is listen, experience, discover, learn, know, understand, and apply. Okay, let's do that bold also. Just bringing some attention to it. Cool. Now we're really making some, I mean, we're making progress real quick. Here's this. Of course, it takes a lot of time to come up with this, whether it be hours, minutes, or just years of teaching to kind of fine tune the flow of your assignments and descriptions. It's like, is it too little? Is it too much? A lot of that just comes from, you know, the wisdom and practicing over time and different variations of assignments. So I'll be talking more about those kind of things later on as well, in other streams and videos. But for what I've been doing for many years, this is of course changed, edited, revised, and probably more so in terms of just trying to make the assignment engaging and flexible, and well, I hope it's fun. It's always the hope. Want to have some fun too. All right. Okay, so I'm feeling good about that. I got my blue. Okay, criteria. Okay. Yeah, I think I could just change that to bold. Let's do that. And I like the blue, but maybe bold's good enough too. Let's just color it back. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. Music and Video Journal 1, Charles Lim, Your Brain on Improv. Assignment content, description, options for submission, how do I get this assignment? You know, click the playlist.com. What do I do? You know, okay, cool. That's looking good. Grading criteria. Just doing that, as I like to say, the discount double check here. And for them to access it, they just gotta, if they read this, to access all of the Music and Video Journal assignments, click the playlist icon and select the video. So there's the icon. You click it, and you can, you know, scroll through the assignments. I like the flow of that a lot. All right, so I can just fight it. Like, what's the title again? If they forget, like, there's all these videos and it becomes information overload. They can certainly always just go back. Oh, Charles Lim. They see it, whether it's Journal 1 or whatever the number is, and they're just looking for that. Oh, Charles Lim. You know, they can find the name of the video because I'm taking the assignments and it's very obvious. If it's the Chili Peppers assignment, I'll say it in the title. Whatever we're doing, it's going to say, you know, Elvis Hound Dog, you know, up here, Music and Video Journal 1, Elvis Presley Hound Dog. It's going to make it pretty obvious. They just got to, you know, double check if they're doing a bunch of things and then just kind of forget for a second or whatever. No big deal. Okay, so that's how they can access that. Now, what about, you know, adding, you know, images? In a recent live stream, I did spend, it was something I did where I spent a while going through AI, artificial intelligence, on all the different things you could do with AI inside Blackboard Ultra. And I do cover a lot of the image stuff, so I'm not going to go advanced in this because the whole crux or the heart of today is like the assignments. But there are a lot of cool things you can do with images. So if you're interested, please check out that other live stream where it's Blackboard tips and tricks with AI. And pretty much everything you can do with AI. Well, I hope a lot. Maybe not everything, but a lot of things you can do. So if I want to just do an image the old-fashioned way, I can, you know, come over here and really, so let me click that again. All right. You could just click on attachment, and if you have the attachment ready to go, you can just upload it, whether it's, you know, if it's on your computer, desktop, or, you know, folders organized on your hard drive computer. You can certainly do that. You can, if you do insert image, you can, you know, upload from device, but you can also use stock images from Unsplash and or generate images. What I'm going to show you right now, let's do, why don't we try image from URL. I'm going to bring that from my notes. All right. Okay, this is my assignment image. All right, now I'm going to get my alternative text. Okay. So I've got This is a splash of musical notation. Good to go. Got my image from URL. So it's just a permanent link or permalink from the back end of Blackboard. I'm going to insert. Awesome. Isn't that cool? You know, one way you could do it. Now, if I show you where did I get that from? Okay. I'm going to share the back end. I create all these folders. I do everything from back end design, but you can certainly do front end design. I have another live stream and other videos that go through that. It's basically you're just finding what works for you, but I'm going to show you lots of ways to do these things. So my course images, you just click on my course images, scroll down. It's my musical notes, black and white. And if I wanted to do it from the URL, I'm just going to edit my settings. And there's the permanent URL right there. Boom, and you're done. Okay, let's go back. All right, we're back in to the assignment there. Okay, so that's how I do it. Now, one of the other ways that you can do it is if I want to do this, let's say through cloud storage. First, let me delete this real quick. I am deleting. I'm going to click on cloud storage. I'm going to go to Dropbox. Okay, now I do have it connected, but it's not in the spot I'd like it to be. I'm going to back up the connections here. We're going to go Blackboard Ultra. And what I'm going to need is, okay, we need to look for, let's see, images, course images. Why don't we try, let's take a look, maybe. All right, we're going to, I'm not, maybe there's a thing as being too organized, but I'll get it. So we're looking at, all right, there we go. I want my back end. There we go. Okay, here we are. So we're just looking now. I've got my course images. And I'm going to find the image. I did all this through, having things from the cloud, whether it's OneDrive, Google Drive, Dropbox, whatever the service is. Now I'm going to click it. Select. We're going to import now. It's importing. Pretty quick, right? And then now I just want to make sure in terms of like my alternative text, how it's labeled. I could mark it as decorative if I want. So you see if I do alternative text, this is a splash of musical notation. The screen reader is going to say this is an image of, and then this is a splash of musical notation. So I probably could spruce that up a little bit. We're going to leave that for now. Now I just want to say, I can go up, display name. I could change the display name if I want. Or I could simply just do something like this. And make a few little changes here. View and download, view only or download. We're going to go on this one, view only. And I'm going to go ahead and put decorative. But you can see the options with the alt text and or decorative. Done. So, I mean, that's just connecting from, the cloud. Now, if I had it, if I actually had it on my, desktop and I wanted to put it in there, the thing about doing it that way is you may not see the visibility on what you're seeing right now. So I think this is where it gets challenging on that part. I'll show you what I mean here. I want to find the quick way of doing this. So let me share with you the Tools tab. I'm going to click on that one thing. We're going to download package. Okay. I'm just going to call it, test for now. Get it on there. Okay, great. I'm going to move back over from where our assignment is, sharing that tab. All right. I've unzipped. I just deleted it. Okay, now I'm going to get it in there. I'm going to rename the file before you see it. Okay, we're going to delete this. Hit delete. Okay, let's go over to, how about attachment? So you can kind of see what happens. All right, there we go. I'm going to mark it as decorative. And it's doing, so you can see all these different things with terms of, you know, how we're going to do it. Let's do that. And then I'm going to go ahead and get this information, put it in there. Okay. Cool. Pretty awesome, right? Now, that kind of, you know, in terms of attachments, depending on how you put it there, behavior can be different. Whether it's, I guess, depending on whether it's, you know, how you're actually doing it, you know, and what the modality is. But I'll show you variations of that and other things that we do. But, you know, it's certainly a way you can do it. So you just saw me do it from just the URL permalink Blackboard. I put an image in through, you know, going through just straight up, you know, uploading yeah, as an attachment, you know, and then so your image from URL, kind of cool. Your image, you know, from attachment. I mean, really, I think really cool options in terms of this. This is the icing on the cake, not the heart of necessarily the assignment, but certainly icing on the cake. Okay. Going to delete that. And let's go back to image from URL. All right, got that redone there. Now I want to put my alt text back in. Okay, I'm happy with that. I'll fix the spacing. Sorry about that. I need to let me click. There we go. Okay, double checking. Yeah, everything looks good. All right, let me save that. So it's just some different options that you can do in terms of getting everything ready to go. Now, if I want to click edit again, and when you click on this, so remember you can do it through just an attachment, and that attachment is, you know, from your computer. Like if you actually have it saved somewhere on your computer, and it'll put it in there, you know, right there, and it does make it visible. Kind of cool. You can come over here to insert image, and another way to upload from device, Unsplash, or generate images. With Unsplash and generate images, because I do have these and other videos, I'm not going to keep going with that today, but please check out those other videos. I spend some really quality time digging into that, but these are your other options. Okay, and then, you know, from over here where I can connect to my cloud storage, which I went through, or the way I like to do it, which is image from URL. All right, so that wraps up that part. Now, if I go over here, YouTube, and I'm like, okay, well, how did I even get to that? So when I you know, highlighted a course, and then I want to come over here to plus insert content, click on media. I want to see kind of, all right, got alternative text. This is the playlist for the music and video journals, and you see, okay, what is all this? Where do I go to get it? Is that fancy, technical? Not at all, not at all. I can show you. Let me open up. I'm going to share another tab with you. Okay, so now you're seeing a tab on YouTube. This is my educational channel. And, you know, all you'd have to do on something like this is you just need to find, like, which one you're looking for. So if you know it's a playlist, and in this case, it's not on my main page. So I need to go to the playlist. Some playlists are on the main page, but this one for music appreciation, I do have it. It is public, but it's just not on my actual main page. So I'm just going to my playlist that I've actually already created, and I'm looking for the music appreciation, music and video journal, you know, those assignments. All right, so I'm going to click on view full playlist, and then okay, double check our share tab. This is the embed code. I'm copying, but I need to go back to the other tab. So now I'm back in the assignment tab. Okay, sharing this tab. All right, now media. Okay, we're going to go get from our notes the alt text. Okay, there we go. I'm saying this is what not to do. That's what I was saying earlier. Sorry I didn't show it, but giving you another re-show on that one. It'll still work, though. I think that was my point. It'll still work. Now, although it's a little messy, I'm going to show you this is how you'd want to use the code, the iframe code. Let me save this, even though I want to change it. Let me scroll down, and I'm going to hit Add Text. Okay, click in the box here. Now, let's see. Yeah, I think it. I think on a for this page, we're not going to be able to do it the way I was kind of hoping. You used to could be able to do this in the old Blackboard, but now that let's see, the HTML and text box they're separated. Okay, so I can't do a code snippet for this one. All right, so I'll come back to that HTML flow on another page in terms of that straight up embed code. So let's cancel this for now and come back later. Now I want to scroll back up. I'm going to click Edit. Okay, I'm going to click on the video. All right. Okay, going to delete that again. All right. I'm going to go back over to the playlist. Okay, going to share this tab. Okay, sharing my playlist tab. I'm going to click share. Now, this is the recommended way. Just copy the code. All right, now I'm going to go back to the class. I'm going to share the tab with you. Okay, now you're following along here. Okay, go to media, URL. Going to get that alt text. Okay, coming back, following along. You see it. I insert. Happy camper, good to go. I mean, these things are only time consuming setting them up. I mean, once you get set up, it's pretty easy and it flows really well. Okay, let's undo that mistake. There we go. Command Z on a Mac is a wonderful thing. Okay, so that's the images and how you can get playlist and or single videos in the actual assignment. So, while it is pretty easy to do, I think sometimes the easiest things to do feel like it can be frustrating to find and or figure out how to get it to work for you. So I think that's hopefully my goal is not necessarily like when we're creating a robust assignment, yes, you need to have, the description. You need to have like, okay, how do they turn it in an online course, hybrid course, or face-to-face course, however you're doing this. For what I'm showing you, this is, I use this for all my courses, to turn in work in Blackboard. But you want to have like, what's the assignment about? How do you submit it? Are there video and images? And if so, how do the students access them? What is the grading criteria? And giving some pointers there. Are they getting, one attempt, 2 attempts, or however many attempts? Are there things that are kind of off limits in terms of, okay, let's make sure we're staying away from these kind of things? And are there focus things in terms of the learning, or are there sample assignments? So thinking about those kind of things. So let me save that. And I'm scrolling back up, Music and Video Journal 1, Charles Lim, Your Brain on Improv. Okay, scrolling, doing it kind of a slow scroll. Cool, image is looking awesome. Okay. Music and Video Journal 1, Charles Lim, Your Brain on Improv. Sharing what you learn from your active listening session is the most important aspect of the assignment. Be mindful of too much historical info in the journal. That should not outweigh your own thoughts and ideas. You are free to share things from the audio lectures, video lectures, textbooks, PowerPoints, Harvard Dictionary of Music, Oxford Grove Music Online Encyclopedia, and yes, sometimes a Google search. Sometimes, that's fine. Please talk about, type in your own voice, the musical elements as it relates and makes sense to you while connecting that to your learning in the course. Do not copy and paste from the internet, PowerPoint, audio lecture, or video lecture. You can quote any of these sources if you like, but do so properly. I'm always excited when my students are inspired to look up things and learn more. However, please keep in mind the actual assignment instructions, goals, and criteria. Okay, I feel good about all that. Options for submission. From the handwritten assignment, snap a cell phone picture and then upload. JPG, JPEG, PNG, HEIC or HEIF. The latter two are from, cell phone images. All right. Type in the assignment. Let's see. Type the assignment in Word and upload it as a Word file. Okay. Type the assignment in Word, save it as a PDF, then upload. Draw or doodle by hand or computer and submit that file. Record an audio file or video file, share your thoughts, and upload. Use the text box to share your thoughts on each music and video journal composition. All right, and then I talked about this earlier, just saying, hey, to access all the music and video journal assignments, click the playlist icon, select the video, so they know, oh, cool, I forgot, what's the assignment? Oh, yeah. Okay. We go to grading criteria. Listen to the audio and or video lecture to gain more context and understanding. Your writing should show that your mind is open to learning new things. Apply things that you're learning in the course, for example, musical elements and more. If you submit artwork, include a short explanation. If you include audio or video clips, make sure to practice before you submit. It must be obvious from your journal that you actually listen to the music, probably the most important. Well, I know the next one's pretty good too. The quality of your work should not be determined by whether you like the music or not. Once your journal has been graded, read the feedback. Very important. Reminder students about that. Upload the second attempt if you would like a higher grade. Second attempt will only be allowed during the week the material is covered. And only on-time work will be eligible for second attempt opportunities. The reason I have these are not acceptable answers is because in the past I've gotten a lot of, I don't like this music, it's not my cup of tea. I get assignments where they put in the work, effort, and awesomeness if they like the assignment. So trying to make sure it's not about whether we like the assignment or not. Just the same as I don't grade on whether I grade on the criteria. So this is not the type of music I listen to on a daily basis. Normally I don't listen to this style or kind of music. I don't listen to this kind or style of music, but this piece got me out of my usual type of music. This piece, song, movement, or composition is not part of my normal listening palette. I don't like this song. This music is boring. This is not my cup of tea. These are things that I'm saying are not acceptable because it just closes you down. So I try to get them to stay away from these kinds of things, any variation or derivative of, and just really focus on the learning, which is listen, experience, discover, learn, know, understand, and apply. So I feel like those things are pretty important. Okay. And let's see, now if we want to go to assignment settings. Right, in assignment settings, we have quite a few things. So our date, late submissions, new attempts, conversations. I mean, there's a lot of things in here that we can, of course, play with here. So how about, I'm going to put in maybe, let's go June. How about June, just for fun, we'll put in June 7th. Let's change this. Okay, do 11 p.m. We'll prohibit late submissions on this one. You could leave it open if you want. I'm going to move past presentation options for now. We'll come back to those in other assignments. We'll say 2 attempts. And then on grade attempts, let's go attempt with highest grade. Let's make this percentage, 100 maximum points. Okay, going down through, okay, don't need Respondus, time limit, no rubric on this one. Goals and standards. Okay, I do want to put a description, and I want to enable Safe Assign. What's great about Safe Assign is it scans the assignment to see, is there anything copied and pasted, from the internet or other students' assignments currently and or past. And it does a really good job. I mean, I think the things to be careful of is it's going to flag them if it's a name of a, of course, a famous song or book or whatever. So, I mean, it's good for us as teachers, professors, mentors to, look at the report and make sure go through it. If they used quotations correctly, but they're getting flagged, I mean, obviously we don't want to ding them if all the works cited stuff is in order, or if it's the popular name of a song or show and it's flagging it. So what you're looking at is, when you check out, the safe assign is, you know, is it for real? Is it, if they're doing everything by the book and it's just getting flagged, because it's gonna flag all that stuff I was mentioning, movies, books, titles. So you just kind of have to go through it and say, okay, is this like, did they actually plagiarize, copy? Is there an issue with academic honesty, academic integrity? And kind of have to review that. So make sure to open that up and go through it. Allow students to view. We want them to view. We want to make sure that it's scanning our internal databases as well. Data and global. Yeah, we want to leave that one alone. Exclude submissions from the institutional and global. Okay, no, that's good. All right, so safe assign is enabled. I got a date, a time. Not taking late work on this one, but they can do 2 attempts. And I did enable save assign. Now I just want to put a description in there. We're just looking for, basic description of the assignment. I mean, I can put in there. I suppose you don't have to. I think it's kind of helpful to give something short and sweet on there. They'll see that on the main page. So let's see. What if I do? Let's see. Can go back to sharing what you learned. Yeah, I may have had this one blank in the sample just because there's so much information in the assignment content. It's like, do you need that? Most of the time I do usually do that. So let me find something at least as a placeholder. I think sharing what you learned from your active listening session is the most important aspect of the assignment. That's pretty important. If I was going to highlight, something, I think that's what I want to put in there. So at this point, you're looking at the screen, and I was just double checking the notes. So let me go ahead and bring this in. So you'll see it pop up any second now. Here we go. All right. Cool. Now you see it. It's pretty important, I think. You'll know what's best for your own assignments. So there we go. Sharing what you learned from your active listening session. It is the most important aspect of the assignment. So if they're sharing something they Googled and I can't tell that they listened to it. I mean, this is the heart of the assignment. Let's save that. All right. 3 weeks, assignment, percentage on our maximum points, 2 attempts, safe assign, description. Cool. We've just created a pretty robust assignment with, we've got an image, we've got a playlist, we've got a description of the assignment, different options for submission, the grading criteria. I mean, maybe it's too clear, but there's some flexibility in there. Things to stay away from just so we keep an open mind in the learning. This is not meant, these are not acceptable answers. It's not meant to stifle creativity or critical thinking or flow or originality. It's just meant to keep the mind open so that they dig into it. I think Dr. Lim says it pretty well in his video, that the first one, whether or not you like the music, it's moot, it's irrelevant. You got to, dig into it, musically speaking, and more. So, yeah, and while there's other assignments that you can do, Blackboard's awesome. There's a lot of really cool things you can do, but I think this is the first big thing, is where you're just creating assignment, from scratch, and like looking at basically like how to do it, like how to name it, the description, images, videos, criteria, and then all, of course, the assignment settings. So I think this is good for today. That I think what I'll cover in the future is like other actual assignments. So this would be how you create assignment. But no matter what the assignment is that you're creating, all the stuff that I was going through, you can certainly use all those stuff in any kind of assignment, whether it be, quizzes, assessments, journals, discussions, Padlets, whatever you're doing. I'm going to go back before we end to the main part of the course here. Just so you can kind of see where we ended up. All right. So you see it's hidden. All I'd have to do is make it visible to students. This is my developmental. Maximize my screen on my end here. Okay. So it's doubled now. Want to delete this, later because it's a developmental shell, training shell, that kind of thing. Now, if I click on the original, let's click on the original real quick. And we're just double checking, did I get it pretty much right on the money? Yeah, it looks like it. And I can always go back and say, hey, this is what I was trying to, basically copy. Description, option, bold, image. Okay, and then if I go back, let's go to the one that we copied. Okay, Music and Video Journal 1, Charles Lemon Brandon Improv. I should actually put this. The original didn't even have it there. I should put that in there. That's kind of, that is really probably the most important thing. So actually maybe did better on this one. I'm gonna cancel that. We're gonna go back. Let's put that in the original, the one that's actually gonna stay. I'm just copy and paste in there. Okay, we're gonna go back. Okay, you're still following with me. Coolness. All right, now we can see everything's looking good. We got a copy here. Let's click in the one we made for today. All right. Image, description, bold. Here we go. Coolness. Yeah, I could make an aesthetic change. It's not really necessary. But if I wanted to do one more thing, maybe. If I mess it up, I just undo it. But I could work grading criterias, maybe. Okay. Let's see if it holds. Yeah. There we go. I'm digging that because the way the bullets work and the placement of the YouTube playlist. Okay, and the last call check here. Music and Video Journal 1, Charles Lindner Bennett Improv. Awesome. Image, description, paragraph 1, paragraph 2, options for submission. Cool. The playlist, journal assignments. Awesomeness. Grading criteria. Yeah, there we go. Looking good. These are not acceptable answers. Focus on the learning. The steps there. Listen, experience, discover. Listen, experience, discover, learn, know, understand, apply. All right. And allow students to add content at the end of assessment and at end of assessment. Yeah, cool. And then I got my due date, my category, percentage points, 2 attempts, highest grade, save assign, yep, and then that description. All righty. Well, that's a wrap for today. So hope you learned some things about creating assignments in Blackboard. Be on the lookout for other ones where we'll be creating assignments with Padlets, quizzes, creating quizzes, assessments, but also we're doing things like HTML and or more AI stuff. It seems like it's endless, the kind of cool things that we can do in Blackboard. So I'm not gonna. It won't be like let's do assignments every day or every week or whatever. But I'm gonna try to keep exploring the different topics. But of course, coming back to I showed this on AI. Can I show another facet of AI? I showed this kind of assignment. Why don't I do that kind of assignment? And I think the big thing here is just while it takes literally, you could set up an assignment in I don't know a minute, 2 minutes. If you have all the prep work done, of course. So if you've done everything, you've done the prep work, you've got everything typed out. Not many people are going to create assignments live and on the fly. You're going to spend time doing that before you actually go in and put in the descriptions and images or videos. We spend a lot of our time like doing all that prep work on the back end in terms of whether it's at Starbucks or our offices or whatever. So yeah, had a lot of fun today. So I'm Professor Ron with Blackboard Tips and Tricks. We'll see you in the next one. Thanks, everybody. I'm here in my MUSI 1310 American Music CBE course. And Houston, we have a problem. Let's scroll down to where it says Competency 3, the Beatles. I've got some Pronto messages, emails, Blackboard messages. Professor Ron, Mr. S, something's not working on a quiz test, a Competency 3 post-test. The audio's not working. Well, that is correct. I need to fix it. I'm going to click on the folder that says, if I can say click on the folder that says Competency 3 post-test. Okay. All right. Now I come down here to where it says Competency 3 post-test, the Beatles. And once I do this, I'm going to scroll pretty quickly. I don't want to give any away the awesome coolness of the Beatles questions to any students that might stumble upon this. I want to really show professors this stuff can be fixed pretty quick. So click the Competency 3 post test. Quick scroll. Okay. All right. Question 9 and 10. You can see they're zeroed out on both of them. It does kind of give it away, but look, I want to hold your hand by the Beatles and let it be. They say the name of the song in the song. So, I mean, I'm not really giving anything away. It's literally impossible to miss these on any kind of American music or history, history of rock or history of, any historical music class. I mean, no one's going to miss these. So now we could certainly spend time talking about why this happened. I'm going to make a separate video for that, as I do know why it happened. But the bigger issue is how to fix it very, very quickly. So whether it was a copy issue from another course or a copy from a dev shell, or maybe there was an issue with export and then import, let's come back to that in another video. For now, let me go ahead and click on the 3 horizontal dots for question 9. I'm going to hit Edit Regrade. The menu is not visible yet. I'm going to click on Music Listening Excerpt. The menu becomes visible. I'm going to go over to Insert Content. I need to head over to Cloud Storage. That's where my stuff is. I'm going to hover there for a second and tell you this. There's different ways to do this in terms of getting your audio, MP3s, in here, or whatever kind of files you're using, for audio and or video files. This is not the only way. And even in cloud storage, we got options for different, cloud storage that you prefer, and I'll go over that in just a second. But this is one way to do it. So let's give it a whirl. I'm going to click Cloud Storage now. You see I've got options for Google Drive, OneDrive, Dropbox, and Box. And while I do use Google Drive, OneDrive, and Dropbox, my biggest use of a lot of stuff I'm doing is actually through Dropbox. So I'm going to click on Dropbox. I need to authenticate, connect. Let's connect to Dropbox. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and type in the email. Give me just a moment here. This one's a little different. Sorry, it's a little different. Don't want to mess this one up. Okay, so that's the email that I use for my Dropbox. And all I need to do now, I'm prepared and ready to go on this one, and I'm going to log in. You just need to make sure. I'm not going to share my password with you, but email, not a big deal. I guess, hey, email me if you want, or look me up on STC, South Texas College, and probably better to send me an email there if you want to chat with me or get in touch with me through my YouTube channel. So now what I need to do is, I'm connected it, I need to get the folder with all the information I need. So this is STC Music, basically my folder flow, and I got to find, okay, well, where am I going? Well, I need to go to the courses, and I'm going to find the class. Now, I can do either one. I have these audio in a few different classes or, folders. So if I go ahead and check 1310, I click on my course materials, and then I'm just looking for where my MP3s are, my files. I can see I got MP3 now. And I can go there and find it. So you just got to know basically your file navigation. So when I go back to my courses, you gotta be comfortable with this. Everybody is if you use Dropbox. So going back from that STC Music Start 1310, click loading, going back to some older courses. That's where they are currently anyway. And then making sure things are labeled in such a way that you can find them very, very quickly. It's labeled in an older folder because really at this point, I'm transitioning everything, all my materials to a new 2024 or 2025. A video on that later. So back to the lecture at hand. All right, we get in here, MP3 now, and all I want to do is just find the excerpt. And I know that I need to have. I want to hold your hand. So you're just saying, where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. I want to hold your hand. And we're good. We just select it. And look what happens. We import. It'll take a second to roll. And also what I want to do is, I don't want to leave that in there, obviously. So let me show you how I'm going to do that. I can just type it in there. I can just put in there music listening excerpt. I mean, even if I misspell something, I can always go back and fix it. That's the cool thing. Like, so I can say, oh, what if I actually did? And look what happens. You see that? And I just fix it. Kind of cool, right? So I'm just going to put music listening excerpt. I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste that for the next one. All right, music listening excerpt. Let's go ahead and save that. And it's fixed. Isn't that cool? Now I need to save this. Okay, so we're good there. Now watch what happens if I do this. Okay, fix that space right there. You don't want to. You're going to have this. You don't delete it though. I mean, you hit one more. I mean, you could undo it if you did. So now you can see. I'm going to save it, and if I bring out the volume, this might be too loud, but I'm going to play with the volume. I want you to be able to hear this. If we do a little check, you're like, wait a second, something's not right. Did it not hold? I think that's what we're trying to check right now. Let's do a refresh. We want to make sure we're good to go. I got a quick scroll, and it's fixed. So don't get worried. You got to refresh it so you can actually see, wait, he put it in there, he saved it, and it was still 0. Just refresh, and you're good to go. And now check it out. I think we're good, doing good. What do you think? Sorry, I got to stop it there. But yeah, I mean, you get the idea there. Now, all we got to do is the same thing. We made sure it's labeled so they don't have any idea what it is. And I mean, they hear the song, right? So the music listening excerpt has been fixed. We know it works. And while I didn't play everybody's favorite part, please enjoy the music later on if you like. Question 10. Let's fix that. Edit, regrade. Need to get the menu. Now you can see I did this because there was an issue with a couple students in terms of like they didn't actually get the credit. So it was me trying to give credit for that. I could do individual credit or everybody credit. But I think if students have already gotten it wrong, and because this was my mistake, I should have caught it. I'm going to go ahead and give credit, but definitely want to be careful on this stuff. But because it was a mistake and the class is pretty quick, I want to be fair, nice, and cool about this. So if it is a mistake, yeah, I mean, give the class credit, basically like curving that part. But if you, of course, fix this beforehand, or you could just do individual credit to the students that it got, that was messed up on or glitched or whatever. But at any rate, this is totally up to you on that part, how you're going to handle that. I'll save that. I mean, I'm good with that. I should have caught this. It's my fault. So either full credit after you fix it, or individual credit to those students that you can actually do that on their individual. Okay, so we'll go over back to 10. Okay, and we got to fix it. So for now, we'll take this off and get that menu. We're going to go to cloud storage. We're going to we want to get back to Dropbox, and it really holds all the settings. It's super cool. It's all there still. So STC Music, go to my courses, and MUSI 1310, keeping the flow going. I haven't transferred, so I'm still using the old folder, at least for now, until I move everything over and work on my new stuff here. Get to my very cool MP3 now. Okay. And I just need to get to Let It Be. So you're just looking for the file. Good to go. Let It Be. And I'm going to import that. And the same thing, the copy and paste tail. Let's see. Yeah, isn't that cool? It holds. Okay, music, listening, excerpt. Adds a little space. You just backspace it. Just don't do more than one when you do something like that, because you'll delete it. But of course, if you know the shortcuts for undo, all that stuff, you can fix all that. Like if I did, check it out. If I make a mistake, watch this. This is kind of cool. Oh no, what do I do? Command Z on a Mac. For a PC, I don't have that part memorized, but you could check out those commands. Nothing to worry about. So same thing. This is my fault. It's a very, very short and quick class. I'm going to go ahead and give full credit instead of doing individual credit. It's not something I typically do unless it's a boo-boo on my part. But hey, I got to be honest. If I make a boo-boo and it's a short class, you're talking, 5 to 7 week course. These classes move. I just want to be nice and cool about it. But you can actually just do that individual to those particular students, or make it extra credit. It's totally up to you. I'll cover some of those things in another video, but the bigger thing is, even if you do that, you still want to make sure, like, if you don't do that, whatever you're going to do on the credit, extra credit, or individual credit, make sure that you click save. Save. All right, I'm going to go back and let's check 9. Okay, I'm good with that. And I'm going to go back and go ahead and give credit on this one. Just wanted to show you if I didn't do it, and save. Come back here. Let's save that. Yeah, update. And this is important too. Let me show you that again, because I'm kind of moving here. Like when I take it off, check out that I keep glossing through this. Update and regrade the question. You made updates to this question after students started their attempts. Your updates will affect existing attempts and attempts in progress. Student grades will be updated, but the new grades may not appear immediately. Nothing to worry about. It's just know that, like, update and regrade. And if students have taken it, then it's going to update the grade, but it could take a few minutes. So this thing is important. All right. So I come back. Yeah, we're good on that. It's the last check. Back to 10. I'll go ahead and play it too. Kind of see that. Scroll down. Okay. All right. And again, you see, like, oh no, he's doing all this stuff and even showing a couple times, but question 10, what's happened? It's still zeroed. Just refresh. You ready? Isn't this cool? I need to do a quick scroll. It's like, hey, what's going on there? Like, giving all the questions away. Okay, so we see, like, something's going on here. So it should be there, and we're not seeing that. So we've got to see what's the issue here. We can see this one's working. Okay, let's try again. Refresh again, and then a quick scroll. And it just doesn't want to work. Okay. We're going to see. Now, this also could be an issue with, I shouldn't have to clear the cache necessarily. Sometimes that can be an issue. But let's double check. Let's see why it's being so finicky. It should not be this finicky. STC music. Going back to courses, if I can talk tonight. 1310. Course materials. We're heading back to MP3 now. All right. And we need let it be. And you know what? Maybe I didn't hit select, but you got to get, okay, let it be. We're good. Import. And it should be going. Okay, and going through this flow again. I see it. Okay, and I see the timestamp. I'm going to backspace that one. I'm going to save it. Okay, and I do see the 00 issue. So the other thing I can do, let's get out of here real quick. Let's do another click. Click the test folder. Let's do it really quick. Zooming through here. Cool. Working. Yeah, sometimes these things can be finicky. And I know some of that I'm clicking fast because it's a live class. I don't want to give away all the questions. But you can see we're good to go, whether it's a refresh. And while maybe I didn't have to redo it, maybe I could have just refreshed a couple times, or, could have clicked out and come back. Sometimes, tech can be finicky, and you got to tinker with it a little bit. So if you follow the steps and you do it, make sure you actually click the file. Make sure you click, import the file, relabel this so they don't, you got to label it something, whether you number them or not or whatever. And if, the refresh isn't working, I just live, oh goodness, what's going on? Then just pop out of there and come back and good to go. So we've already tested this one. Now we hit number 10. You hear it's like rolling. Yeah. I'd love to say this is always going to be easy, but sometimes things can get bogged down. And you shouldn't have to like clear cache and history by any means to do any of this stuff. Sometimes the clearing the cache maybe, but something like this, usually it's just a refresh, or it can take a second to get those numbers to show. It's not always like, you're not always going to be like, I can't snap it like in a snap of a finger. It's just instantaneously. Just technology is just not always that quick and smooth and easy. Sometimes you got to tinker and you got to wait and be patient. And I'm like, I want things to happen in the snap of a finger. We all do, but it just doesn't always flow that way. So kind of keep that in mind with your audio. Okay. Now I got to get out of here because this is live, and I'll send them a message later that they know it's all fixed. Now, as I go through, this is live, so this is my issue, or my reason for like, hey, make sure you double check, Professor Ron. You don't want to, but of course I can always fix details later. Got to be very careful in the live classes. I don't have to, close the disclosure triangle. I mean, I can just click out of here and everything will be clear and clean. So that's basically one of the things on my list was just like, hey, let's try to fix this. So hope that helps. Awesome. Cool. Let's why don't we take a look at another thing that we could do. So let me get out of this class. And let me show you some really cool things in music appreciation. Now, I don't know if it's not that it's a really cool thing in music appreciation. Well, I think it is, but I'm just going to use this class as an example to do a couple things in. I think we'll grab my notes. Sorry, my pencil and my notes here. So what we want to do now is let's take a look at maybe like if we have, say, a PowerPoint or like a Word document or PDF, and you're like, hey, can I turn that into like audio? What are audio things that I can do with other files, basically? So let me show you a couple things, and I'll leave this other tab open so we can explore something with some video. All right, so how about maybe we go, let me check. Let's take a look at one of them, maybe one I've been tinkering with here. Yeah, we'll do Module 1, the elements of music. Let's take a look. Let's see if I got it in week 2. We'll look at week 2, elements of music 1, PowerPoint, audio examples. Let's take a look. This is one I've just been kind of playing around with and trying to see, okay, well, can I do this? Can I do that? Now, what I will say right here, this is where my PowerPoint is and audio samples, examples, and I'm doing them all through playlist, as you can see. And I've got, 13 of these live class lectures. They were all live streamed for this course, and they access the playlist right here. I'm kind of zippity doodah, zippity yay, just kind of going through real quick. But you see on this page, I've got my image placeholder, like, hey, it's music class, yay. Now this right here, Elements of Music PDF, this is just for the training for this video. The Elements of Music DOCX, this is just for the training as well. These things are actually just for this actual training, but when the students come into the course, they would actually see this PowerPoint here, and of course the live class lectures that I have live streamed, and they would also see the 103 audio samples examples that I talk about in the lectures. They're mentioned in the PowerPoint, but I talk about the songs and the story and the history and all the cool stuff about the music in the lectures. So it's a lot of music, but hopefully it's all pretty fun, cool, and awesome. So playlists on Professor Ron YouTube education channel to help all my students with my courses that I teach. American music, music appreciation, applied percussion, fundamentals of music, and some other classes, some other things. But that's the heart of stuff. So, okay. So what we're trying to do is figure out if you had a PDF in your course, could you convert that, or could the students convert it into audio so they could take it on the go on their cell phone? The answer is yeah, totally can do that. Now, I didn't make this the accessibility score perfect on these. I usually do. I'm usually aiming for 100% or just stay in the green, which this one is, where this one's a perfect score. But in this case, just because I was doing it for the training, I'm not worried about the accessibility right now. For all you professors out there trying to fix all that, I have other videos on that, and I'll do more down the line as well. Why don't we do this? I'm going to show you this. This is the PowerPoint. So you see my PowerPoint, 1 of 6 elements of music, and just do a little scroll here. Show you like, oh, yay, cool. Some music appreciation, melody, harmony, rhythm, get some beat and syncopation, some different songs, playlist, and whoa, what are dynamics, and who are all these bands and groups, and got a mix of classical music and hip hop, rap, rock, all different kinds of stuff, So, and then if I click on the PDF, now this is the actual script. Now I don't give this to students, but they could get the closed captioning from the video. I have the live streams, or there's 13 videos live streamed for this course, but I also have shorter condensed videos that are animated. So in my live streams, it's me chatting like I am now, but there's a PowerPoint on the screen. And in my animated videos, it's just B-roll. It's like video. I'm not in there, but there's video playing with different kinds of animations or B-roll. And I'm going through, going through the script in basically a more condensed manner for the general public. So those are kind of fun for anybody. But I hope they're all fun, the live streams and this. But I wanted to see, could I take my exact script and what would it sound like to turn that into audio? So if you put up PDF files, no matter what it is, PDF file, DOCX file, or PowerPoint, like I wanted you to see kind of how that conversion works from the PDF, DOCX, PPT file, like that conversion from there to audio. So here's what we got. Remember, I'll come back to this later because this is training. Now, if I want to just start here, what I'm going to do is I'll click on Download Alternative Formats. And a whole host of options. I'm not going to do them all today. Goodness, it could take 30 minutes to an hour to go through each one. But I'm highlighting audio today, so let me get this audio MP3 for listening. And I want to download that. And it's going to download and go. Isn't that cool? And then what we want to do is like, well, did it work? And come over here, and I'm going to click it. Well, okay, give me a second here. Let me make sure. Let me get over here let me move it over a little bit.
Title, Imagine a World Without Music. Think about that for a moment. Begin heading level 1. Imagine a world without music. Think about that for a moment. Begin paragraph text. Could we live without music? Could you live without music? For humans to survive, we need food, water, air, and shelter. Of course, we can't forget about sleep and clothes.
Isn't that cool? Now that's just from, I'm just downloading where I'm like, it is a PDF of my actual lecture that has been recorded. And for this one, the live stream and the animated video, it's virtually identical. I guess the difference would be maybe the jokes in the live stream, maybe. That's probably the biggest difference. In live stream, I'll tell jokes and I'll interact with students and other people that are attending the lectures, mostly students, of course, probably all students. So my, jokes or pauses are going to be different, but all the scripts are identical. So that takes the PDF to audio. It's pretty awesome. But it's not necessarily set perfect with all the proper headings. That wasn't my goal on the script, at least. But if it is set up, obviously, you won't have any funky repeats or issues with, you want to be careful with images, of course, in PowerPoint and objects. And you'll have to make sure everything is all good on that. So that's PDF to MP3 if it's pretty clean and organized, it'll sound pretty awesome, and the student can take that on the go. They can actually do that, So for professors and students alike, this is something you can really, lean into and use as a very cool tool, if I can talk. So what about elements of music, DOCX file? Now, it's the same thing. It's my script again, but it's a Word file. So we're talking going from, my script, or you could say maybe you have notes that you want to share. It could just be an explanation, whatever you're using, PDF documents for or Word documents for, and you're putting them in your classes, or for students trying to access them. It's pretty cool. You PDF to audio, Word file to audio, and this is what you do. You got it in there. It's there. It's good to go. You come up here, click on download alternative formats, and if you wanted something different, obviously, but we want audio, so you can see tagged PDF, HTML, EPUB, electronic braille, audio, Beeline reader, immersive reader, translated version. This is so awesome. I'll do more on these later, but let's get this audio file. Okay, and I'm going to make a little change just in case maybe the labeling. Okay, well, and it already did. It put the 1 on there, so that way I would know. But I'll go ahead and put and I'll fix this. Not absolutely necessary. I'll put and maybe DOCX2 audio lecture 1. Yeah, not super essential or necessary, but really just for kind of me to keep things straight. I'm going to get this one out of here. Don't need it. And let's do this. Just make sure. Okay, cool. Click it.
Title: A World Without Music. Begin paragraph text. Imagine a world without music. Think about that for a moment. Could we live without music? Could you live without music? For humans to survive, we need food, water, air, and shelter.
Cool, right? And that was just from me, for professors and students alike. Really, I really think this is super cool. Let me empty the trash. Technology can be such an amazing thing and really awesome tool. Just there can be some brick walls, roadblocks, some speed bumps along the way. It's something that can be super helpful. Imagine if you're a professor, you've been teaching 20, 30, 40 years, there's just all this new wicked technology, and you're like, man, I suddenly got asked to teach an online class. What do I do? Well, if you have lecture notes, honestly, you could just put them right here, and you can convert them. Now, obviously, it's going to sound the way that it sounds, with the conversion process. You'd have to re-record them, but it gives you a starting point for having some kind of audio file that you do or the students could do. So look, where there's a will, there's a way. All right, so that's the PDF conversion to audio. That's DOCX file conversion to audio. How's the PowerPoint come out? Well, let's do it. So download alternative formats. We're selecting our audio. And I'll go ahead, just, for my sanity, really. PowerPoint. Let's go to PowerPoint to audio. Because if I did actually wanted to save these. All right. Now, it may not be this quick on your end, so that's going to be kind of relative to, we'll leave that alone for right now. And I'm kind of shifting this to the side a little bit. I'm not going to open this in Apple Music, so I'm just kind of doing it where I'm clicking on it and pressing the space bar on my Mac.
Title: Elements of Music. Image without alternative description. Begin heading level 1. Elements of music. Begin paragraph text. Melody, harmony, rhythm and amp. Dynamics. Image without alternative description. Begin image with description. A musical splash of notes falling off the page. End image. Image without alternative description. Begin heading level 1. Melody. Image without alternative description. Image without alternative description. Begin bulleted list with 3 items. Item 1 of 3. Series of notes forming a distinct recognizable unit. Item 2 of 3. Can produce an overwhelming emotional experience. Item 3 of 3. The lyrical character of music. Begin paragraph text.
Okay, I'll stop it right there. So you can see there's a few things I'd want to take a look at, in terms of the, alternative text and description. Now I'm still on the green and it is showing that I'm 100% in compliance. I mean, it still doesn't mean you're perfect. Perfect isn't always actually perfect. So there's still stuff I could actually improve. So that's our PowerPoint to audio MP3. I'm going to get rid of that. I don't need it. Be careful about this trash emptying. Don't do that unless you know what you're doing there. You don't want to mistakenly get rid of stuff you need. All right. I'm going to come back up here. So we basically tested the PDF to audio MP3, DOCX to the audio MP3, and then PowerPoint. And even when you see like accessibility score perfect, that's what I mean. Like by the standards, I'm perfect, but I know I could do better. So the goal is the green. And if I open that up, maybe in PowerPoint, it's all good. Now, by setting it this way, you are setting it to be, for the alternative formats to work, it's got to be set up where it's, downloadable. So the thing here, let's look at, download original file, view accessibility score. So let me click edit content. And this is important. I know people can get really nervous about this. So you see file options, view and download, view only, download only. For the alternative formats to work, you have to select view and download. And you want to make sure to have a display name, of course, that makes sense. Now, view only, of course, this is great for maybe just images. Download only, if it's just, something that really doesn't need much explanation, and they don't need to visually see it in the course. It's something they just need to download and work on their own, and maybe re-upload forms or something. It's totally up to you. But the view and download is what's going to activate, all the alternative formats. And for anyone that gets nervous about like how that would work, say maybe with a PowerPoint or a PDF, that you actually can lock any files. And all right, let's download the PowerPoint. All right, so I'm going to download the original file. I'm downloading now. I'm going to save that to the desktop. All right. Change the window here. I'm not going to worry about the downloads right now. And I'll just move it to the side a little bit. I could, of course, minimize as well. Let's do this. And if I just want to lock the file, all I really have to do, if I don't want anybody to edit my files and I want to like fully upload them and have them locked, okay, I'm going to go to Get Info. Now, it's going to give me all the deets here, and I'm just going to lock it. See, it says locked right there, and it puts a little lock on the file. Okay, it's long just because of the more info, just because it's, I'm downloading it from Blackboard Ultra. Obviously, if it's from my computer, it's not going to have the long-winded more info from HTTPS, South Texas College Blackboard, all that information. But that's because I've downloaded it, just kind of showing you the ropes here, what the student's going to see. So now it's locked, and we're good to go. Now, if I actually open this, I'm going to click on my locked file. Now, this is my file, my computer, so it's going to let me do stuff, and the student will be able to tinker this as well. But let's say they try to change this instead of melody, like, I'm going to be funny here. I'm going to put moo. Okay, fine. And then look what happens. I'll click Save, and you get an error message. To keep your changes, you'll need to save the presentation with a new name or different location. While that can be hit or miss, possibly for students and or teachers, this is actually my file, so it's going to let me do that. I'm going to go ahead and do, I can do Save As if I want. Okay, so I'm going to put in Save to the desktop. I don't necessarily want to keep that. Now, certainly we have to test this theory out to see, well, this is my file, so it's letting me do Save As. I mean, the way this is supposed to work is if the student downloads this file on their computer, the lock shouldn't actually let them do Save As. But we want to, of course, be careful about, intellectual property. Really, in the grand scheme of things, it's a PowerPoint, so you may not want to include all your notes. Now, I put my original PowerPoints because it is easier for getting accessibility to go through. And while I won't put my notes in there, if I want to have notes, I'll have that to the side, or maybe a notes version or whatever. But you got to kind of find your own flow. But you can lock it, and they shouldn't be able to edit. But as we know, technology is constantly changing and evolving, and revised, edit, update, that kind of thing. But the idea behind the lock, it does lock it so that it opens as a read-only file. And while I'm on my computer, and it did let me like, hey, if you want to save it, you got to, if you want to change something, you got to save as. Now that it's not really supposed to be the case for, students that download your files, but these things are, are changing. So, I mean, if it makes you feel better to have the locks as just opening as a read only, yeah, I mean, that is something you can do. And hopefully they can't. Something I'll test out where in another video later where I'll do the same thing and go to a different computer under, a test user and double check where we're at on the different platforms with locks and whatnot. Now, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this idea here. Bring this over here to I want to move it. I'm comfortable with all this because I know exactly what I've been doing. I'm going to get rid of all that. And I want to show you another lock idea. And I could use my prepared files, but if I bring open the class here, so we're having all this really fun, so much fun today. The docx file, same thing. If I download the original file, bring it to the desktop. Okay, I'm going to get rid of that for a second. Come over here, and same idea, and I can just lock it. When you lock a file like this, at least on a Mac anyway, you get info, lock the file. You're just locking it so it just opens as a read only. But see, I have read and write privileges, so that's why I'm saying theoretically this is supposed to work. So when you do this and then you upload the locked file, you can still have access to view and download and to be able to do all the accessibility things and alternative formats, and everything should be all copacetic. But some more testing on this for sure to come later. So it is locked. So if a student if I upload this locked file you upload the locked files, PowerPoints, docx files, whatever, and the student is accessing them and they download the files, they're not supposed to be able to change anything in a locked file. So, but then someone will say, I watched your video and that's incorrect, or it's changed, or sometimes it's this or that, or Mac or PC. Okay, sure. Yeah, there's, where there's a will, there's a way, I suppose, as I probably already said. But it is a deterrent, really, so that it just opens as a read-only file. That much is for sure on the read-only open. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of that one, actually, too, and I'll show you the next thing. Yeah, I'm good. I get all the lock business. Now, it would be if we look at the docx PowerPoint, but what's up with the PDF? So let's download the PDF. Keep this going. I'm going to go ahead and minimize. Come over here. We're having fun. Yay. Open Mr. PDF. I'm clicking it, and it's going to open. There we go. And I got a couple options here. So this is kind of cool. Well, let me actually do this. This might be a little smoother. You just take a look at, I can protect using password if I want. Viewing and or editing, and you can set view or edit and then just type in your password, retype, and you're good to go. For a class, I don't recommend doing that, but you may have a reason for having a protected PDF file for viewing and or editing, but it can throw some things off when you're talking about accessibility, alternative formats. So use with caution and make sure that it's purposeful when you're doing any kind of password business there. So protect using password is the one access point. Another access point on PDFs. Now, there are going to be reasons for sure in classes and or the business world or anywhere that you're going to want to protect certain files, whether they be locked or with password protection. For this, document properties, same thing. You just go over to the security tab under document properties, and you've got password security. Boom, there you go. Require password, and obviously hit the box and then go. So just another way. All right, I'm going to get out of here. We're going to clear all this out. And that's going to do it for that portion. Let's get rid of this. We're going to get rid of that. Keep everything nice, clean, and organized. And come back over here to the class. And really, that's pretty much it for the flow of audio in terms of converting all the documents and then kind of going through some of the locks and password protection kind of thing. So cool. Hey, hope that helps. Awesome. Okay, let's take a look at some video things inside Blackboard Ultra. So I teach applied percussion, and in this course there are projects that have to be done, and there's some recording projects and video things. And I recently had a student say, Mr. S or Professor Ron, I'm not really sure what the best way is to do this, whether it's the most efficient or smoothest or easiest or whatever. So let's go through it. If you're in applied percussion, percussion ensemble, or if you're in any kind of, video course, engineering course, audio video engineering, or just music related to, production, and you're like, okay, how's all this going to work? If I go to my assignments and projects in applied percussion, click on that now, and let's go to capstone projects, end of course projects. All right, we are rocking and rolling. So you see in applied percussion 1 here, your end of course projects, we got the 40 PAS international drum rudiments. Got to make some videos there. 4 videos breaking down all the rudiments. And applied percussion 2, scales, all forms and variations. Got a tempo map and the manual listed, and 6 projects here. It's there's some work for sure to become a pro. It's all about professional training, and let's get it done. They really are pretty fun though. Use a little bit at a time. Applied percussion 3, doing your digital binder, Texas State UIL solo and ensemble. Music for percussion. This is just a straight up project. No audio video required there. And same thing for applied 4, another project. But students have to figure out, okay, how do I do these these first 2 video projects? That could be kind of daunting. Then I list in here, music notation software, microphones, and these are things that I have in the studio that students can check out and use to do their projects. So they don't have to actually buy anything, but they can use lab computers and microphones from me. My percussion students call me Mr. S, and online I'm known as Professor Ron. But sure, I'm sharing is caring here. All right. So what's a quick and easy way if you're ready to upload the project? Well, I got to get out of here because I'm in teacher mode. So let's go ahead and get out of here. I'm going to go back to the main page here. Let's go ahead and enter student preview so you can see exact student view for students watching this and for professors watching this. Hopefully it's helpful for all. I'm going to clear out the announcements just because, it's a brand new student view. It's just saying, hey, welcome, yay, percussion, music, drums, everything. And let's come back and let's actually try to turn something in. We got a sample here. Back to capstone project in the student view. End of course projects. And I got 2 attempts. Let's go ahead and start attempt 1. And I'm just going to do a quick scroll on this one since I already kind of went through it. Come on down. And you see, submission. Yay. And I'm going to come over here. I've got some choices here. I can do a link, attachment. I can, of course, do, media, YouTube video. Let's go with the path of least resistance. Let's just upload and let's check that out. We're going to put an attachment here. All right. And I want to make sure it's not too big of a file. It's the only really concern in doing something, where you're bringing it in from the cloud, from your storage. When you're actually uploading it into, Blackboard Ultra or whatever the LMS or learning management system is, this is for teachers and students alike. There could be capitas or limits on the amount that students and or teachers can actually include in their course for audio video, because the files can get pretty large. So need to be careful about that in terms of resolution and file size. No reason to do a bunch of fancy 4K and take up a bunch of space unless the project really necessitates or dictates that. And don't use WAV files. They're going to be too big. 4K for video, it's probably going to be too large if you do too many of those and WAV files. So I would suggest MP3s if possible, and HD definition at 720 or is for projects is fine. But if you want 1080p, sure, of course. And yes, if you want 4K, just keep in mind those higher the resolution, from our high definition up to 1080 and 4K. It's going to take up space. So just be aware of capitas. For the student, be aware of that, and for professors, please be aware of that. I think probably everybody's mostly fine, and I typically for my students, I'll just recommend 1080. Stick with 1080, and for audio, do a compressed file. Compress. Go from WAV to MP3 for projects, at least. I don't. In the studio, a little bit different. When you're doing post-production and whatnot, you want to be working with, full-on like WAV files and, all the stuff that you're doing in the studio. But for project-based in terms of uploading, yeah, just something to be wary of. or, cautious of, I should say aware of. So let's go to, let's see, this one's a little bit too big. We want to use a small one as a sample project. So 7.7 megabytes, we're going to try this one. We're going to open that file now. This is an actual MOV, not an MP4, but either way, .mov, .mp4, it'll take it. Let's open that, uploading the project now. It's going to take a minute, but it should be relatively quick if it's not too long. But if it is a longer file, like you're talking it's 5, 10, 30 minutes or whatever, yeah, YouTube, you want to go that way. But if it's something, small and nothing wrong, 1080p, 4K, but it's small, we just got to be thinking about those things. And, for file options, I'm not going to worry about the fancy name. I think on the student side, you want to make sure to kind of fix all this because this is the beautiful display name. All right, so STC project sample, you name it. If it's scale project 1 or rudiment project 5, or it's if it's the beautiful ocean, I don't know. I'm not that, I don't have a bunch of fancy titles on my mind, but you get the idea. Make sure the display name is beautified. Riding your skateboard down Cherry Hill, dream of the cherry blossoms. I don't know. At any rate, save. Okay, and then you see. Got the project sample there. And that's really it. It's really all you have to do. And I can save and close. Now, if I want to continue attempt, I need to make sure to submit. That's the issue with that. If I move too quick. Save and close will just save it, but I do have to remember, hey, I probably should turn in the assignment. Make sure not to go as quick as I'm going, like slow down a little bit. Yes, save and close is all good if you're going to come back, but make sure right here, gotta hit the submit button. Submit the assignment. Submit presentation. After you submit, you can't edit this presentation. Do you want to continue? And once I do this, we're good to go. Of course, there's 2 attempts, so I'm going to go ahead and submit. Yay! And I can download. Your notifications are set. You'll get this in whatever email you set up notifications. I can download it if I want. I will, but now, let's say I want to do it a different way. And if I show you, come out here real quick, you can see, cool, you can see it. There's your receipt. Done. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. All right. Let's come on back. And we don't want to exit student preview yet. What we want to do is go back to assignments and projects, all right? And capstone projects. And we want to say, well, is there another, what if I have this is a really big project. Maybe it's 10 minutes. Maybe it's 20 minutes. Maybe, maybe it's only, I don't know. Sorry about the mouse. Let me fix the mouse there. You have to keep in mind, the most efficient, based on, the project and how long it is and all the, whether it's animations or talking or playing music. These things certainly play into it. So let's go back to end-of-course projects. Let's say, well, is there something else we could do? Now, if I click Start Attempt 2, I want to maybe, what if I'm going to go to Submission, and now I already did the attachment, so, I could do cloud storage, but what about YouTube? Maybe it's a more complicated project. Could be a short project with animations or just a longer talking head project. Either way, you might be feeling the whole YouTube vibe. So if I want to do this on YouTube and the video's already there, it does make it pretty easy. So, for example, if I go to my my education channel, and I know that if we just pretend for a moment this was an actual assignment, maybe it was listed, unlisted, whatever it is. But let's say that if I just click on, this one video, Professor's Shocking Discovery About Lost Learning. Really, this is just for sample purposes. If you know the title, you could put it in there. But I'm going to do this. I could hit share. That may not work. So, I could really, if I just copy, if I actually click on the video, I can do this, but I'll do a quick mute on that. If you know it, you can just put it in the search bar, but okay, now I'm going to come out of here. Again, lots of ways to do these kind of things. Struggling, I have obstacles. we may be drawn to a song that we might. Okay, let me mute that and pause. All right. So let me come back over here. So when you click on YouTube, if you know like what the video is or what you're searching for, of course you can put it in there. And I could use a notes, text, word, and have some stuff ready to go. But you can search. Like I can just put, even if I'm like, well, maybe I want to just go Padlet. I say like Padlet hacks. Will it find, like, if I just think, I know I've made some videos on that, like, is it going to, yeah, it pulls it up. So if you know, like, you're good, I have 2 videos on that, one for students, one for professors. So if you were pretending, hey, that's like, you have your own channel. Now, this is, I mean, it's going to work if it's a public video. This works very well. But if you're doing YouTube and it's unlisted and or private, the search isn't going to work, because for unlisted videos and private videos, the YouTube algorithm is not it's not pushing those through recommendations and or browse. It's not pushing them through anything. The big thing about the private videos is if a video is private, then the person that that person's YouTube channel, if all their videos are private and they want to share that private link, they'd have to email that link, to the people that they want to watch it, and it's not cataloged, and in YouTube. It's not searchable in YouTube. Any private videos that you make, if you select private, it's not. You can't search it up. It's not recommended. It's not going to be on the home page. It's not going to be browsed. Like you're just. It's not going to be anywhere for private. So this only works if stuff is public, because only public videos can be found through search. Public is wide open, and private is just, hey, you make a video, upload to YouTube, you make it private, and you'd have to email the link to whoever you want to be able to view that video. Then the difference between, say, like an unlisted video, which I'll upload a quick YouTube video in a second to show you, but if the video is unlisted, the cool thing about unlisted videos is you can put an unlisted video, say, like in a playlist, and it will be visible. It's still not going to be searchable. All the same stuff applies for unlisted. But with unlisted, you can share, like, say, unlisted video like on your social media, and people can click it and actually go watch that video. So that is very, very cool. One of the benefits of an unlisted video on a YouTube channel, I'd say very short and sweet, is if I click back over on YouTube, and let's say I wanted to make this Let's Get Drumming video, I go into my menu, and let's say I go over to your videos, and I've got a video, and let's say it's this STC P6 snare line, and I wanted to make it private, or I wanted to unlist it. If I actually unlist that video, then there won't be any broken links. And I think that's the cool thing about unlisted, is it's still not cataloged. But if you posted that anywhere, the link, you won't have dead links if you decided to go from public to unlisted. So private is completely private. Unlisted, you can use it however you like. It's more visible. So like a private video, you can't take a private video like and embed it in a website, but you can embed an unlisted video, and it'll show and play in a website. And that's cool, but it just won't be cataloged. Kind of cool, right? I'll do some more stuff on that later, but let me get out of this and come back to the class. So with this, if I pretend that's the assignment and just go, hey, here we go. Enough talking, right? This content displays in line if the browser allows. Let's insert it. And you see it shows right there. Isn't that kind of cool? And if we pretend for a second that that's the assignment. Now, if I save and close and submit it, I'm done. But this is one way. I'm not going to save this, but just kind of want to show you. Now, what if I want to go a different direction? So this is me just, kind of understanding a few basics. So another thing I can do in terms of something real quick, and this might take a minute. So as I do this, and it takes a little while, maybe I'll fast forward this part a little bit later. But we want to go, let's go to YouTube, and just as a practice, I'm going to upload a video right now. I know, like stone cold while I'm recording. Goodness. I practice this stuff kind of all the time and even for the training, but hey, you never know. Hopefully it all goes well. Wish me luck here. Select files. And all we're going to do is just try to find something we can upload like super quick and then show you. I'll stick with the really, really small one, stcprojectsample.mov. Okay, it's going to upload the file. It's going right now. I'm not going to worry too much about this. I can always change this stuff later. You know, we're not here to learn how to do YouTube, just how to use it. So make sure the title is pretty much relative or to the assignment. Don't worry about all this other fancy stuff that you see. As I have a YouTube education channel. If you're curious, ask me questions, and I can tell you more about all this other fancy stuff. But for now, STC project sample, and then here I could write scales or rudiments or whatever. But for now, I'm just I could do STC project sample. We could go. How about let's make it STC scale. I make sure to spell it right. STC scale project 1. Yeah, don't worry about that part right there. And then here, I'll put, how about enjoy my marimba scales, Mr. S. Oh, I better maybe put. My percussion students call me Mr. S, and my as I said, I'm known on YouTube as Professor Ron. But either way, Mr. S, Professor Ron, it doesn't matter. Enjoy my marimba scales, Mr. S. Caps, no caps, it doesn't really matter. I think I'm spending a lot longer kind of talking about all this stuff than it does to actually do all this. Yeah, this is cool. Enjoy my marimba scales. Enjoy my marimba scales. Yeah, that's good enough. Good for practice. We'll do STC scale project 1. We'll spell it correctly. Keyboard percussion. We're not going to worry about this being searchable, but STC scale project 1 - keyboard percussion. Enjoy my marimba scales. We're not worried about any of this other stuff here. I could set it to a playlist. I'm not worried about that stuff right now. Not worrying about all the fancy bells and whistles. We just want to get it, ready for the class. That's all we want to do is be able to turn this project in its most basic form. We're not worried about a fancy description. We're not worried about a thumbnail. We're not worried about a playlist unless it's the playlist is relative for the class. So as we go through all this, no altered content. No, I'm going to make sure that that's all good. Automatic chapters, not worrying about tags, not for something like this anyway. And unless you want it to be public, I wouldn't do any of this stuff for unlisted or private. We do not want to allow any kind of remixing in case we ever change our mind for the openness of the video. This doesn't matter too much unless you're, going to make it public or maybe unlisted. So I'm going to go ahead and just put, I could put people or blogs or music. It's not music per se in terms of, but I'll go ahead and put music anyway. And this one is 4K, but it's super, super short. And I'm going to go to the next screen. I'm not going to worry about all this other stuff. I'm going to go next. Okay, no copyright issues. I'm going to go next. And the default for YouTube is private. Now I'm going to go ahead and make it unlisted. Only you and people you choose can watch your video share privately. And if you do it, then you got to invite them via email, right? Pretty easy. That's the basics of what a private video is. You want people to see your private video, invite them, by email. So you can invite others to view your private video by entering in their email addresses below. Invites must sign into their Google account to view your private video. Easy peasy, right? Okay. We're going to do unlisted. Anyone with the video link can watch your video. That means anyone with the video link. That means unlisted videos will show in Blackboard. They'll show on websites if they get embedded there or the link is there. So keeping that in mind. And now it's unlisted. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to save it. Okay, and I can copy the link. We'll see if that works. We're going to come back over here. We're going to try. We're going to give it a shot. Maybe it's going to go. Let's try maybe here. And we'll put, let's take a look. Now, for me to test the theory, I've got to open the teacher mode, but let's see. What I think probably, because I'd have to open up the teacher mode to fully test this part out, and that's going to show other students' names and grades. So I'm going to maybe come back to this another time when I can gray out some stuff. Why don't we maybe try, instead of doing it that way, what if we, let's do what I think is smoother and easier, and where we could watch the video like right now. And that is, now this doesn't typically work. I can't do it this way because it's not searchable. So let's see, another way we can do this. Now it probably will work that way. I think best way for this one is if it's searchable, but if you have the link, it should still work, but I don't know. Let me give it a try. This is where it gets tricky for what we're trying to do, because it's not in search, so it won't go there. Okay, so I'm going to come back to, I'm going to do something else and come back to that idea. Let's go over to YouTube. And I think I'm going to make sure to pause this, and we're just going to pretend like maybe this, like that one, I want to embed that and play it. See, I think the whole flow of like uploading the video and like bringing it over, it's definitely a lot trickier. So when it's unlisted. So for something I just uploaded, I'll do this. I can, let me go to videos. Just as a quick little, okay, I'll do this very, very quickly. Super quick, I might add. And I'm going to go, I'm going to turn it off right away though. Okay, and what I'm going to, let me pause this. So I'm going to take this off right away. Now let's try this. It's brand new, so this may not work. But we're trying to see, can we get this to work? Okay, so we're going to come over here, YouTube, and let's do that. Okay, so you can see this is the one I actually just did, but I'm going to turn it off very, very quickly. But this is the video I just uploaded, my student working on a project, and I'm inserting the video I just uploaded, and you can see it's there, right? So then if I submit, okay, I'm going to submit that. But now I'm going to come back over here and check this out. I'm going to make a really quick change. Okay, now I'm going to make it unlisted. I'm going to save. Okay, I'm going to come back. You don't have to go through all this much stuff necessarily, but let me go to View Submissions, and I'll refresh just to show you it still works. Like it doesn't break the link. I mean, a long-winded way to get there. Sure, I could do the other way where you just, let me get out of there, and we're going to come back over here. All right. You could simply just put the link, and then I could save it, and I could show you that too. But if we go over, we're in our student preview mode, assignments and projects, capstone projects, all right, end of course projects. I'm going to go to View Submissions. And isn't that cool? And we can see it's right there. And I've already started playing it. Now I'm going to pause it, because this is a assignment, an in-progress assignment basically. But you can see like that's the one I just uploaded. And while it's not going to work as smooth as we'd like it to, the other way I could have done that was simply just to put the link, and it would have worked. I could show you that as well. I go to, attempt 1. See, I have to download this when I do it like that because it's uploaded. So now I'd actually have to download the file, get it to the desktop. That's for attempt 1. I go back to attempt 2. You can see it's right there. Okay, I'm going to change the screen size. I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, don't need that. Okay, cool. I downloaded the file. You can see it works. Awesome. Don't need it. Let's get rid of it. Cool. Awesome. And then the last thing would just be to maybe do it as a link from that unlisted flow. So we have to give that a whirl. Now for this to work, I need to I need to discard. So let me just discard. Okay, I'm going to come back in. All right, now I want to go to, get my student preview mode happening again. Start preview. Okay, I'm reset. All right, announcement. We're just kind of clicking through stuff we've been doing. Content. I'm going to go to my assignments and projects. All right, capstone project. Cool. Into course projects. Start attempt 1. Let's try the other theory. We've already done this, so I'm going to kind of fast food this one here. Okay, I'm down at the submission box, and I just want to do this. I'm going to come back over here. All right, showing you some of my proprietary stuff. I mean, it's just videos. I mean, let's go over here, and let's do this. Okay, let's copy. Come back over here. Let's do this. We'll put scale project. Done. Scale project. And look, even if I mess it up, look, I can fix it. Cool, right? All right. Insert. Okay, waiting. It's good. It's blue. Yay. And submit. Are you sure? Yes, of course I'm sure. I don't want to download it this time. Good to go. I don't want to do another attempt. I want to go back. I want to see my stuff, and I should be able to come over here. Okay, into course. All right. I want to click on here where it's the attempt. 1 submitted. And I want to click the link to make sure it's all good. And it works. So, yeah, it's a lot of stuff to do, but you really can get all this video stuff pretty, fast, smooth, chill, cool, and fun. And really, the same way would work if we're trying to do like an audio file in pretty much any class. So, let me come out of here. Let's pretend for a moment that no matter what the class is, biology, I don't know, history, I don't know, music, I mean, whatever, any class that you have to do any kind of, say, an audio project. Music is not the only class that you might have to do some kind of audio thing. So let's say that there is some class, maybe it's history. Maybe history is a good example where you need to record, some kind of audio voice project. I mean, whatever but let's start attempt 2, and let me show you how easy this is, where, if you come down to the assignment submission box in Blackboard and you're like, man, how do I get that audio in there? Well, you could do, I'm gonna stay away from cloud storage, but done some stuff on that earlier in this training. Let me go to, how about attachment? Let's see how that's gonna work out for us. And we'll do this audio assignment example, M4A file. You can also see, I've made MP3s too, and this one I did not convert, but let's do this M4A. Let's see how it turns out here. And we're just going to call it sample audio. Going to leave it at that for now. I can come back with the display and alternative text if I want to play with that a little bit. And you can see it's pretty quick too. Isn't that cool? And now even right here, you can look. I know it's music, but check it out. Let me fast forward a little bit.
Every day that goes by is so much fun.
You hear that?
Play cajon, marimba, drum set.
And it's just a sample. And then obviously, submit that. But what if you you want to, it's something, it's another one, and you want to go, okay, cool. How about this one, MP3? I'll just do the same thing. Okay, sample audio. Come back to the accessibility stuff, and let's do this. Let it finish. Okay, let's do submit. Yeah, we're good. Definitely want to recommend the MP3 flow. Not going to worry about that. Okay, 2 attempts submitted, and I'll click on that. Check it out.
Title, Ensemble. It's around 1993 or maybe 1994, and I am working at McDonald's in North Richland Hills.
Well, that's about me. I used to work at McDonald's. That was a long time ago. All right, so yeah, that's really some of the basics. So, I want to go back and make sure that I'm obviously fixing all this. I'm going to bring this back to private. All right, because it's just a practice here, and then I'm going to get out of there. All right. Okay, I'm going to come out of here. We're going to exit student preview. Okay. Exit, and we're going to discard. I guess we'll see you in the next one. Bye, everybody. We'll see you. Yay, we're live. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Blackboard Tips and Tricks with Professor Ron. Let's have a little fun here. So, I've been teaching for quite a while, and one of the things that I really enjoy is just tinkering around with all the stuff that we do in our college courses. And it can be frustrating from time to time, especially with technology. There's all these changes, revisions, and updates. And so, many moons, many years ago, I'm like, I gotta figure out how to keep up and learn all these things. And there's all these things that we need to be able to do for our, college classes or at whatever level we teach at, just to make things really awesome and smooth and efficient. And of course, yes, save time. So, what I've always tried to do is kind of figure out, okay, what are things that could help me be more efficient? What are things that maybe can make the class cooler, maybe more fun? But obviously, the most important thing is just having amazing, awesome content. That's it. It doesn't matter how fancy or splashy, images, icons, or whatever are. We need to make sure that, that everything we're doing in the course, that it's all about just having great content. We're all masters of our domain and teaching. And we all know our things, if you're a professor of history or music, psychology, philosophy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, man, you know your stuff. So it's really never a question of having amazing, awesome content. It's more of, okay, if I'm teaching online, hybrid, or face-to-face, what are the things that I can do with that amazing, awesome content, to be more engaging, more ever far-reaching, more evergreen, organic. And when you're doing all those things, there's all these brick walls that kind of just pop out of nowhere. If I do this, or how do I do this, whether it's audio lectures or PowerPoints, closed captioning, the list seems to be never ending. So I thought what I'd try to start doing on a regular basis was just say, hey, here's some cool things I've learned throughout the years. And then as there's updates, to Blackboard, of course, I'll jump on those as well. So I think the first big thing beyond the intro is hey, I'm Professor Ron. I enjoy music, drums, percussion, technology, Blackboard. Let me show you some cool things every week on how it can make your life a little easier, more fun, maybe connecting more in terms of engagement. And I think, the start point is maybe just to kind of show you around the course, but also to give a few things today where, okay, Professor Ron, I need something real quick where I can go boom, boom, boom in terms of, an image or AI in Blackboard, or how to grade this, or rubrics, so we certainly want to hit, those kind of things as well. And I'll be focusing on a few of those every week. All right. So I'm going to be sharing some different tabs throughout the live stream just to kind of say, hey, this, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that. Now, You're not gonna be able to see, all my notes, but I'll share some notes. Once the live stream is done, I will share some notes and links to different things that I'm using. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Okay, so in the course, we move over here. Say right now you're seeing basically my music appreciation MUSI 1306. Some of us call this developmental shell, dev shell. I suppose you could say master shell, but master shell is typically a course that's designed that is shared by many professors as the starting point, as a like template for a class. But I mean, for me, I'd call this my developmental shell. Basically, whether it's summer or spring, fall, whatever, whenever I'm teaching classes, I do everything from within the developmental shell. And it's a cool thing because I have them for summer classes. Like I have, June music appreciation, July music appreciation, fall and spring. I have different developmental shells that I tweak and I modify so that everything's like really current, and just makes it real easy before I launch the class, so that I can take whatever I do in the developmental shell and then I can export the file and then I can import. And it's just, it's really, really smooth, just really cool and really smooth. Okay. Now let me head over. Let's see, we're going to go, just move around a little bit. I think the first thing I want to show you in terms of just the course overview and kind of how I do things, and this takes a few minutes, but I get asked these kind of questions all the time, like, how do you do this or how do you do that? I've been making videos for students and even for some professors and like a short little video here and there. And I've just started to get a little bit more into that and sharing some, not necessarily making super long videos, but trying to think, okay, what will help this group of students? What might help these group of professors to just, have a little more fun with, Padlet or Yuja or VidGrid or, whatever the, hypothesis, whatever you're using in the class. I think students and professors alike, we're always like trying to figure out, okay, I gotta learn this. This is my class, or this is a new thing and we're going to incorporate it. So I think, as I was saying a few minutes ago, I just want to start sharing, these things that I've learned, but also sharing things that maybe I'm currently doing that maybe someone just wants to know about. I think it's the same thing as like, all of us have these really cool skills and fun, neat things that we know how to do. And then you just, wake up and you're like, hey, I want to share this with some other people. Maybe this could help somebody. And I think that's the crux, the heart of what I want to be able to do. So as you're looking at this, I'll just kind of scroll down, music appreciation. Now you see my course banner. And as I scroll down through the course, you see I have my Start Here module. I have module 1, the elements of music. I have module 2, Elvis Presley and the Beatles. I have module 3, the Baroque era. And I have module 4, the classical era. Now a little bit about the design. One of the reasons I'm doing it like this is because you can get a class where maybe you have, it's a 16-week course and you have, a different module for, each week. And that's totally cool. You can do it that way. There's no hard and fast rules if it works for you. Now there are, of course, template things that have to be done at, different colleges, universities, different institutions, where you're having to adhere to some of the, formula and templates and those kind of things. But in terms of whether you do weeks or how you're going to do this, my thought process is, if you organize the course something similar to this, you can kind of group it into more like, these are the big picture items. And then when you break it down, it's like you're getting the macro versus the micro. Yes, it's a cleaner, more aesthetically pleasing look, but that wasn't really my goal, to make it look cool and be pleasing. The goal here was, what can I do to make this a little bit more, navigatable, I guess? Because in the past I just had, module after module, like, 16 modules and I'm like, there's got to be a way that I can kind of group these things together. So, and this is what I've done here. And I'll click through these as well and then show you how I go from the back end. And then I'll actually hit some of these, newer things that you can do in Blackboard. And I can't hit everything, obviously, in, like one stream. But I do want to try to hit these things as we move forward every week. Okay. So navigate back to that tab that you're seeing. Now, we're seeing a lot of really cool things here. You know, we go to the top in Blackboard. We got course settings. And if I share this tab, so now you're seeing like course settings where, you know, obviously what you can and can't do and, you know, permissions by site administrators. So we've got that. Let me make sure I go back over here. Okay, so there's a student preview. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on student preview today, but I am going to spend some sessions where I'm pretending to be a student, you know, in Blackboard and submitting assignments, because I think sometimes, you know, we'll forget, you know, like we'll forget like maybe the challenges in terms of the, you know, a student has when they're submitting assignments and, you know, trying to figure things out. Let me get the right tab here. Yeah, I'm sharing different tabs today. Some of the tabs I'll be sharing will be music appreciation. Some of what I'll share today will be, you know, American music. So you'll see music appreciation and American music. You'll see some back end and some other setting type things. All right. Okay. So we're going to go back in. Let's jump back to the tab I need here. Okay, music appreciation. All right. So if I come over here, you know, move up to the top and kind of just look, you know, my content is, you know, our main area. Now, I'll click on my calendar. The cool thing about calendar, I know we're always having to remind our students of, is, you know, doing things like this. And I'm going to get a lot of red here because this was the developmental shell from, you know, another semester. So we see like when I'm on schedule and then I click on due dates, I can go by the month. Yeah, cool. You know, I'd have to head it back here. I click on day. Let's do due dates, month, day. I think just making sure that, you know, remind students like, hey, there's, you know, obviously everything, the due dates are on the syllabus. And you know, it says it in Blackboard, you know, you got dates in multiple places, you know, calendar, Blackboard, syllabus, but just honestly, just playing around with, you know, what you're doing in Blackboard to find, okay, you know, when are things due, you know, notifications. I mean, there's all kinds of like, you know, little things you can see due date 9/27/24. And if I do this by the month and I scroll down, you see it right there. I mean, some people like that. It's all good, but it's just when you're looking at it by the month, some people prefer that. But I think probably something that might help students more kind of stay, you know, in line and check things out is, you know, click the due dates and make sure you can see it just running down the screen, you know, list like. All right. So that's kind of important. I think, you know, we all get busy and like, hey, when is it due? What do I have to do tomorrow? We're all busy with our calendars and all kinds of things that we're doing, you know. Okay. So announcements. For me, what I like to do with announcements in all my courses is I set them to be scheduled. Now, there's always going to be organic announcements that, you know, that you have to address the students that are in front of you organically. But there are some mainstay things that you can have. So, you know, many of my announcements are mainstay, but there's always those pop-in announcements or reminders that come up. Typically for reminders, I'm going to use something like Pronto. The announcements are mostly for the mainstay, but I still use announcements for, you know, things that pop up in the class as well. So if we look at, say, just, you know, A1, I'm going to change the ordering of this to put it at the top. So I'm doing A1, A2. You know, you can get things to look the way that you want. It's, you know, the same thing with folders and documents where, you know, if you put 1 dash and then the name, 2 dash and then the name, or if you put exclamation, it moves it to the top. You know, these kind of things in file organization. If you're going to use more than 10, you go, you know, 01, 02. So these little things can help, you know, keep you organized. Now, obviously, the the thing about announcements in terms of Blackboard, I mean, they're all going to, propagate. They're going to be scheduled. So it's not that big of a deal in terms of having some kind of fancy numbering. I'm really doing that more so for me, because they get released, in the time. And when they get, copied, exported, imported, it's not going to go exactly as you set it, because this is all set up to be changed by announcement, status, viewers, that kind of thing. So, but it does help to have things like super organized for you to kind of just keep things moving efficiently and not getting lost in all the bazillion things we have to do. So I just click on one announcement. Welcome to Music Appreciation. Okay, so we see welcome to Music Appreciation, should be a fun class. And I'm listing all the things in the class, week 1, office hours, and all in the Zoom business. So just an example of, something that you can do in your class, fun, happy, friendly. Hey, welcome to the class. Here's what we're doing. Week 1's all about this, my office hours, face-to-face, Zoom, whatever you're doing. And you get the ball rolling. Now, I'm not going to click on all these. Just thought I'd show the flow in terms of that. But there's also things like, a pop-in where, there's some things going on in the class, and I want to just kind of reassure about, hey, second attempts, and I know we might be struggling here or there. Let's consider these things. And then really just trying to get the students to engage more and, really dig in, to music. Try to be encouraging and inspiring, while still maintaining those high standards and academic rigor. It certainly can be a tough balance or challenge at times, but we want to keep things moving forward in a harmonious way. So, sometimes a course progress kind of thing. But I go through all the different basic stuff in the course. So announcements, pretty awesome, pretty robust. I don't typically use discussions, but part of that is I'm using Padlet, and I'll share a little bit of that today. But in terms of Padlet, I have 2 videos on my channel. One of them is Padlet for basically a Padlet tutorial for students. And the other one is Padlet breakdown for professors. Now, in those videos, what I'm not doing is going from the creation of a Padlet all the way through in the many options, because there's so many videos, not only by the company itself, but other people on YouTube and other platforms where they're doing all that. But what I'm trying to do is show students actually how to complete the assignment in real time, where they watch me do it. And for the professor one, I'm showing you how you can actually grade the Padlet, which it's not even set up to be that way. I just found a way to do it. And I make a video about that. But also in both videos, I share like the icons and the basics. And I talk about the creation and all the different settings of the app, of course. I just don't actually start from, here's the name of my Padlet, find the video. I kind of like bypass that just because there's so many videos already out there on that. But I'll talk a little bit about that. I can show you real quick. Here's how you grade a Padlet. It takes all of a minute or two, I'm talking more probably in the intro and basically my college course overview. I'm spending more time on that than maybe the Padlet in a few minutes, because it's pretty quick for me to say, hey, this is how you do it. I'll leave text in the description box that helps you along in this particular thing. But I have longer, more detailed videos that take you through all the steps. Sometimes we just need, the fastest, quickest way to get it done. And other times we need to have those steps. So I've tried to have both of those that I'm sharing. Okay. Now, let me go back over. All right. So with the gradebook, this is a big undertaking in the beginning for all of us. And there's some changes that have, even today, there's updates. There's always updates, and it's not always when we like them or necessarily want them. But of course, they're duly needed, and they're pretty awesome and robust. I guess I like that word today. So I'm not going to dig into the minutia of the gradebook today, but it will be a topic of discussion in the next week or two, where I'll do a full on, let's go through rubrics and grades and organization. But I did want to at least let you know that it's forthcoming, and kind of let you take a look at what I'm doing here, where you can see how I have my overall grade. I have all my journals 1 through 12. I have all my Padlets 1 through 6. All my quizzes with Respondus Lockdown Browser, concert paper, midterm, final, Okay, I'm going to scroll. Yeah, because I use this for testing, you can see I've got a doubling of something down here, but this is because I'm using this for training videos and or developmental shells, so I'll have to fix that later, of course. Because I'm creating things like when I made the Padlet video, I'm using this for that video, and I'm creating extra assignments and then deleting and doing those kind of tinkering type things when I'm making videos for students and or professors. Okay. All right. So I'm going to move over from gradebook to messages. So gradebook will be coming down the street soon. In messages, this is our go-to for communication. So I try to get students to, hey, if you have a email message, send it here. That's really important to have good open lines of communication. So while I can't show an actual class, because that's all confidential, it's very important to have message flow from the very beginning and throughout the course. I keep going through the tabs, just the basics of the overview. You can pretty much run anything. So I'm not going to run all the reports today, but pretty much all these ideas and features I'll be doing separate streams. I'll be going through, okay, this is the gradebook stream, and this is the analytics stream, and this stream will focus on just Padlet or images. So that stuff will be coming up too. But it's you can pretty much get anything you need in terms of student activity, reports, analysis on things. So we'll be checking that out down the line. Groups are pretty awesome too. I think the thing that can that has messed people up sometimes on groups is just like settings in terms of assignments and presentation type things. So that'll be something we'll get into down the line as well, so that you get all the right settings. Okay. Now if I go back to content. All right. So we're back to the main page, on the content. And now we're going to go through and take a look at, okay, when I look at details, actions, view everyone in my course. So let's click that now. Hey, there I am. So this is where you're going to see everybody. And this is important because if you actually needed to issue, some kind of a accommodation, whether it be a due date accommodation or extended time, you'll come over here and do it. Now you can also do those kind of accommodations or extensions. That these things can be done in another part of the course, but this is the main spot that you can take a look at people and set those accommodations. If you're on an assignment, you're grading an assignment, or you click on a student's name in the book and they've done a few things, you can have where you can change a date for that one student, or you can issue a extended time. You can set modules and folders and assignments to be released based on percentages or dates. It's a lot of details that you can do. So we'll go through those as we move forward. For progress, you can turn that on, just see in progress throughout the course. So just another setting for us to kind of take a look at as we move forward. Course image it's really cool. You got awesome content and you want to add something up here. Goodness, that's pretty easy to do in just a couple seconds. So I'll show you that today. Attendance. The cool thing about attendance is you could do analog sign-in sheets and then just transfer it in and mark the attendance. You could call names if you want, or you can make it for participation and or a grade. But it is a really, really nice feature to help you keep that accountability. And if you can find a cool way to bypass maybe pencil, although for me, I like the sign-in sheet with the pencil and then just transfer it over. And whether it's part of a grade or your attendance policy, whatever that is, however you're connecting it. On the books and tools, when we view course and institution tools, we got a lot of things over here, right? So, safe assign, which we use, and just making sure things aren't, copy and pasted and plagiarized. And so this is pretty awesome. Course evaluation. There's all kind of stuff in here, like things that, I use Safe Assign. I do put the course evaluation there. Different other things. Let's see. Pronto, Respondus Lockdown Browser. I use Yuja as well. Depending on the class, you're going to use different things from books and course tools. So kind of good just to know the flow of that and the lay of the land. Question banks, if you create question banks, or depending on how you do all that, I can show exams and those things also coming up. So that's the basics of, the tabs. And I said I'll do student preview later, and then going down the left. Now, I've already gone through the modules, but if I click on Start Here, I think maybe the beauty or the funness or the coolness of today is really just kind of showing you how my course is set up, and then going through a few of the basics in terms of, navigation. So on the Start Here, you see I have Welcome, Essential Course Information, Concourse Syllabus, Pronto Instant Messenger, Technical Support, College Resources and Services, Privacy and Accessibility. One of the apps I use, Flip, and then Course Evaluation is, it's open, but I'll typically have that hidden until it's needed to go. So with something like, the welcome, I click it, and you can see, I've got my welcome image, welcome to music appreciation, and there's my picture, and I've got all my information, and some of this is clickable based on, documents or resources that they might need. And you go through, and it just the lay of the land, when the class starts, the day, and I'm listing everything they need to do in terms of exploration 1 through 8. SoundCloud I'm using for my lectures and the intro. The YouTube video right here is actually linked to STC Percussion, where it's basically a video that I'm talking about all the courses I teach, and I'm putting that on the STC channel. All the tutorials are on the Professor Ron channel. So a couple places. So you can kind of see like the flow of all this right here in the welcome. All right. Now, if I go to Essential Course Information, we're just kind of taking a look. This is the breakdown of what the course is all about. You see I've got an image in there. Got the course description, prerequisites, course learning outcomes going down. I'm explaining how the course has been structured, and I'm putting textbook and resources, net etiquette, how to send an email. I think it's important to know how to send a formal email, but if they don't want to do that, they can use the Pronto app. Pronto, you can do text messaging, you can do audio, you can do video. Technology is just, we're doing some cool stuff. There's so many cool things out there, and I think just knowing what it can, the possibilities and flexibilities are important. So just an email sample, so students, hey, this is, if you're sending a formal email, let's keep it clean, keep it clean and nice and friendly, and obviously if they, you don't have to say dear Mr. S like every email. It's like it's the start of the thread, basically. If there's multiple emails in the thread, it doesn't have to stay like super formal if it's a chain of a whole bunch of emails on the same idea. Course guidelines, which they're important to kind of lay down all that stuff, and what are the expectations from students and or the instructor, so that those kind of things are clear. All right. Now the course syllabus. Okay, so if I click on the course syllabus, now for this one, I need to show I need to show the live class for something like that, but it would pop up. This wasn't developmental. So let me go back. Let's get back to the tab. Okay. Now, if I move over to technical support, Blackboard help support and apps. I'm just putting all the resources in from our amazing, awesome distance learning team, staff, just showing like, hey, here's who they are. Here's all the tutorials that might help you in terms of Blackboard. Apps that are being used, generally speaking, throughout the college, but also apps and or things that I'm doing. Now, for this one right here, there's an updated video, And what I want to be able to do, this is a cool thing. Actually kind of forgot about that, but I can show you real quick. If I, let me get something going in there. Okay. I'm going to navigate over to find what we're going to need. Okay, so I'm just, there was a redo on that. So I'm going to go to the updated one. And let's do, I can do two things. I could copy or embed, but let me go back. This is kind of a cool thing. I'm going to come back to share. Okay, share this tab. It's kind of cool when things get broken or messed up or aren't quite working. And I say that because like you can see me just fix it live. I mean, it's definitely not cool or fun for it to happen. But in this case, to see something where, hey, that's not working right. How do you fix that? All right. How I fix that is I'm going to do this. You can see I've got the code right there. So what I'm going to do with the HTML is I'm going to copy that code and just make sure I keep the alignment HTML that I have there. Okay. Now I'm going to show you this. So right now I'm going to copy the code. Well, I don't need to highlight. I'll just hit copy. Copy the code. Now I'm going to go back. Let me share the tab. Okay, and for this, what I need to do, I'll select it all. Command A on a Mac to do that, but I want to keep, part of that I want to actually keep. Okay, so for a second, I'm making a loud noise there on the, I'm going to get that code in there. And I'm doing, let's see, 640 by 360. 640. Let's do 360. That'll work okay. I mean, now I just want to get that part out. What I need to also keep is the iframe. Well, I can just change the code here. Close iframe. We're going to close that. Oops. Get there. Okay. Close. And then just delete that. Yeah. Okay. I'm tapping that. A little bit too aggressive, but let's see if we can fix this real quick. Here we go. Fixed. Okay. So not fun or cool necessarily when things break, but only in this case, since I'm doing the stream, I guess you can actually see me fix it. So you see it right there. And that can be a help to kind of see like how things work in Blackboard. I think, a lot of times you're seeing like the awesomeness of something, but you're not seeing all the rumble strips and like all the hard work that it took to get there. So in this case, yeah, I don't want stuff to break or be messed up either, but being able to see somebody fix something in real time that's not working, it probably takes longer for me to talk about it than just to kind of, show you. So you can see the tutorial videos are there. The flip information, the Padlet tutorial video that I've made for students, the lockdown browser for students. So hopefully all that is, helpful. All right, let's come out of here. All right, college services and resources. I've just taken a lot of this in the start here is just part of the template from the college, and all colleges and universities have those kind of resources. So I'm just trying to make sure that keep those in my courses and update them to keep them as new and current as possible. While I recognize there's probably some things I need to update for the summer and the next school year, it's a constant thing we have to kind of keep a watchful eye on. But you can see all the resources in terms of CLE, library, labs, advising, accessibility services, books. Everything is here. Tech support, a sheet they can get, that gives them all the information, all the service important contact information, the student handbook, and important things that, students are going to need access to. Okay, so on the privacy and accessibility statements of course technologies, basically just taking us through everything that's used or may be used: Blackboard, Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Adobe Flash Player, YouTube, Microsoft Office 365. Yeah, a few things in here need to be updated, just going through and double checking. And it's something I try to make sure I'm doing throughout every school year, to double check, updates and changes and things like that. Or check with distance learning to see, is there something that's been changed or updated, so I can get updated templates and or whatever information I need to kind of update or check out. All right, so if I keep going through the list here, student introductions, flip. You can see the image here and giving them all the flip information and how they can join code, the pitfalls of what can happen in an app like that. So basically just explaining, there's a join code and, you can sign up with your email, and I've set it to be, the STC, South Texas College email, but also if they wanted to use Gmail as well, and, hey, let's try to use Chrome if we can, or they could use the latest Edge, and can use pretty much whatever you want, but some things will work a little smoother with, particular, programs, apps may work better with one browser or another. So the communication thing, we'll get to do a flip one down the line. But really right now, as I'm going through, my basic course setup and course navigation, kind of showing you the different things. So a lot of times you don't get to see behind the hood. And I think it's important for, just take, whether it's 30 minutes, an hour, 10 minutes, just take some time to see behind the hood of, what other people in your craft, business, education, academia, kind of what they're doing in terms of the organization, efficiency, in terms of like maybe how they set up things and what they're doing. It can be really helpful. While it might take a lot of time, like, for me to go through all these and for many people to kind of say like, okay, where's the nuts and bolts? But I do feel like it's really important to understand like what's behind the hood before I say, hey, this is how you change your dates in 60 seconds for 100 assignments. I can do that in 60 seconds. And if you're watching the video at this point, hopefully you get here, you can do that kind of stuff, and I can show you pretty quickly. All right. So I guess the point being in today's first live stream is like, hey, I'm Professor Ron. Here's one of the classes I teach. Here's like the different tabs and areas in the course. Here's kind of how I set up and structure the course. Here's my modules, just trying to, I guess, under the hood is the best way I think I can explain it. For each module, for Module 1, Module 2, Module 3, and Module 4, what I'm doing is I've got a module overview for each one. So each module overview, if I can say that correctly, module overview, I've got an image. I curate images from Adobe stock. Some things I'll curate icons and icons and music. Sorry, icons and music from Envato Elements. Goodness, with AI, you could create a lot of that stuff with AI. If you use Adobe Illustrator, you can create stuff in Adobe Illustrator. You can use AI. There's tons of other things that I'll experiment and have videos on later. Next week, my big video on course images will be out, and there's going to be, basically everything you can do with an image and AI, you get to check out next week. I hope that you do. It'll be a fun one. It's being edited as we speak. So you can see each module has the overview of whatever the big ticket item is. In this case, the elements of music. So melody, harmony, rhythm, dynamics, texture, form, instruments, really should say vocals too, right? And upon successful completion of this unit, this is what they need to be able to do, the course learning outcomes associated with that. And then module learning outcomes where I'm getting very specific on you're going to learn this, this, and this. So for example, the difference between listening and hearing, it's very, very important to get that. And on the to-do list, just saying, here's the PowerPoints, here's the audio lectures, and here's the journals assignments and when they're due, Padlets, quizzes, and so forth. So I'm not going to click on all the module overviews, but I wanted to make sure I at least show you one module overview example. Okay. Now, as I go through, you can see week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5. So what I've done with Module 1, the elements of music, is I've taken, melody, harmony, rhythm, dynamics, texture, form, and I've just combined that into, the elements of music that's the big focus, for a few weeks. And then I have the folders that break down under the modules. So for example, if I click on, week 3, you can see, PowerPoint, Journal 2, Padlet. And if I click on this, you can see I got my image there. And I've got the PowerPoint in there. I've got accessibility score perfect. That's pretty tough to do. I'm going to talk a lot about that as we move forward in these sessions. It can be a challenge sometimes, but I can help you work through that. So you can see I'm putting it right there. And if I click on download alternative formats, I've got some options. And I'll be going through these also at a certain point. I think with all these features, you could spend, honestly, one live stream talking about, alternative text. Things can get really, really, I don't know if maybe nitty gritty, but there's definitely a lot of, things to go through to get it flowing. But once you get a smooth workflow and understanding of all these things, it's pretty awesome. It's just getting the basics, especially when things are changed or updated. So you can see my SoundCloud with all my lectures here. You don't have to do that. You can use YouTube, you can use Yuja. Some institutions use VidGrid. There's options here. I think I like having playlists with like assignment playlist and lecture playlists and listening. I'm trying to, it just puts everything right there, and they can navigate instead of going one by one by one. It actually takes longer to put single YouTube videos on every single assignment versus having the music appreciation journal playlist, and they can navigate that, or the music appreciation audio examples that actually come up in the live lecture. Because I don't put a lot of, have been getting away from putting links. And in fact, any new PowerPoints I do, there's no links to a bunch of music. There's so much music that we study in music classes. And this could be the same for other courses where you're putting all these links and you're trying to get it to be accessible. And maybe you're doing the PowerPoint file or, a Word document or PDF. And the whole playlist thing, it just works really, really, really great. So that's on the list to kind of go through as well. How, can you make a playlist for pretty much any college course? Of course, you can make a playlist, and it's real easy. Now, to do those kind of things, you'd have to have, a SoundCloud, or you'd have to, have, Gmail, and be able to put that on, YouTube. Even if the YouTube, when you like a YouTube video, it creates essentially a YouTube channel, but you don't actually have to put anything there. That gets created when you start to like or comment on videos on YouTube, if you did. But the cool thing is you can create like unlisted and private things, like shared things. You don't have to be a YouTuber necessarily. You just have to kind of have that, I want to like and comment on a video. And then you get prompted to create, your YouTube channel. But it's not that you're actually going to be a content creator. It's just a way for you to like and comment on videos. But the byproduct is you can actually do all these cool things with playlists as well. And if you wanted to put videos, you could, but like your own, but you don't have to. So you see all the lectures here in my SoundCloud. So I'm kind of going through. And then this is a big playlist, and it changes semester to semester. So 103. But the coolest thing about that is it's scrollable here, where all my students can scroll through like the song they need from the lecture. And they'll have the PowerPoint open, so they can open this in a new window. They can have the PowerPoint. I need to click on this song. It's actually easier for everybody. You don't want to, 100, yes, you could, but 103 samples or examples in multiple folders. This actually gets put in. Of course, I'm, putting that in everywhere there's, a PowerPoint assignment. And I'm doing that right here. You can see one of the things I'm doing is just a little bit of HTML, nothing too fancy, where I'm putting So all I'm doing is using the code for the playlist. So I'm using, and I'll put the code at the end of the live stream, like, okay, how do I center something, or what are some really quick and easy HTML things? Well, paragraph strong right here for my explanation. So that way I can have like the details and the playlist all together. And then I close the strong, close the paragraph, and then I've got some other HTML, paragraph style equals text dash align, center, colon, semicolon there, and I'm closing that. And then I have the iframe right there from the playlist code that I just pick up from the actual playlist, where it's like you want to share it and you have the option of like copy and paste the link, or you can embed it. So I'll put some details that will help everybody, because there are things that maybe some people want to do in a class where you want to use HTML for the course design, or you want to use AI for the course design, or you want to use playlist, and trying to figure out like, okay, what are like some, like, what can I do to center? What can I do to do this? What can I do to create this image? And I think we want to be able to get to those kind of things. And that's going to, hopefully it's going to be helpful. So, but as I said, I think the goal today is under the hood. We're getting under the hood in Blackboard and taking a look at layout, design, flow. All right. Now, if I go over to, say, Music and Video Journal 2, just looking at week 3 here. So you can see Music and Video Journal 2, How to Truly Listen, Evelyn Glennie. I've got an image here, and I know a explanation. It's like, that's a long one. Well, maybe they read it, maybe they don't. My hope is that they don't have to memorize their whole life. All they got to do is just read it at least once, but every time you do the assignment, if you just kind of refresh, like, what am I supposed to do on the assignments? Like, what are the do's, what are the don'ts, what are the options for submission, what are the rules, what are the criteria? I mean, the important thing is to know like the approach to the assignment, the options for doing it, the options for submission, are there things that maybe, are there particular rules in terms of like the criteria or not acceptable answers? And so I try to do that. Not because I don't want people to email me. I'm all good. Students can email me and Pronto, and I'll meet with them as much as they want to, during office hours, and even when it's off-peak hours. And, I'm always happy to help the students. But I think it's important to have everything laid out in terms of what are you grading on? What are there answers that maybe aren't acceptable? And the reason I put this on journals, I do it only because people will say, I don't like it. I don't like this music. I don't like this class. This is not my cup of tea. So I'm trying to keep open minds, honestly. But when we're having class discussions, hey, everything's fair game to discuss. Just in an assignment, trying to make sure that we're focusing on, the learning. Listen, experience, discover, learn, know, understand, apply. So while it may seem kind of long to have all this laid out in an assignment, I've had great success with students getting like the point of the assignment is in a music course. You got to share what you learn in your own words, but there's a lot of flexibility and ways in terms of doing that. And I made two videos. I made one video for music appreciation that shares basically the details of every single assignment in the course. And then I made another video for American music that is the same thing. So it's not me saying, here's what you need to do to get an A. It's me saying, this is what I mean by the criteria. And then I'll talk about all the songs and like, okay, take a look at this part and that part. Now, I don't give everything away, nor do I steal any thunder, but I do get the ball rolling and chat about each assignment, just for a minute or so. So they're not super long videos, but it's also not just like, hey, listen to this song and go. I'm talking about things, hey, focus on this part of the song, or think about this, that, or maybe this, trying to give students, 2 or 3 things to think about for each song, but know that there's flexibility. You're not trying to do things, my way or please a teacher. You just got to follow the criteria and know that there's options within the criteria for you to really have fun with the music class and, all the assignments. Okay. So you see the playlist in this one as I'm just kind of bouncing around here where everything's there. Now, the same thing, if I click on edit, now this is a little bit different. So I will show you how on something like this, when we're looking at inserting things or links or attachments, or if I'm like in this case, where I got media. So you can see right here where these things can get pretty technical pretty quick, but they can also be made very easy. You can see my alternative texts. This is a playlist for the music and video journals. And then you see all I'm doing is I'm just using the media URL so that I can actually put it right there. So there's some different ways to do these kinds of things. One way that you can do it. Later on, I'll showcase like me actually doing that in real time. But if I let's move that mouse over. There we go. Okay, I'm going to cancel that. Okay. All right, let's get out of here. Well, I should show, if I go to the journal again one more time, you can see, obviously, because this is for, previous, or where is it, 4 months. Well, I'm getting things ready for, for down the line. So you're seeing this one is actually set up already for next semester. My American music, I'm still need to, get my dates edited and changed. But for music appreciation, I did a training video on due dates. So I'd actually done that in real time where I'd fixed all my assignments to be ready for music appreciation for fall 2024. But you can see, percentage, maximum points, 2 attempts, safe assign enabled, so I can make sure there's no copy, paste, plagiarism, that kind of stuff. All right. So I do have a couple Padlets because I've made a few videos. So one of them, of course, is a double or an extra. But when I click on the Padlet, this is the coolest thing. I think this is awesome. Now, this is archived, so I need to unarchive it to get it to be visible. And I might try to fix that in a second. But the important thing is you can see right here. I'm going to click this. Let's do content market. And I'm going to scroll down. See, I'm scrolling too fast. Sorry about that. A little more carefully. All right. So I see the syllabus. I'm looking for my Padlet. There we go. Okay, it's going to launch the LTI connection. And what I'm going to do is, let's see, this is what I got. Let's go. I'm going to put the Hall of Fame one. That's not typically one I grade, but the rest of these are live. And the Hall of Fame one is the one I keep open organization-wide for everybody to see, and all students that have ever, I don't want to say not ever, but it's something I started a while ago to kind of keep, students that have taken the course in the past. It's a place where people can go and check out, hey, what is that class about? So let's put that in there. And I'll leave it like this. So it's one of my open ones. This is the one. It's like, hey, it's like sign my yearbook kind of thing. So it's open for anybody at the institution to take a look at, and it's open for students from previous semesters to look at, anytime they want. I guess it's kind of my sign the yearbook kind of thing for courses. But in this case, if I put it in here and I wanted to grade it, I've already got it set up that way because I actually created an assignment. And then once I created an assignment, let me save this for a second. When you do this, it's kind of cool because if I just, I click the plus and I wanted to just go like from scratch on this to grade a Padlet. Then after I click the plus, then I click add text. Okay, then I come over here to insert content. And I go to the content market. I scroll down, click my Padlet, find the one I want to grade, click it, make the changes I want to make. Boom, 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 boom. And if you're timing me, for whoever sees this video down the line, it's done. So now you've got to actually have the assignment content. If you back up a step and you say, okay, I want to do a Padlet right now. Like if we didn't have these, you know, what I'll do here is we can take one of these off. Let's just delete one. And let's click. So you see I'm in Module 1, the Elements of Music. And why don't we just put a Padlet in there? You want to create a Padlet. Okay, cool. Here you go. Create. And we're going to do an assignment. We're just going to call it Test Padlet for now anyway. All right, now got that rocking and rolling. Now I'm going to add text. Okay, now I come over here, content market, scroll down. I won't miss it this time. Padlet. Okay, for the sake of what we've been doing, same thing. Hall of Fame, make the adjustment, edit, insert. Okay, save. Assignment settings. We're just going to play with it. Let's make the due date just for fun. Let's put it here. Let's say on the time we want to do how about I'll just put it. Let's do that. Private late submissions. You can, that's up to you how you want to do that. Obviously, all these different presentation options that we'll check out. We'll do 2 attempts in case something goes wrong. We'll go attempt with highest grade. Let's see. Let's go with percentage. Scroll down. I'm not going to worry about save assign on this one. Description, I'm just going to put test Padlet for now. I want to change this later based on your description. We're going to save it. It's done. So then the only other thing that would have to be made clear if you were doing it this way, go to Padlet 1, come over here, make sure we can carry over a note like this. So this gives you a notification that there's something to grade. That's the whole reason for it. Okay, make it visible, click the test Padlet, click the 3 horizontal dots. Gonna add a little something here. Add a space, and we're done. And if I wanted to add the tutorial video below, of course, you know, same thing. Click the plus, add text, click, go to insert YouTube video, search for it. I'm not sure if it'll come up this way, but I'll put Padlet, something like that. Yep. Select, insert, done. So, you know, it takes longer to talk about these things than just to watch somebody do like a quick little thing, but that's how you could do a graded Padlet. Are there other ways? I mean, maybe. Technology is always changing, and there's always new ways, new and different ways, revise things, updated things, LTIs get updated, HTML, of course, changing. So with all that, it's like, that's a, you know, it's just a cool, you know, cool things that you can do to, you know, get things rocking and rolling. So, wow, it took us a little while to get to that point in terms of, hey, we got to something maybe I can use. But I think like checking out like under the hood, hopefully that's been really helpful as I've gone through today's stream, and then seeing me do, you know, okay, well, can I grade a Padlet? That exists. Cool. Let's see. There's maybe 1 or 2 more small things we can do before we end the stream today. Let me go back to the module just to kind of take a look. Is there any unfinished business there? I think that's enough in terms of what's happening in, you know, an example of a module in the course. So let me, while you don't have to close the disclosure triangles, once you leave the course, it'll all just do that on its own. But I do it. That's just my flow. Now I will say, like on module 2, with the way I have the course set up, you scroll down to module 2, you see I've got the, you know, the midterm in there, and you know, there's a review sheet, midterm, and things are set to be released in terms of release conditions. So we'll talk about those kind of things in an upcoming stream as well. You go to Module 4, the classical era. See the same kind of flow where it's week 12, week 13, week 14, week 15, video under concert paper. I click on video under concert paper. I get it right there. I'm going to go to that actual assignment. And I just got a picture, live shot from a concert in there that actually happened here. And given, attend a musical performance or complete a video response paper. And just basically given, I think students look at these as rules. I don't look at them as like rules that I made up or it's a hard and fast only this way. I just look at it as criteria. They could write more pages if they want. They could use other formats, but basically putting it down like here's the criteria for the assignment. But if they want to write in, Turabian, APA, or CMS, MLA is recommended, but we're open here. We just got to talk about it. And different options in terms of what, where can I see different kinds of concerts and or documentaries? What about, the STC library and all the amazing academic resources? Just trying to put something in there to give options. And then, knowing that, if you want to know, like, what's an awesome paper that I could look at to see, an example of a paper. Well, if I can get this to pop up, takes a second, but they can see, okay, this is how I do, my MLA heading. This is how the date goes. Don't call it concert or reaction, like come up with something, snazzy that you can call it. And they can look at this, of course, to understand the content flow, but also to understand like the formalities of, completing a, paper in a college level course. Now, this is a 1,000 level course. So, we're not trying to get students in a 1,000 level course to, publish books and papers and journals and articles. I mean, I'm sure there's exceptions. But, just trying to get, make sure that the writing is clear and spelling, grammar, mechanics, flow, style, like all that thing is, happening. And so I like to give samples to help for both, like content flow being, the content of what they're writing about, and the assignment for going to see a concert. That's the most important thing, more important than like, pagination and headings, but you need to have like MLA heading and the pagination be correct and spacing and tabs and fonts. That stuff is really, really important too. So trying to show like this is an example of the full package where you can see, okay, this is the format we need. And this is how like the content flow is. So trying to do those kind of things in the course, and hopefully that helps, students see samples and or examples of, hey, what's going on in the class. Now, if I go to week 16 final exam, same thing where there's a review sheet and there's release conditions in terms of when it's released. And my final exam, this one's not set, but exams and quizzes have release conditions that'll go along with those. This one, I've been tinkering with this in different videos. So things are like, you can see like 3 Hall of Fames because because we were playing with that a little bit, and I've played off obviously with that in other videos as well. So I'm going to cut some of those loose live, and it's going to be a little wiggity right now. Won't worry about that too much. Okay, let me get back to sharing the proper tab. Here we go. All right. So we're back in. All right. Back into the tab. All right. So final exam. Okay, sorry. I'm talking through these things, it's like I'm talking about something and I'm like, oh, I'm on the wrong tab. Sorry about that. Every now and then that happens to the best of us. Oh no, I'm on the wrong PowerPoint slide or the wrong tab. I mean, it happens, but I think the point I was making about the exam and the papers, just having review sheets to help them in the process and preparation, and having examples of assignments and or papers like to help them, as well as tutorial videos. And does a teacher have to do all this? No, you basically got to find your vibe, your flow on things that you feel like are going to be helpful for your course and your students. This is kind of my thing here, but I figure it's hopefully worth sharing and fun to share, so you can see these things. All right, let me close that, and I'll click on. I skipped module 3, but let me just click real quick to show you. Like, for example, maybe the Baroque intro and overview. You can see, there's a Padlet there, and there's a journal, Vivaldi. If I jump over to week 11, culminating figure JS Bach. Audio lecture, PowerPoint, a Padlet there. Now if I see, probably these may have archived. Well, okay, this one's open. This one's kind of cool. I know earlier I had an archive, but for this one, Padlet 4, JS Bach and Polyphony, it's one that I use pretty much every semester in either an assignment or quiz. And they're basically listening to the organ fugue in G minor, and they've got to try to count the main melody that goes throughout the piece. And they might be able to find that or look that up, on the internet. But I have to say that the students do a really good job of actually being honest about, but that has to, of course, be established from day one, from the professor or the teacher. Because you think about all the things that we can learn from library books and or the internet, or just from figuring things out on our own. It's there are a lot of different ways to learn and absorb material. But there's a lot of ways to find the answers. They could, probably find out exactly how many times a melody is. But I feel like they actually do pretty good. There's every now and then I have some of that was, people are putting the same number, but because I emphasize this in the audio lectures, the live classes, in terms of, academic integrity and, sincerity and earnest and candor, honesty, all that kind of stuff. I have a really, high and awesome success rate of students just being really straight up about these kind of things. So they listen. If they feel like it's 20 or 30 or whatever the number is, it's actually not that many. But I get all kinds of answers, and it tells me that they're listening, trying to figure some things out. In the live classes, we do it live. In the hybrid classes, we do it live as well. And in the online, they do pretty good too. They don't always figure out the right answer, but the whole point is you're not being graded. On a journal assignment in my courses, I'm not grading on whether I like what they talk about or whatever, or I'm not grading on whether they get the right answer on something like this. It's not an opinion grade, it's the criteria. So when a student does a journal in a music class, I'm grading on, did they follow the criteria? If a student does an assignment on a concert paper in my course, I'm not grading on whether or not I like the music. I'm grading on, does this paper meet the criteria? Are they, putting their heart and soul into the assignment? Are they having, it's like, well, how do you gauge heart, soul, and fun? Okay, I get that. But it's criteria. Like, did they meet the format criteria, on the assignment? Did they write enough pages? But even if they did write enough pages, whether it's words, paragraphs, pages, whatever, like, are they following a math requirement? Are they really digging in? So we kind of have to put out like rubrics and or, like things for them to kind of say, hey, we got to talk about, like, here's some points you want to make sure to include. It's a challenge for all of us, not only for the student, but for the person grading. So I'm not grading on this exact assignment on JS Bach and Polyphony, where it's like they got to listen to the Bach organ fugue, count how many times you hear the main melody. But whether or not they get it right or wrong, as long as they participate, like that's great. That's all I'm really looking for. I'm not looking for right or wrong on Padlets. I'm just participate, whether it be live, hybrid, or online. And in the journals that I was showing earlier, you just got to meet the criteria. Just, so on Padlets, I do participation. On journals, you do have criteria that have to be met on each of the assignments. And on the concert paper, it doesn't matter if it's maybe music that is, not my favorite music. I don't really think about music in terms of that way. I think about, on a concert paper for them, I need. The assignment is write about, a concert that you enjoy. Go. And here's the criteria that you want to make sure to include and or be a part of that concert paper assignment. So I don't look at a concert paper assignment in my class and go, oh, I don't like that kind of music. But I don't actually even think that way. So, but it's easy to hear somebody say it. It's another to kind of live or walk the walk. But I really and truly, whatever they want to write about, it's their assignment. They have to hit the criteria that is on the journal assignment. So it's a lot of different kinds of assignments and flexibility, and me trying to get students to be open-minded, as well as myself, making sure that we're all open-minded, but that there's options for assignments and flexibility to get that stuff done. Maybe music lends itself to that. I'm sure there are other courses where you can have these kinds of things. Okay. Now I'm going to come out of this. Let's, all right, we'll close that. Module 3, the Baroque era. Okay, so that's this is basically the front end overview of one of my college courses. Now, if I spend just a couple minutes showing you the back end, I'm going to go over to Tools. Let me share this tab with you. All right, so right now I'm sharing my course content for that Music Appreciation Developmental Shell. And you're seeing some things that like maybe it's like, whoa, what is that? Do I have to do all that? No, you don't have to do all this. It's something I do. You know, I have a background in another life of doing, you know, graphic design and web design and, you know, being a musician, former skateboarder. I still skateboard a little bit, but having, you know, musical background and skateboarding background and playing in, you know, bands and symphony orchestras and being just a creature of tech. My starting point is always here. And so I like doing it this way because I'll use permanent URLs for some things. It's easier for me to keep track of maybe if I want to update, switch out or change, you know, PowerPoints, or if I have like app type things. Honestly, it's just easier for me to find and link in my courses this way, but you don't actually have to do back-end design like this, but some people may want to do that. What I'll be doing in upcoming streams is taking us through back-end design versus front-end design and maybe combo design, and basically just so everybody can kind of pick how you want to design your courses. If you wanted to learn something new about, you know, you see I have course images and attachments, and it's like, well, whoa, why do you do it that way? Well, I need to show you how I would use one of those images in the class, you know, when I'm doing developmental, so you can see like how I'm doing it and why I'm doing it. The why is more, it's easier for me to change things out and know where to find them. If you do all front-end design, you get like a whole bunch of different folder connections with these, where it's like you get folder, and it's just it's like an imaginary line or a bunch of arrows connecting. You know, you upload one image, but it takes, you know, a few folders to kind of find where everything is. In this case, I can actually find everything that's actually in my course. And it does make it easier to change out images, PowerPoints, audio files, or things that I may be using. The integration of cloud computing in terms of, say, maybe using OneDrive, Dropbox, or Google Drive, that stuff is very, very cool too. So I'll do some of that. But really in back-end design, for me, it just helps me know where everything is and be able to edit, change, rearrange, that kind of stuff. You know, so when I click on PowerPoint in the back end, you can see, you know, all my PowerPoints are there for the course 1 through 16. And you saw on course images, you know, where I've got my 10 course images, they're all there. If I go back over here, you know, Pronto and Flip, you know, overview and the QR code is there. I just keep kind of going down, listening guides for pieces. So these may change based on the class or the semester or pieces or whatever, but if I have listening guides for particular pieces, I can put them in there. Review materials. So any reviews I make, say like for the midterm or the final exam, can have those in there. Okay. And then concert paper, where these are different samples, different times, semesters, ideas, you know, just different samples for students to have some optional samples on, you know, how do I do an awesome assignment? Like, what can you show me something? Sure. Yeah, no problem. So it's sample 1, 2, 3 on the paper, you know, and then, you know, my read only, you can see my read only. This is when you start clicking all this, right? This is where you start getting into, see all this clicking I'm doing. And that's just to get to my Welcome to STC Music, you know, SoundCloud. Now it didn't show all the clicks. So I'm going to go back, and I need to go back and share that screen. This is the last thing I clicked. Now you can see it took a lot of clicks just to get to that. Okay, now I'm going to switch tabs here. Okay. Now let me get back. Let's go back to the main part of the course. So that's by the read only. So like basically everything, like all of my HTML things are gonna be there. And if you have a class where you're not doing these kind of things, you're going to have, it's going to have different, folders, and you're going to have like some read-only HTML stuff if you do have that. And then, of course, your course banner and course thumbnail. So some of the basics of how the back-end design, at least for me, is going to work. And if I go back to the class, and we're like, hey, we've been here for a while. Cool. Is there some other like quick things that you could do in your class to make it like snazzy or cooler or fun? Yeah. So let me share the tab. All right. So you can see my main tab now, and maybe you want to. You see I've got all these images and icons, and you're like, I want to be able to do that. I've never done that before. Okay, cool. So I'm going to click on the pencil here, and I'm going to take away that course image to start from scratch. We're going to delete the image. I know, like, uh-oh, hope we can get it back, right? We're going to save. Now, let me click. Let me go over here to course image. All right, so you basically seen me go through the steps, and I need to upload the file. Okay, so I'm going to do. All right, so it may not show you the folder that I'm getting in from my computer here, but you'll see when the image pops up. Okay, so all right, now I've got an image there that you should be able to see. Okay, next. And it's labeled. I mean, you can change that before upload if you want. I have all of my stuff is very like labeled in terms of numbers, whether it be for a training or for just organization on my computer. But typically when I'm uploading things, I'll just upload it, and I will either decide the numbering beforehand, or I will number it and organize things afterwards. On this one, it doesn't really matter. It's doing the course image a little differently than the other images. So all I'm really going to do is just play with it a little bit to find what I'm digging on. I mean, I could magnify. I'm not going to do it for this particular image. I'm just going to make sure to leave a little space when it moves down or crops down. Process image. I definitely want it to be on the course banner, and I'm going to save. And it's right there. Yeah, I mean, I could play with it a little bit more to make sure the robustness is there for basically all platforms and devices. But I'm pretty happy with that. That's one quick thing that you can do. Like, oh, that's cool. Okay. So the icons, not the pencil and the 3D icons, it's all licensed from Ensemble Elements, and the main image is licensed from Adobe. Like I said, you can use AI to do these kind of things. You can use Adobe Illustrator. You can use Canva. You can license from Adobe and or Envato and many, many others. You have lots of options in doing these kind of things. I'm going to leave the pencil alone for now. We're going to go ahead and take a look at, okay, what about a module? So is it possible to change this? Like, can I put whatever I want in there? Well, sure. Yeah, you can play with that. So how about I know it's always the scary thing. Oh my gosh, don't delete. And we're going to save that. Now I'm just going to do one for today. In another video, I'll go through step by step, changing all of them. So if I just want to add my icon or image in there, add image, or I can click the icon, either way. And I'm going to upload the file, and you can see, let me go to, the only thing you can't see is from the folder on my computer. All right, so I've got some icons on my computer. I'm going to select one, and you'll see it pop up in a second. All right, so now you're seeing it. All right. And I like the way it looks, so I don't need to magnify it, or, yeah, I mean, I could move it around a little bit if I want. I put it in there. It's going to process the image. Image, I'm marking it as decorative. I'm going to save that, and voila. Cool, right? Okay. So, and maybe one more quick thing, and then we'll call it a day for this first live stream. Let me go over to a different course really quickly. Let let me close out a few things that you, of course, can't see. But what I want to show you is American music. Okay, so now what you're seeing is, my American music. And what I want to show you here is like, okay, can I change my dates in, 60 seconds or less? Now we'll have other live streams where I'm going to talk about, batch editing and changing dates and Padlet. And there's other videos like more detailed, longer videos that, or even shorter videos that just say, hey, here's HTML. But I figure it can't hurt to show you some of these things in our first, Blackboard tips and tricks with Professor Ron, and show you like, here's some actionable things that you can take. You've been with me this long. Let's give you some action, Jackson. So let me give it to you straight. If you want to just change the dates like really quickly for whether you have 10 assignments or 100 assignments, it's real simple. So all we need to do is we need to go up in the course and want to batch edit. Now we can open all these. We can start like clicking and like you could actually do this. And I do this in another video where you can actually click these and open them. You'll get an error message if you just kind of blankly click the modules, although it's not a big deal. You can do this if you want and start. I just prefer to, if I can get there in 3 clicks or less, or at least minimize the clicking, I want to do so. So you can go through and find all the assignments, but you're okay, honestly, just to boom, boom, boom. I'm going to edit the dates and the current start date. You just got to know what you're targeting here. January 16th for the current start date. New start date. It's going to be, we want August 26th for fall 2024. It's going to move the dates forward 223 days. If I do that, it won't actually work because it's not taking us through like the first day of classes. It's taking you actually through 25 and not getting that. So what you really need is 224. So this is the start date of current, and this is the new start date. But it just doesn't work out right. To get it to calculate, to get the assignments. So if I actually do it this way right now, my assignments will be off by a day. So my assignments right now, they're set to like, if I say like for the journals, they're set to be Saturdays. And when I ran this in the test a little bit earlier, it put them on Fridays. It was a day off. So all you really you can do this, but really you need to got to add an extra day. I guess it'd be kind of weird to put the start day like the day after, but you actually need it to be 224 days to get the days to line up correctly because of how Blackboard is calculating the current start date to the new start date, where it's actually taking you through. When you put in 26, it actually calculates through the 25th, and you need that. You need it to actually include the 26. So it says 26 is the new start date, but actually the math is only running through 25. So to do this, I mean, it's just a lot of work. I suppose you could just, put the 27th, because if you put 27, it'll actually calculate 26, not 27. Weird, I know, but so I can just do, I can do this. We'll just put 224. Shift forward to 4. You'll get the error message. Some dates or times have been successfully updated. Only times with existing values can be modified. Okay. It's because I didn't go through and individually select everything. Not that I'm trying to be lazy. It's just we do have other things to do. So not a big deal. You can individually select if you prefer to do it that way. Now, if I get out of here and you take a look at, okay, well, did it work? Well, you come over to say Module 1, the elements of music. We're in my American music course. And okay, well, let's look at the assignment. Now, I know that my assignment, like when I'm looking at these assignments right now in week 2, this should be Saturday on week 5. So then when I click on the assignment, okay, it's saying that it's 9/28, 2024. And when you go to the calendar, I mean, you can just look at it, I suppose. You can look at, you look at the calendar and the settings, and okay, well, the day is right. It's Saturday. I did have to add that day. It is correct. It's Saturday the 28th. Now, if I back up the calendar and go, okay, 26th, that's week 1, week 2, okay, week 3, week 4, week 5. It's perfect. It's awesome. So, you know, again, it takes longer to talk about the flow and the process and course design, and it's actually pretty quick to get to actionable items in terms of change 100 assignments or change 10 assignments or change 30 assignments. Now, it really kind of depends on how you have all that stuff set up in terms of weekly, monthly. Certainly, there'll be some other things that we'll have to talk about where the final exam may still be off, or, you know, what's up with, you know, when you're talking about spring break dates. You know, spring break can throw the math off when you're looking at assignments. And so there's other things in terms of like, is there a spring break that affects the math? Does it calculate through when you're changing dates? Does it calculate through like through the first day or to the end of like day 0 before the first day or whatever? So thinking about some of those things. Well, I think that's good for today. This gets the ball rolling. So I think you've heard me say a few times, you know, for those that watch this, I hope it helps. The biggest thing about this first stream that I wanted to do was just to kind of show you under the hood of what's happening in Blackboard Ultra, like, you know, in my classes. But it's not just necessarily my classes. Whether it was, you know, biology or math or music, philosophy, English, I kind of wish someone would have done this for me, where you could see under the hood of what a professor is doing in their classes in terms of how they have it set up, what are their assignments, what's the criteria. So I think that was my biggest goal today. Is this is a college course under the hood, you know, viewing or seeing in Blackboard Ultra. And then, of course, I probably could have done a better job of sprinkling actionable items throughout the video. But if and when you get to those points, I hope you'll see that the actionable items, they really move, you know. So thanks, everybody. I hope this, for all those that attended and watched, and for anybody that gets to watch this later on to see, remember, as you're watching this, I know I say many times, this is the Under the Hood with Professor Ron and Blackboard Ultra. Today, we're going to take a look at Concourse Syllabus in Blackboard Ultra. Let's dive in. All right, so I'm over here in my fall 2024. This is MUSI 1306 V04 Music Appreciation. Now, this is a class that is not live. It is completely done and ready to go, aside from just the Concourse Syllabus. So what we want to do is go from scratch, and then I'll show you a few things. All right. So I'm going to move around a little bit. Now, the first thing I want to show you, I'll definitely make sure to toggle. You can see things that I'm doing here if I need to change screens. So I'm going to go over to my Start Here module. I'm going to click the disclosure triangle. I'm going to scroll down where I want to have this here. I've got my welcome, my central course information, Pronto Instant Messenger. Let's go ahead and put the syllabus. I'm going to click on the plus here. Go to Content Market. All right, over here to the left, come down a little bit. I see my Concourse Syllabus. Okay, we're going to get it on there. I'm going to make it visible. Now, as I was saying earlier, it's not live. Basically, I imported this from my developmental shell once I was done getting everything ready for this particular class. It's going to launch here. We're talking a week from today on the 26th, if I can say that correctly. Okay, now I've got some notes. I'm not going to share all the notes, but I'm going to put a little labeling here on the syllabus real quick. I'm going to copy and paste from some notes, come back over, Concourse Syllabus. I'm going to edit this before I launch. I'm going to go ahead and change my description. I'm going to do a little Control-V, put something in there that I want. There we go. I'm going to save that, just put in class labeling as I'd like to see it. Do it as you see fit or you want to do it, all good. Okay, so you see we got it going on there. We just have it rocking and rolling. All right, scroll a little bit, make sure you can see it. All right, so far so good. Now I want to go ahead and launch this. So scroll back up first. Music Appreciation, V04, everything looking good. We're going to click on Concourse Syllabus. All right. I'm going to share the tab. Okay, now you can see the new tab. All right, we're good to go. Okay, so in Concourse Syllabus, now what I want to do here is just do a quick scroll and kind of see what's going on. All right, I see everything's so far so good. Sure, music appreciation, MU Site 1306. I see fall 2024, section V04. Yeah, everything's fine in terms of just, okay, cool. You've got the default template basically, or the, the master. But I've got to put the details in there. So I can see online, course description, department chair information, my course learning outcomes, required core objectives, all the policies. Okay, so where's all the stuff? This is basically the default, master template here. So what I'm going to do next, I'm going to copy. I'm going to go over to syllabus, go over here to copy. And where it says copy syllabus content from another course to this course. That's actually going to serve as my building block. Okay, copy from. All right, I'm going to grab something from my notes. I'm going to bring that over. All right. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, so I'm going to copy from spring 2024, V05. That'll give me my basic. That should give me the basic layout of what I'm looking for. So basically, you've got the master template, and then what I'm doing is I'm bringing in an old syllabus to serve as the building block, or I suppose I could say template again, so to speak. The layout, the building block, the nucleus, whatever you want to call it. Okay, I'm going to double check. It says from 1306 V05, full term spring 2024 to music appreciation 1306 section V04, fall 2024. Yeah, and I want to copy everything. It's my starting point. Okay, copy. Yes, I know it's going to override. I'm cool with that. And yay, there we go. Okay, so now I start to scroll a little bit more. Oh, cool, my information is there from, previous semester. This gives me a starting point, and I can kind of roll through this. Okay, so I'm just going to come back up to the top, and I'm going to go down, basically, not one by one, but kind of go through pretty quickly and change what needs to be changed. So, meeting time online, course description, contact information. First, go over here to syllabus, and I'm going to click edit. I want to be able to edit all this real nice and clean. So we're going to go over to contact information. And let's see, this part looks good. Let's go to, well, basically you got to change what, if your office hours changed, change it. So I'm just looking, okay, what are the things that have changed? Okay, so I know that this actually is going to be changed. So all I'm going to do here is instead of it being Monday and Wednesday for the upcoming semester, I'm doing Tuesday and Thursday. It is the same time, at least currently. Of course, those things can change if, it could change if there's any last minute professor scheduling, I get a class change or schedule or something like that. But at least that's for 28B time. Face-to-face times will be Tuesday, Thursday, 2:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. That looks good. And you see I've got a Zoom thing in here. I definitely want to fix that because that's an old link. So I'm going to double check the share, make sure it looks good. Yeah, you can see everything. Okay. So I always want to do that in these live streams. Make sure you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so I'm going to go to my notes. I'm not going to put my notes on the screen, but I am going to copy and paste from time to time just for my notes. Okay, so I've got my new Zoom office hours link. Okay, I'm over here, Concourse. I'm going to change that link. I'm getting on that link now. Okay, sorry, let me come back to that. I was just double checking. Okay, and I'm going to change that out. Okay, I know the last part of my link, so I know I'm good to go on that. I am happy with that. Yeah, cool. All right, and double checking the time. Yes, Tuesday, Thursday, 8:30 a.m. Yeah, that's correct. Morning and afternoon, and then evenings on Mondays and Wednesdays for the next thing I'm going to do. Okay, all this is cool. This is great. Save that. Cool. So that's one thing changed. Probably takes longer to talk about it than it does just to do it. But all I had to do was change a couple days, double check the times, or change the times if need be. Change my Zoom link. If I want to test the Zoom link, make sure I got the right one. Okay, let's hit it up. Click. And I'm going to share the screen. Okay, so now you can see it. And I'll scroll a little bit. You can see my banner for my Zoom office hours, fall 2024, first name, last name, email address, course name, and section. Yeah, everything's there. You can see the students can select the days and times they want all the way to the end of the semester. Okay, I'm just kind of fast scrolling there just so you can kind of see. Yay, it works. Cool. Okay, so we just tested out. We got the office hours fixed. We've adjusted, double-checked times, tested the link, and we're feeling good about that. Scroll down to Pronto, and I'm double-checking days, Monday, Wednesday, 5 to 7. That'll be the same, so that's good to go there. All right, course learning outcomes. It's all part of the master. The core objectives, part of the master. Course requirements. Let's see. Basically just going to do a discount double check to see is there anything that I've maybe changed and or updated. So kind of just scrolling through all my course requirements: attendance and participation, roll call, early work, no late work, zero policy, of course, so the drop policy, drop exceptions, modular release notes, minimum grades, journals. Yeah, this quick scroll, everything is looking good here. There's nothing. Double check my use of AI on there, daily grading. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go through every little thing, but this all looks really good. It looks these are things I'm not changing. I feel good about these things as I just kind of scroll through. Yeah, this is good. All the requirements are fine. There's no changes I need to make for the upcoming semester are there. But I will show you later on if you did need to make changes, the different ways that you could do it. All right, let's go to the stuff that, the big ticket items in terms of things like, hey, I got to change assignments. I got to do it pretty quick, right? All right, so I'm double checking my Edpuzzle assignments. Okay, let's see. Okay. I got Edpuzzle September 1st. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Well, that actually, the date is actually correct, but it looks like I may have made an adjustment in preparation for this. As I was getting ready to do the live stream, I was practicing. So, oops, sorry about that, but it actually is right. So the how-to videos, Edpuzzle, 14%, Sunday, September 1st. Everything else, you'll see wrong dates because I'm actually going to change them live, but I do always practice before I do these things. Okay, so I know that one's good. Sunday, September 1st, 2024, 11 p.m. Journals, 24. There's nothing I need to change here in terms of the assignment. I feel good about that, especially after been doing these for 14 plus years. I feel good about the journal flow and all the iterations I've done to try to improve, how to do the assignment and options for submission. And the cool thing, like say, for example, is just kind of a side note for my music and video journals. I mean, I have a whole separate YouTube video that explains like how to do them, and I have a YouTube video that tells you like the do's and don'ts of Edpuzzle. I basically make assignment videos for all my students on how to be successful on pretty much all the different assignments they do in my courses, whether it be history of rock and roll, fundamentals of music, music appreciation, percussion courses, or even any audio or video engineering, music things that I may do as a part of any of the courses I teach or work with. Okay, so we're good there. If we go down to one of the first big changes we got to do quickly, it's going to be over here at the journal due dates. So for the journal due dates, what I want to do real quickly is I want to be able to change the dates really, really fast. So one of the things I do is I do prep work before to help me do this. So it's basically just copy and paste. You're just kind of rolling through. So I'm going to take from my notes right now, and then in a few seconds, you're just going to see it change. Okay, so back here, clicking it. I'm going in. You can do this. Two ways to copy it. This is more and more. I'm going to go into the source code. Okay. All right, I'm doing it through the source, and I'll show you the simpler way. Really just kind of having a little fun. Let me save that. You see it changes right away, yeah. It's pretty quick. So you see the music and video journal due dates. I've got them all, journal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 19, 11, 12, and you see everything because it's modular. Yeah, you see some similar, like same dates, but because I do due dates that are modular, basically when a few weeks, a particular topic equals a module. So when I'm talking about the elements of music, all those assignments are due towards typically the end of week 4 or week 5, depending on how the lecture series is set up and if there's an intro and whatnot. So that, like, I did it through source code because I do some of my stuff through HTML. Some of it I just type in the text boxes. Typical way, honestly, just to do that real quick. If I go back to my journal dates, and I just do it from my preparatory file. So what I'll do is I'll have all this on a Microsoft Word document ready to go. So I'm not having to like type and backspace and just sit there thinking about things. I have it all prepared. I spend more time in the preparatory, so when I do the syllabus, it's like real fast. And one of the reasons I like HTML and playing with the source code is I like to have a little bit more control. But honestly, the easier, quicker way for something like this is just if you make a preparatory file, and I'll show you that here in a minute. If you make a preparatory file with all the details, it will make this go a lot quicker. It takes longer for me to maybe show you or talk about the different ways to do it, but to truly do it, if you have a preparatory file, I'm going to bring that over. Give me a second to copy that. Okay, so copying the prep notes. Come back over here. All right, so you see I'm just in the details here. I'm just going to delete. Okay, now I'm just going to copy them. You're going to see me copy and paste just straight up text in there. Now, I'm going to save that, and it doesn't look as pretty. No big deal. Look, you want to make this pretty, all you got to do is go back in, and I mean, you could bullet it if you want. I can go through and I can select everything, and I can do a bullet list, and then just double check that all the numbers have the appropriate bullets. If not, fix it. Double check 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, save. And it's done. It's really quick. But part of this is because I'm not sitting here having to think about dates and my new assignments. I spend a lot of time, in the preparatory thinking about if I'm going to change assignments or if I'm going to change wording. I try not to do that from here. I try to make sure when I come here to the Concourse Syllabus that I'm using my notes. So I think if you see that, it kind of helps get everything to make a whole lot more sense. So maybe what I can do is show you. This could be kind of cool. So now you're seeing my notes and you're seeing what's highlighted. So if I just kind of take you through my notes for a second so you kind of understand where I'm coming from on how the syllabus works. Basically, I just spend a lot of time. It's not even really a lot of time. I spend time preparing. So then when it gets down to doing stuff, whether it be in Blackboard or in Concourse Syllabus or in Edpuzzle, whatever it is, I want to make sure that I keep myself as organized as possible. So this is my syllabus prep notes, and I've got things that, just some of it's personal notes to me for maybe a live stream that I'm doing, a video that I'm doing, just a smidgen of it. But most of this is either for Blackboard things that I need or for things that I need or I need to update in the syllabus. So you can see I have some notes up here in terms of like search, copy, or labeling, and then a note of a change I needed to make sure I do in Blackboard. I've got my office hours, my correct link, things that I needed to update, text that I needed to update. But I also have like HTML for my office hours, so that I've got the text and I've got the HTML. That's really just for me. I like having both of those. My Pronto Messenger. So basically, through my notes, I've got the text and the HTML of things that I would like to update in Blackboard and or Concourse Syllabus as well. My important dates are here, text, but I've also got the HTML for that as well. I make a note to myself, add this to the assignments area top, which I did before in the practice I already actually did that. Other things about like the midterm exam timeline, note about online courses, find like the percentages for everything. So you see as I scroll through here, these are just my notes that are helping me so that when I do the syllabus or when I'm making changes or updates to my Blackboard class, it's basically what this is. It's syllabus prep, but it also has changes or updates to some of the things in the Start Here module. I mean, changes or updates in other areas would take a little bit of a bigger document, of course. This is anything to do with the Start Here module and anything with Concourse Syllabus. So you can see in here, I'm not having to think about it. I've already got like all my journal dates ready to go with text and the HTML. Padlet dates ready to go, text and HTML. Quizzes ready to go, text and HTML. Some alt text and image description information that I needed for some updates in Blackboard Ultra. HTML for something very specific that I wanted to make a change to in Blackboard Ultra in terms of how my video lectures show. So I needed to make a note to myself on that particular change. Some course requirements. There were changes that I had to kind of double check and go through, so I got all the text in here and then verified if I wanted to make any tweaks or changes with the HTML. Sometimes I'll just use the HTML in Blackboard for the course. I'll do it in the syllabus. But I do pretty much start everything from the text first. It's quicker and easier. But I am comfortable and familiar with HTML, so I will sometimes toggle them. And really, I toggle on both of those worlds. So I mean, I'm just going to do a quick scroll back up. So I just, hopefully that helps kind of seeing where I'm coming from in terms of that. Okay. So now I've shown you a little bit of my notes. Now we are back into looking at our course syllabus here. Okay. So we know a lot of this is all part of the master. We've made changes to the top. We feel good about that. Made those tests. We do another scroll. I felt good about the course requirements. There wasn't any big things I needed to change there. My Edpuzzle, as I said earlier, I already adjusted that. We went ahead and went to the first big date change, which is there. Let's do the next big date change, which will be the Padlets. So Padlets are obviously incorrect because it says February. And because I have the prep file ready to go, I go to that prep file I was showing you. And I come over here. I'm just going to copy it. I'll go ahead and stick with the text on this one, just to keep things rolling for how most people will probably do it. Okay, got my text copied. I'm in the box. Okay, and then okay, it doesn't, not exactly as I'm wanting it, but I'll make an adjustment. No big deal. Just have to do some slight little tweaks. Okay, yeah. Padlet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I have modular dates. Modular dates all being grouped together when the end of the lecture series is done. So all that's cool. One more check here. Yeah, and I save it. Cool, that one's done. Weekly quizzes, same thing. Go to my notes. I'll do it from the text since I started with maybe the harder one, HTML, but just doing from the text now. Come over here to the box, get it in there. Doesn't come out perfectly as I want it. One of the reasons I like HTML, I get more control. For me, it's quicker, but I mean, you got to do what's easy for you. You know, you want the syllabus to kind of roll through. I can see this is all good. Elements, Elvis, Beatles, Baroque, classical. Yeah, I'm good to go. I'm going to save that. I feel good about that. Awesome. And I don't have any big due dates to check. And on the titles here, the names of the assignments. So far, so good. And I do a double scroll or a discount double check scroll. Sunday, 1, 24. Okay. It's like checking that one like 3 times. Sorry. Video journals all look good. September, November, December. Yeah, it looks good. Padlets, September, November, December. Yeah, good. Quizzes, September, October, November. Yeah, okay, cool. So I need to go to the midterm. I'm going to make a quick change there. I'm going to go to my notes, find my midterm information. I'm going to scroll through to make sure I can get the stuff I need for the midterm here. All right. I can't show you the notes at the same time, but I can get a copy and paste of the notes, and all I'm going to do is just bring them over. You'll see it change right there. I don't want that to be bold. Okay, and then I'm going to take this, going to bring part of this in. Gonna make some changes. Okay, I'm gonna take where it says Friday, bring that in, take it to the box here. Cool. Do Friday, February 1824. Yep, looking good. I don't need that. It's not really necessary to have that period. Online exam, looking good. Cool. And we'll make sure that it all comes out correct here. All right, midterm exam, 50% due, Friday, 22. Yep, looks good. Online exam comes through pretty clear. Day, timeline, face-to-face, week 8, class 2. Yeah, I do the same thing for final exam. Just go to my notes real quick. Get all the final exam material I need. Do a quick copy and paste. Percentages are still good. 15, 15. Going to bring it in. No review. I kind of changed that. There's practice quizzes that help with that. Because I do Edpuzzle video lectures, and then there's embedded practice quizzes in there. And then they come back to the course and actually take the quizzes in the course for real that time. But I have practice quizzes that get ready for the real quizzes to help you move forward into the exams. So online exam. Okay, then we'll get that last date and then make sure the layout is good. I'll take the period. I don't need the period. Okay, and then we'll come up here. Okay, this is good. Friday, December 13th. Friday 13th. Okay, and we're going to save that. I'm going to check my source for, yeah, that's good. Okay, so everything's looking good. November 10th, October, Friday 18th, 11, 2024, 18, Friday, December 13th. I'm just kind of, as I'm kind of fixing what I'm on now, I'm making sure go backwards, just kind of double checking what I did before. You don't want to miss anything. But all this looks good. I need to fix the face-to-face. Didn't work out. When you see it looks right here, but what I need to do is I need a backspace, or on a Mac I have to hit reject or the delete button, and then I'm gonna do Shift Enter, save. Okay, fixed. Yeah, cool. Little things that we have to do on Mac or PC or whatever you're using to get the spacing right. I mean, to get it to look correctly on this here. Okay. So let's see, that final exam's looking good. All the changes are looking good. Let's go to video under concert paper, and we want to make sure we're checking all these dates as we go along too. So you see the big ticket dates where I have Friday, October 18th and Friday, December 13th. And I see a May here. Obviously, we know that one's incorrect, so we want to make sure to get that one out of there. See, is there anything else in here that needs to be... Oh, this is looking good. So I'm going to go to my notes, and I'm going to bring over my due date information. Make sure I feel good about that. Okay, come over here. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's see how that looks. All right. Well, I didn't mean to, I probably copied too much there, so I want to keep the flow the same as what I had. So I need that kind of flow to match. Do, and then the EM dash. Okay. All right, we'll get that in there, here. Fix that, double check here. Okay, save, should be good to go. There we go. Trying to get the flow to match. Not that it has to necessarily be, perfect. Just trying to get it as clean and as clean as possible. Okay, so we have that video under concert paper, 11%. Do, update, change, all that looks good. Let's keep going. All right, important dates. I want to edit that. I'm going to put fall 2024. Okay, I'm going to go in. I'm going to find my dates as text. I'm just going to copy and paste them. Come back over. I went to my notes real quick. I'm going to take that out. Okay, I'm going to double check source code. Okay, yeah, it's good. I feel good about that. All right, save, and we're done. Important dates for fall 2024. And I can always go back and check these dashes, hyphens, spaces, parentheses, enclosures, all those things to make sure I didn't miss anything. But so far we're looking good. It's looking real good. Now, to the topic outline here. So I want to do a quick check on the weeks. So I got week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Well, I think I got them all. I mean, I made a mistake on this one, but heck, I probably made mistakes in other places. And I know that's going to change in terms of, so I'll go ahead and take that out too. I'd have to do the same thing on the midterm. So I'm going to put that on here. It's only stuff I put on the outline, just kind of as a reminder. And sometimes I'll put the paper there, but on this one I just have all my class there, the lecture series, the welcome in week 1, the lecture 1, or the elements series, lecture series 1, 2, 3, 4, Elvis lecture series in week 6, Beatles lecture series. I see the quizzes, the Padlets, the midterm. Baroque intro and overview, all that's looking good. Baroque worldliness. Let's see. Culminating figure Baroque. Yeah, all that's looking good. Really, I'm just kind of checking hey, are all my assignments there? Do I have everything? Really just starting with in the topic outline, depending on how you label it, making sure I've got my weeks all the way down, or if you're doing week, class 1, class 2, or, however you like to do it. Day 1, 2, 3, 4. Lots of, cool ways you could do that kind of stuff. So checking the series is making sure all my Baroque stuff is there, and my classical stuff is there, the final exam stuff is there. I go over to the topic outline and just make sure that, if I've got, these sequential assignments like journal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm just making sure they're all there, especially if you change an assignment. In this case, I'm not, but doing this from scratch from the very beginning, I would certainly recommend spend prep time. Don't just come into Concourse Syllabus and think about the assignment changes or date changes. Kind of have all that done in preparatory. Do that before. And I do another quick scroll to make sure, okay, Padlets. Looking for my Padlet assignments. Padlet 1, all that looks good. Padlet 2, cool. Doing another quick scroll. I need my Padlet 3. Yeah, I see Padlet 3, Padlet 4, my Padlet 5, Padlet 6. Yeah, everything's looking good. All I really have to do now is just put those dates in. I'm just about ready. Okay, so I can get notes. And really for this one, I could go back to my notes, but I don't have to since I already brought it in for my midterm and final. I'll just come over here. Midterm exam, you can still see that. And I'll just copy this in. You don't have to. It's already up there on the top, but I do like to add that in there. It's kind of a big focus for week 8 and week 16. So I'll put that in. Okay, cool. That's looking good. I'll come back up, get the final. Cool. Doing a Mac. On Mac, I do Command C, Command V. All right, so I copy that, Command C, and I'll come down. I'll do a Command V on a Mac anyway. Get that in the notes there. Cool. Good. Save. Do another view check. Yeah, it looks good. Week 16, final exam. Okay. December 9, 13, face-to-face. See the final schedule online. Okay. And then I'll go back up to week 8. Yeah, it looks good. Face-to-face week 8, class 2. All right. And basically at this point, all I'm going to do now is just do a quick sweep to make sure I didn't miss anything, because the class is going to go live in a week, and I want to make sure everything is good to go. So here is the final sweep. Music appreciation, MUSI 1306, section V04. Okay, online, course description, looking good. Contact information, department chair, myself, office location, days, times, all that looks good. Okay, Zoom, which we tested earlier. Pronto looks good. All the stuff from the master, learning outcomes, objectives, course requirements, all that is as I'd like it. No changes on that at the moment. Get to my assignments, how-to videos, percentage, all the dates, 2024, September, journal percentage, criteria, journal due dates, 1 through 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That looks good. Dates. It's like, is it all, all fall dates? Yeah. September, November, December, all that looks good. Padlets, double checking 1 through 6, 29, October, November, December, all that's looking good. I mean, you still might miss something. Maybe I might miss something. You take time doing the sweep. Once I finish this live stream, I will most certainly go through just one more time by myself just to make sure I didn't miss anything, or maybe there's something I need to do a better job of explaining or fixing a mistake, or something like that. Quizzes 15%. Elements, Elvis, Beatles, Baroque, Classical, September, November, December. Yeah, it's all looking good. Midterm. October 18, 2024, final exam, all the dates are looking good. Just checking the dates, one last sweep. Cool, that's looking good. December 8th for the paper, looking good. Yeah, everything's looking good. Textbook information, important dates for fall. Cool. Yeah, we just did the topic outline, so it's only last thing I would check is just look at the the midterm dates, just because it's a thinner week for week 8 and week 16. Well, not necessarily thinner, but it's where you're doing your big exams. So making sure my dates are all looking good there. Online, face-to-face, online. Yeah, everything looks good. And then institutional policies, this is set in master. So this is all good. All right, so maybe if I could show you another thing on here. Let me double check my notes. So I was talking about earlier that you can do these things where whether you're using text or HTML. So like if I want to run an experiment, we'll make it a challenging experiment. Let's do course requirements. So you wanted to, this is the tough one. I have it copied, so I know I'm good to go. But if I want to, you go in here and you can kind of see the code. Most of us are gonna, like I said, if this was blank, I'll blank it out, but I have it. So if we started blank here, oh no, it's bye-bye. So now you see it's blank, and I had them prepared, which I do. And I go to my notes, and I find my course requirements. Okay, sorry, I know you can't see that part, but let me copy those, bring them over. Okay, so now I'm going to put them back in. I just copied text from my notes, and then you'll see what'll happen. All right, so it comes through. It's not like super awesome. It doesn't really matter. It could be from Notepad, or it could be from Microsoft Word, Notes, whatever kind of typing program you use. It doesn't come through like super awesome. So what you'd have to do is kind of go through and just, once you copy and paste, you just have to edit that a little bit. So as you see me do now, just kind of cleaning it up a little bit. I'm going to go to coursework, drop exceptions, coursework notes. Let me go to course minimum, and let me bring that back down. Sorry, I need to go up and then do, okay, no, that's right. Okay, we're going to take the Padlets up. This one got really messed up and didn't look like this in Microsoft Word. Okay, we're going to bring this up. Daily grading. And Okay, I also do want to check. It's a lot of information in here. I need to check my spaces just in case maybe there's something I missed. For me, I do this part, but not necessary. If you're not sure if there's any extra spaces, you can just take the cursor and click down below in here, and then backspace it. Or like on a Mac, I hit click the cursor there and delete out if there's anything. If you click there, it'll show you if it's a space. I'm going to save that now. I could make colors in here if I wanted to, but you can see, yeah, it's good to go. You know, you see that my course requirements are all back and snazzy, looking good. And all I did was copy and paste, and a little bit of cleanup I had to do from the copy and paste. No big deal, right? Let's see, doing a slow scroll to double check. Yeah, it's all looking good. Now, let's see, if you do it the other way, then I'll go into course requirements. On a Mac, I'm going to hit Command A. Then I'm going to delete it. I'm going to save. Okay, I'm going to go back to my notes, and this time I'm going to copy the source code, and you'll see the difference. I mean, it is a cool feature, but I recognize probably I may be in the slim or small percentage that works in both text and the source code. So I'm going to copy the source code now. Now, part of that is I do have background in building, creating, and running websites for many years too, so knowing HTML. But you don't even really have to know HTML to do this kind of stuff. You can just learn a few quick tricks about, like, what is like what the different tags are. What a p tag is, or what what for paragraph, and horizontal line HRs, and breaking space BRs. You can learn some really basic tags that can kind of help you out a little bit. So now I'll get back to my course requirements. I'm going to go to Notes, Source Code. I'm going to hit, on the Mac anyway, Command V, source code's there. It's going to pop in the way I like it. And I have colors on this one. I may leave that. Okay. And I've made it colorful. I think I change my mind on this sometimes to black or colors. I'll leave the colors for now. So that's the way I had played with the HTML. So you see on here, a couple ways of doing that in terms of the HTML, and you can see. I mean, it makes it pop a little bit. Maybe it's too popping though. But everything's there, aside from the artificial intelligence, which maybe I'd want to adjust that. And I can do that just here. I'll just go to Use of Artificial Intelligence AI. And I'll go to my colors, and I'll select the one I'm using. And it's fixed. Cool. Yeah. So that's basically how, doing something in a, whether you're doing it in text or if you're doing the source code. And then if you're interested in more of source code versus text, then one of the things you can start digging into is like, okay, P for paragraph, strong, inside the carets, of course, gives you bold. You got to close your paragraphs and close your strongs, which are your bolds. Colors, you can select the colors in there. I mean, honestly, you could type stuff in there and then go, after you type it, then look at the source code to help you kind of figure out a few things and kind of toggle between both if you wanted to. It's kind of a cool thing. So that's pretty much all we have here is P's for paragraphs, some span styles, some coloring, some bolds. That's about it. Some EM dashes maybe in there. I'll close that. Now, if you're interested in, say, okay, well, with text, are there some other things? You go into the source code like you just saw me do, and maybe you want to know more about, okay, I see P, and then I see the paragraph, and then the close P, and then HR, close it for that horizontal line. And then you're seeing ULs and LIs. So if you want to make a list, I mean, that's really what you're doing, putting the UL inside the carets and then the LIs. for your listing. So you got to start the list, and then you have to list it, and then you have to close the list basically. Start it with UL, list it with LI, and then make sure you close each listing item separately, and then make sure you close the actual the bullet points that you're trying to do. So kind of you don't have to know that much about all this HTML stuff, but that's kind of what makes it look where you see like all these bullet points, and you're looking at bullet points, and you're like the source code and kind of playing with it a little bit. It's one of the things for me. I think I've seen earlier. For me, this is quicker if I already have it, because I don't have to do a bunch of backspace shifting, deleting, and entering. But it doesn't matter. I mean, honestly, just do what works for you. But if you're interested in learning about that, it's something to kind of dabble in. Okay, I'm gonna just get out of there. So that's a little bit with basic using text and bullets. But remember, I was showing you earlier. I can take these dates, and if I don't even have anything in here, I'll just delete important dates fall 2024. And you copied and pasted them from wherever you did. You got them from somewhere, wherever you got your dates from, even if you don't do some prep thing, but you got dates from somewhere, and you just want to get them in there, and you don't want to be learning all this HTML stuff and getting it all too fancy. It's fine, The important thing is to do what works for you. I'm going to bring over the dates without bullets. Okay, I'll bring it in. I'm here in the notes. Okay, you see I got the dates, and it's not like looking awesome yet. All right, so I've got my dates that I just kind of copy and paste from wherever. In my case, it was from my preparatory file. I just took off the bullets, and I'm going to go in here and just edit it real quick. I don't even have to highlight. I can just, on a Mac, I hit Command-A, but that's what I use. And I want to get the list happening. I hit the bullets, and it's like done. And all I have to do is double check to make sure everything has something. Date 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the span. Then save. And it's not always that quick and easy. And you do another visual to make sure you didn't miss anything. August 26, September 2, 11, 27, 15, 28, span 9, 15, 14, 14. We've got a question mark on one of the 14s. Okay, asterisks. 15, 16. We're good to go. And I go back to the file that I have prepared, and I do it the other way. Come over here to dates. I take them out. Save it real quick. Okay, put them back in. Source code. I copied from my notes. Done and done. Good. So that's pretty much it. Then the last thing I want to do as I'm sharing this, I'm going to go ahead and because we've already double checked it like a bazillion times. So I'm coming back up to the top, checking my syllabus. It's going to go live in a week. I feel good about everything I've edited. Got all the stuff in there I need to know. I'm slow scrolling one last time. I'm going to go to view mode. I'm going to download it. I will say when you download it, this may not look all pretty and beautiful. It may not be aesthetically pleasing based on like how pages lay out. And there are some things that there's some things you can't change in terms of how that fits in Concourse Syllabus for the master. You can only change what you're allowed to actually edit in terms of the course content. But there are like things you can do to make it look prettier. But in that case, you would have to use HTML. Or you would have to, well, not necessarily. You could add like spaces and more text, but I wouldn't add more spaces and text just to make it look pretty. The syllabus is going to look awesome no matter what on any kind of screen, whether it be Mac, PC, Chrome browser, Firefox, Safari, iPad, iPhone and Android phone. It's going to look great digitally speaking on pretty much anything. But in terms of like a printed copy, it might not be as clean as you'd like it to be. So there are some things you could do with HTML that could help with that, and maybe some things you could do with text. But you don't want to add a bunch of fluffy extra text or funky, weird, or extra spacing to make it look great on a, PDF document, because it's really not the point. The point is going to be the that everything's like nice and clean digitally. But I guess suppose the icing on the cake is, can you make it look nice and clean digitally as well as a printed or a viewable PDF? But I wouldn't sweat or worry about like the PDF not being as perfect as you'd like it to be, because this is really more of a digital flow. The good news is from the PDF though, when you download it, it's already tagged and it's accessible. It's pretty cool. So let me go ahead and go into view mode. All right. So now you see we're in view mode. And as I scroll through in view mode, you're seeing everything's looking real good. The last thing I'll do is I'll download it. I'll show you the Adobe Pro PDF tags, all that business. It's looking great. This was a tough one for me to kind of swallow because I like things to look really pretty. But I had to kind of understand too that with Concourse Syllabus, the goal is to make it digitally beautiful as well as accessible, if it's downloaded, and it will still be pretty awesomely viewable. You just can't change every little thing. So you're just checking to make sure, okay, yeah. So there's some things that I do based on layout where I'll add horizontal lines to help. Although in my case, it may have not helped this one because I've made a few changes over the past few semesters. So some of those horizontal lines might need to be taken out. I'm going to fast scroll back up, and for the syllabus, I'm going to go ahead and I want to download this. And like I said, I'm not going to worry about how beautifully awesome it is in terms of Adobe PDF, but I will show that to you in just a moment so you can see what I mean. Okay, so I've got the file. I'm going to open it. I'll share the view in just a second here. Okay, so here you'll see what I mean in Adobe Pro. All right, so yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, sorry, give me a second. Trying to get this it's trying to get it to do what I want it to do. Okay, it's just taking a second. Adobe was just a little sluggish for a minute. Okay. Now, we're at page 1. It looks okay. So when you look at page 1, it's obvious to me that, so I have some added, source code that I might want to take out that might make it look a little bit better. Originally, I did all that, a semester or two ago to help make it look a little bit cleaner. But you do have to be careful about that. That one's going to be on me. That maybe, but this could work because it does show the office hours and all that. This might work for page 1. Page 2, it's a good continuation. I see the course learning outcomes. Page 3, okay, that's pretty clean for page 3. Page 4, yeah, don't like that it cuts off the AI, but it is kind of a lot of information there. So I'm not going to sweat that on the PDF, but it might be something I'd revisit it, if it's not going to break the bank or anything. Okay. Yeah, maybe I don't need all the information on the assignments in terms of all the dates. I'll leave it there for now, but I might be able to clean that up and simplify, or put the date inside with the explanation possibly, or just play with it. But not really necessary. This is good. Looking at page 6, page 7. Look, everything's coming out pretty clear. The whole point is just making sure that everything's there, that it's labeled, the due dates. And what I'm doing is, if a student were to, check it out in, Adobe, or if they were to print it, how's that going to look? You don't have to get, too long-winded on this. You don't want it to be messy, but the goal is digitally beautiful, and of course making sure that all the due dates and assignments and explanations and content and policies, procedures, that's all the really important stuff. But if you got an extra second, if you can make something just a hair cleaner, and it just takes a minute or so, take a look at that. I can see the dates, topic outline. Cool. Like, no extra spaces. Yeah, I mean, this is fine. I think if we're not careful, we'll end up trying to make it. I don't want to say you could ever make anything too perfect, but you kind of have to keep in mind how it looks in terms of the PDF versus digital. You're going to see some differences. So all in all, this looks pretty darn good. You're seeing everything you need to see. Yeah, it's one of the things about Concourse, though. All the links are going to come through where it's going to show you the text and then like puts the link. It doesn't actually hide it. So that's one a drawback, I suppose, but not a big deal. I'm going to get out of here. This actually came out in Adobe. It came out a lot better than I was thinking, than I thought it was. I thought it was going to come out a little bit, messier with maybe I had a little bit of the horizontal lines that maybe I should take some of those out. And I have some lengthy explanations on some things. And there are just some things in the syllabus that, as a professor, teacher, you're not allowed to change the layout or spacing. Obviously, that makes sense because it's a master, and like there are just some things that are staples as a part of like if we were to have that kind of access, I mean, we don't want to like mess it up. We want to make sure that the masters stay intact and that editable things by us, the teachers, professors, instructors, that we're taking care of our stuff, and the other stuff needs to stay, of course, intact as it should be. So now we take a look at, let me go to prepare for accessibility. And if I hit automatically tag PDF, the document's already tagged. And this is what's really, really cool. So, of course, I'm going to cancel that because I don't actually have to tag it. It's already been tagged through me using Concourse and doing it. It does it for us. Now I can check for accessibility and see what it gives us here. Let's check out the report. When I check for accessibility, it is giving me a few things. It's not perfect. You don't need to worry about fixing this for this document because it's being propagated by Concourse. I'll do another live stream where I actually talk about I could fix all of these. They can easily, you can easily go through and start fixing these. It's literally that easy, English. And if it'll let me. Right now it's freezing on me a little bit. It's stuck on evaluating. There it goes. Okay. Let me. Yeah, see, some of these things can be kind of a challenge to fix if in fact you did need to do that, like straight up. But a lot of them can be like pretty easy. Something like this, you can fix language. You have title, language, color contrast. I use a color contrast checker. I'm going to pass this for now, but it's something I always try to double check. Some of these elements. So you're not required to do this. This is this is something within the document. While I could fix all those, and you don't have to do any of this. So I just thought I'd show you a couple quick things. All right, so we'll get out of that. The important thing is that it's tagged, and if you were to make your own PDF, like your notes for a class or a breakdown of an assignment or a PowerPoint, of course, you'd want to go through and make sure that it's 100%. But in this case, we're making the syllabus through Concourse, and it's tagging the PDF and making that as accessible as possible. So when students are checking that out on Blackboard, like it's going to be great, perfect. You're not going to have any issues with it on Blackboard Learn Ultra. Not going to have any issues on Concourse. The only thing is if the student downloads the PDF, it's still not 100% like every accessibility thing is going to be 100% perfect all the time. I mean, I could do it again, and it might be just a hair difference. So don't worry about that. I'm going to go ahead and close that out. Adobe was being a little bit glitchy today. That really wasn't the biggest part of this in the live stream. look, the biggest part in me jumping on here is just trying to show for any instructors, professors, teachers that are digging into Blackboard Learn Ultra and working with Concourse Syllabus, just making sure you feel really good and awesome about it. Yeah, maybe I went a little too overboard in terms of maybe too much HTML, too much text. But then again, look, everybody does things differently. So whether you do it through text or HTML, a little bit of both. But I think it is important to also know, how does it look in Adobe? How does it look on an iPhone? Knowing that the goal is digitally beautiful with the best awesome content and all your dates and policies, rules, and procedures like on lockdown. Just kind of keeping in mind like priorities. So. For the part of the stream that maybe the Adobe was all glitchy and it wasn't all come through, I'll probably come back and I'll cut that out later after the stream uploads. Sorry about that. These things happen with the stream, and they happen with apps and programs from time to time. But later on down the line, I'm going to make a video in 4K that actually replicates all this, but basically at warp speed. So we go from about an hour to, I don't know, maybe it'll be only 15, 20 minutes. Where I just take you through in a short, super clean 4K vid. That'll come out, I'll do that on Concourse Syllabus, nice and clean. And I'll also do something with Blackboard Ally as well, image descriptions, alternative texts, and then another video coming out soon where I'll take you through how to just take a PowerPoint or like an assignment breakdown that you did in Word and just making all that like perfectly awesome, accessible PDFs 100%, and it's not going to break the bank, and it's not going to take an hour. In these live streams, I'm trying to take you through like different ways of doing things and just kind of a real chill, hopefully fun, not too boring time to, not too boring of a time, but just try to show you different ways of doing things so that later on you can go back and just check out that one spot if you need to. So, I've rambled enough. Hey, thanks for joining me today. I hope this helps somebody. At the least, it was, some fun for me, and it's always good practice to get around and tinker. But hey, thanks for joining the live stream, and for whoever's watching this down the line. Enjoy it. I guess that's a wrap. I don't got anything else to say. I'm Professor Ron. I always say it to my music students, enjoy the music. That's a wrap, something like that. I'll see you next time. For alt text in PowerPoint, find the object or image, and let's right-click it. Night Music by Mozart. It tells us a little bit. We could probably improve that quite a bit. Let's give it a shot. How about, this is the main theme from Night Music by Mozart, shown here in musical notation. All right, there we go. Let's look at an example in Microsoft Word. I'm going to view alt text. Currently, alt text reads, Ally indicators in Blackboard Ultra show your score range of accessible content. Okay, that's a pretty good example. So what would be a bad example? Maybe I erase some of this here and it just said maybe Ally indicators, or just Ally. Doesn't really tell us anything. I'm going to go ahead and fix this back. What about decorations? If I scroll up to another part of a document I'm working on, I've got this really cool, like musical, colorful splash of aesthetically pleasingly awesomeness. All right, so I'm going to view text. I've already marked it as decorative, and that's most certainly appropriate. The question is really, how do you know if there's enough info in your alt text? It's pretty simple. Think about it like this. If the image or images that are being read by a screen reader, if that was a conversation, would you understand what's going on? All right, so American music, and what we want to do, we're going to scroll down here, and where it says View Course and Institution Tools. Let's check that out. Okay, Accessibility Report. And we're launching that. Let's take a look and let's see what we got here in my developmental shell to see. Yes, this is what we want. Okay. And really at this point, I just have to say, let's fix something. Let's just pick something that we can fix. Now over here it's saying content with the easiest issues to fix. Well, I hope so. Let's give it a whirl. Okay. So right here, I've got images. Yeah, those are easy peasy to fix. No problem. Let's fix it. Okay, so you can see it on the screen there. All right, awesome. Let me get back. Okay, so you can see 73%. Okay. Let's go ahead and fix another one. Another image. Okay, now I'm sharing the tab this time. Okay, so we see we got this image there. And accessibility score 25%. This image is missing a description. Okay. Let's see, this is let's put maybe Percussion Ensemble concert at STC. Percussion Ensemble concert at South Texas College performing Catching Shadows by Ivan Trevino. And of course double checking my spelling as I missed something earlier. Yay, 100%. You have successfully added a description. Okay. Now basically we just want to keep going down the list here. All right, so the next one. Okay, let me share the tab. All right, accessibility scores. It's one of my banner images. Indicate image is decorative. This image is used for decoration only and description is not needed. I mean, I can do it that way. I'll go ahead and mark this one decorative as well. I want to do the next image. Okay, I'm going to share that tab with you now. All right, just a picture of me. It's my profile picture. Let's see, how about this is a profile of Professor Ron. I mean, I could still mark it as decorative. I can say this is Mr. Schermerhorn smiling happily. This is a profile of Professor Ron. It's all good either way. I mean, it's just a picture of me smiling. But we want to just make sure, as you've heard me say in other live streams and other videos, we want to make sure that we're not saying this is an image of Mr. Schermerhorn on a brick wall. I mean, I could say, this is a happy, smiley picture of Mr. Schermerhorn standing in front of a brick wall. I mean, it's maybe long-winded, but I could say that. Maybe profile doesn't say enough, so, I mean, why don't we try that? This is a happy, smiley picture of Mr. Schermerhorn. Let's see, standing in front of a red brick wall. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and add that. So with those images, we can pretty much just keep that flow going, where if I click on the next one, okay, I'm going to share the tab, and I can explain the picture, mark it as decorative. I can say distance learning. This is the distance learning team hanging out with, Jaguar. This is the This is the distance learning team hanging out with the STC Jaguar. So kind of having fun with this. Why don't we try, even though this course is set up already, I have a blank one ready to go as well. Let's just see what we can do with modules. We're going to do auto-generate modules. So what I'm doing here, auto-generate learning modules. And now this already has information to pull from. So let's see what we get on the auto-generated side without really feeding it any information. Okay, so we see this is auto-generated content. I'll say, check for accuracy, bias. And it's not giving you all the assignments or quizzes or assessments. It's just auto-generated based on information that's already in your course. And if you don't have information in your course, it's going to pull what has been fed or programmed based on probably the course title or whatever metadata it can pick up. We're going to test all that here in this live stream, so that should be kind of fun because we want to know, okay, if I have a Blackboard shell and it's music or history or psychology or philosophy, and there's nothing in there, and I start with this, is there going to be a difference? So we'll do that. Now, this is pulling information from the course, but it's also pulling information from things, like I said earlier, been better programmed. What if we put in something in the box? So I've got some notes here, and we're gonna run some experiments. I'm gonna put in there, generally speaking, I'm copy and pasting a few things from my notes here, my hidden notes. So I'm gonna enter a description where it says define learning modules. This course covers understanding music through the study of cultural periods, major composers, and musical elements. Well, it could be certainly more descriptive in terms of, is it Baroque, classical, romantic, modern day music, 19th century, 20th century. But let's start with that and let's see how that goes. And we're going to hit generate. I'll leave the complexity level where it is, a little past the mid-level. And we'll say for now, 4 learning modules is a good experiment. Generating now. Now, we do kind of have to wait for this to happen. And while it's pulling from stuff already there and, what it has, this is interesting because they didn't really have to tell it much, right? I just put, a very basic, it's, like, is that ambiguous? Is that giving it enough information? And this is what's interesting. So it's a very basic description of, okay, it's a music class and we're studying periods. And it's saying, well, introduction to music appreciation. Cool. Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty basic thing in a lot of classes. Now, obviously we have to go through and read it through and like, okay, check it for bias or maybe things that, possible inaccuracies, these kind of things. It's not going to be perfect, but you can see it's given us a very linear approach. Certainly nothing wrong with that. That has probably been, of course, fed into the artificial intelligence there. So we got to remember the way AI works. It's not pulling from organic live material. It's pulling from what it's been fed or programmed. And then when we're doing this, if all it has is just a keyword, it's gonna use the keyword, but it's not going to be 100% that particular keyword or description. There's always going to be a combination of what it's been fed or programmed, what you're putting in descriptions and or whatever the text-based box is for giving it information. It's not thin air. It's not organic and live necessarily, although the description information I'm putting here is certainly, organic and live, where it's like you're doing it right there. But it's not just going to focus on just, what you're putting in. And it's kind of combining a few different things. So what if we do something different? I'm going to try one more thing in terms of auto-generating modules. And I'm not going to add them in the course. I'll do that in a little bit where we start from a blank slate. But I just wanted to kind of show you, introduction to music appreciation, medieval, Renaissance, Baroque and classical, romantic and modern. You don't have to use this. It's certainly a tool. And I think that's the emphasis here. It's a tool that we can use to help us streamline efficiency, ideas. Maybe it generates, you got some ideas and you're just trying to, flush them out. Using this as a tool can be really, really powerful. Now I'm going to take this out. Okay. And we're going to go to select course items. Okay, so so when we select our course items, let me make sure I'll keep an eye on sharing all the tabs with you in the live stream today. Okay, so I need to go to content, and as I'm going through all this, I want to just pick some things so that the AI is actually pulling from that. Now at the moment, This can be a little bit tedious because it's not set up in a batch edit format in terms of batch adding or editing, these kind of things. So I could do that, but it's not going to give me everything. So what I want to do is, let's see, elements of music. Now, well, the cool thing is I could do it from the module overviews. That's interesting. Let's try my module overviews. Let's see how that goes. We'll add the module overviews, and we'll just see because my module overviews actually are explaining everything. And if I put that could be pretty cool. All right. So adding all the module overviews, and I'll show you one as a sample example. All right. So we got one more. Oops, sorry about that. Let me make sure. Okay. And then we need to get the classical era. Yeah. Okay. There we go. All right. Now let's select these items. And so now it has something quite a bit more specific to pull from. And we're going to generate. Now it does take some time. We just got to exercise some patience. I mean, it takes some processing power, some patience, some time to kind of get all this rolling. So you see it's generated some stuff here, and it's like, yeah, check for accuracy, bias, that kind of thing. We get it's doing it based on the weeks. That's interesting too. Giving us pictures. I think it's a cool thing. It's giving us pictures and descriptions, and it's pulling from the information that came from my module overviews. So this is another way that you can do it in terms of defining the learning modules, whether you just auto-generate from it, just pulling from the course, generically speaking, or we put something in the description box and it pulls from there, or we select course items, whether they be audio lectures, video lectures, text. We can go over to select course items, and why don't if I try something else, just as an experiment, I'll go to content and I'll do module 1, the elements of music. I'm going to hit in here in that content, and what I want to do, if I click elements of music 1, PowerPoint and audio lecture, now it doesn't break down further, but if this did, it does have me curious in terms of if I had maybe the audio lectures on their own page, how is it going to be able to sample from there? Probably that's maybe some new territory for all of us to kind of take a look at in terms of how it's embedded, or can the AI pull from all these different kinds of media inside the course. But let's try. I mean, maybe it just samples from the PowerPoint text, and I'll apply changes on that, and then we'll see what happens. Okay, so it's generating. Yeah, it just takes some time. Okay, so introduction to music appreciation, the elements, beat and syncopation, exploring. Yeah, so maybe not as awesome as we want, but it's really, we can see in this, it looks like it's really dialing in. I was saying earlier that it's combining data, but it looks like it's really dialing into what I'm asking it, to do. And it's still going to get where it's looking at what it's been fed or programmed, but it looks like it's really, as I'm asking it more and more, it's we're getting more fine tuned, and it's really paying attention to the kind of pictures and things that it's doing, and the text. So a lot of this is just tinkering, exploring. Okay, so yeah, that's some cool things, and we can change the complexity level. We can change the number of learning modules. I'm going to go back to. All right, we want to take a look at, go back, take a look, see if I can make my decision here. Maybe this module, like a module overview, or maybe like basically putting in a course learning outcome, or first one I think I did was a course description, right? So let's do the course description. I put the course description back in. All right, so we've got the course description back in, and we're going to go to select course items. Let's take that off. All right, apply changes. Going back to where we were earlier, it's a basic course description. Sorry, let me go down to generate. Okay, so it gives us that, well, it's still going there, still working. Gives us that general but pretty linear approach. Now why don't we try maybe play with this a little bit. We'll go 7. This adjusted the complexity. Regenerate. Yeah, what it generated earlier for the where I put in an actual description was better. This is interesting. You see how it keeps that linear flow going? And I don't have all of these things that it's mentioning in terms of the learning modules. So while I put the description in there, I didn't have to say anything about 20th century contemporary. It's following that, linear approach. But it's kind of cool. I mean, gives you a starting point. We got a tool to work with that is super helpful and just kind of, starting points, ideas. And for many, it might be like this could be a go-to for some, and that's great. I mean, you gotta, you know, do what works for you, use what works for you. We're always trying to find ways, like creative ways of different kinds of tools that we can use to help us in terms of streamlining efficiency. And that's something I'll always come back to in these live streams. That's what we're trying to figure out. So these are pretty great. This is cool. Go all the way down: Introduction to Music Appreciation, Medieval and Renaissance Music, Baroque, Classical, Romantic, 20th Century, Contemporary. And if we just pick one, like classical music, explore the classical period music, focusing on composers like Mozart, Haydn, and Beethoven. Analyze the structures and forms of classical compositions, including symphonies, sonatas, and concertos. I think the thing that people are going to ask and try to figure out is like, well, is it pulling only from the description box? What has it been better programmed? Is it organic? Is it live? And I'll try to keep coming back to those things because I know it can be a challenge to figure it out, like how everything is kind of working behind the scenes. And in this case, there's probably going to be always a little bit of both. My class already has so much information in there, but it's also possible that this is just from, what's been better programmed into the AI. It's going to sound like a broken record talking about those kind of things. However, we want to just keep that on the tip of our tongues to just really understand where things are coming from. And I'll do some different videos and streams that'll, just basically keep digging into these kinds of things to help us be able to use it and be comfortable. So I hope that helps with the learning modules. I'll do one more thing with learning modules, basically on a clean slate. I'm not going to apply these, but if we want to add them to the course, just select them. Just go down, click all the boxes here, and add them to the course. Let's see. Now I want to share a blank slate with you. So you see American music, and it's clean. And then if I click over here and I go to, say, messages, basically click on everything real quick. I'll go from the back end: groups clean, analytics clean, messages clean, gradebook cleared out clean. Okay, discussions, nothing there. Announcements clean, calendar good to go because there's no assignments or anything. Content good to go. And then if I go back to tools, share the tab so you can see it. Cool, clean. It's completely fresh. Only thing that is in the course is it's just with it says music, right? So I'm going to go back. So then the idea is, like, if I do the module thing again with American music, what is it going to come up with based on when it's been better programmed versus anything I actually have inside the class? Or this is where it's going to get really interesting because I'm not going to really give it anything to work with. All it has is, what you see here, Ultra MuSci 1310 American music. Okay, let's do it and see what happens. We're going to click on auto generate modules. Okay, so here we go. I'm not going to give it anything. I'm just going to see what does it do in a blank slate. And I think that's important to know too for using auto generate learning modules. Isn't that cool? So, and as I've been testing this for quite a while, I feel like even for me, I'm just scratching the surface. But as I've tested this before, I've been pretty surprised by the kind of things that I've been seeing as well. So it knows what the course is. I didn't have to tell it anything. So it does make it obvious that on a blank slate, the only thing that defines what this course is the labeling. And so the AI is that sophisticated where my course is blank. There's nothing on the front end. There's nothing on the back end. But it's pulling from the word American music. Let me highlight that in the stream here. So let me get, sorry, I'm clicking around on tabs that you can't see. I'm changing the share tabs of things that I want you able to see as we're live today. So you see here, it pulled from, Ultra MUSI 1310, but specifically it focused on that American music. It knows it's a class, a college course, obviously been programmed for that, and it's looking for any indication of what is this class, what can the AI do to generate, and it gives us introduction to American music, explore the rich history and diverse genres of American music, learn about the cultural and social influences that have shaped American musical traditions. That's pretty darn good. I'm not going to read them all, but you see as it goes down, classical and folk music traditions. This is interesting. That's that's an unexpected one for me. That's neat. Jazz and blues, popular music from rock and roll to hip hop. Wow, this is really interesting, and it's all based on 2 words: American music, which I didn't put. That was just how my developmental shell was labeled. So kind of sit on that for a moment and think about the coolness of that. Now, if I go to the next step and I actually wanted to put something in here, obviously, like I did earlier in the music appreciation, it's going to change everything. Now, I don't have all the course learning outcomes or course description right in front of me. I mean, I could type it in there, but we already did that in music appreciation. I think the whole point for me in showing you a different class was what happens on a blank slate. Now, I'll continue the experiment just to add them in there, and we'll maybe come back and try some other blank slate ideas. I'm going to go ahead and make it visible. Doesn't mean you have to use all these. You may not like them. You have to check for bias and accuracy, and whether you're using this to flush out ideas, or you want to come up with something new. You just need maybe you just want to come up with something cool and snazzy. But again, I mean, learning how to use this as a tool, it's not going anywhere, and it's something that if we can continue to embrace as an option, a tool, something to help us with streamlining efficiency. It's an hard to say, I know again. Check it out. Don't shy away from it. Give it a whirl. Now, for me personally, I do a lot of custom stuff, but I do like to dabble in experimenting in terms of, okay, well, what if I try this kind of image, or what if I try this? So I what I've been doing really for me is trying to figure out a good blend and balance of using these AI tools to help me in terms of, wait, I'm out of ideas. Let me try this. Or wait, I have a bunch of ideas and there's too many. Let me try this. Okay, I have some description ideas. Let me see. Or I need a picture. And while I do a lot of my own custom stuff, I do think these tools are really cool and robust. So you see me just kind of scrolling, having fun while I'm chatting with you. All right, let's go back. We're going to take a look. Let's go. I'm going to share music appreciation. We're in the music appreciation developmental shell, and we want to take a look at the paper assignment. All of our music all our music appreciation courses, American music. Many of our courses are including this college paper. So in week 15, you can see I've got this. Let me click back on it. Video under concert paper. All right. Video under concert paper, attend a musical performance, or complete a video response paper, and 2 to 3 pages, MLA. I mean, I've got samples in the course, different options in terms of what you can do for attendance of concerts. Everything's like laid out in terms of criteria, but you don't want to necessarily grade willy-nilly. Obviously, there has to be criteria, but even when we have the most amazing criteria, at least we think it is, we try our best. You have samples and criteria, rules for submissions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But maybe you want to, take it to that next level, and like you want to have some kind of a rubric, and you're just curious. Okay, well, this is an AI session. Can I do that? So let's take a look. Okay, so I'm taking a look at all the settings. submission. Let's keep going. Looking at all our tools here. Use grading rubric, if I can see that. All right, let's add a rubric. Now, what we see is create, generate. I'm going to hit show more. Okay, let's hit generate. Now, I'm not giving it anything. For generating the rubric, I'm just letting it go. And so it's going to pull text from things that I have in my, in Blackboard from the actual assignment. Now, and depending on maybe it could just, it may just be pulling from feeding and or programmed information as well. But it's one of the reasons, I already know, I ran all these tests before here, so I kind of know the lay of the land and where it's going to take us. But I think it's good to see this kind of in action. Now, it's taken a little bit of time to generate the rubric. When I ran the practice, these things sometimes can take a little bit. I do have some keywords and descriptor type things that will run as a test. All right, so we got an auto-generated, say this is auto-generated content, needs to be checked for accuracy and bias. All right, so if we take a look at the rubric, now we got to understand in terms of the rubric type, when we go over to rubric type, percentage, range, points, however you prefer to do that, obviously you can play around with that. Are you going to make it straight up percentage? Are you going to do range? Do you want to do points range? Definitely a cool way to delineate how that's going to be graded. And in terms of complexity, we've got from low to high, and you can just kind of move the slider where you want. Decide how many columns. It's doing generic 4. Decide how many rows. 4 columns. We got 4 there. A little bit less than the midpoint on complexity. And if we look at what we have generated, depth of analysis, reflection on music, evaluation of environment, overall experience. Now, as I was saying, I've ran tests for hours beyond hours, maybe too many hours. The interesting thing that I see happening is, in terms of evaluation of the environment, I'm actually talking about that in the text. It's pulling that from what I typed in Blackboard. Overall experience, I typed that in Blackboard. Depth of analysis. It's, that looks like it's more of a combination of what I typed versus maybe what's been fed or programmed. And that's pretty interesting. So you can see in terms of criteria, depth, reflection, evaluation of environment, overall experience. And it's breaking down the percentages, 30, 25, 20, 25. Certainly you could, however you want to, set all these things. There's, we could take us a step further and trying to, maybe you like this, but you want to make further changes. You can certainly edit and change things in the rubric. Right now, we're just looking at it before we go to the next step, the continued step. Now you can see exemplary, proficient, developing, emergent. So when you go down the criteria, depth, reflection, evaluate environment, overall experience, you see that, and then you go, okay, well, how's that? What does that all mean? Then you look at, okay, the exemplary, and then proficient, developing, emerging. This is, a pretty cool way, and while it might seem super generic, this is a great starting point to just really get things rolling. If I were going to use this, I would certainly want to modify some things. Now, for a moment, I'll hit continue on the rubric, but I also want to run other samples, other trials here. So if we hit continue, isn't this kind of cool? Once you hit continue, then this is where you start to select how you want to do everything in terms of percentage, range, points, point range. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. And then I can go in here and I can edit everything. I can edit, I can change the word exemplary. So all exemplary, proficient, developing, emerging, you can change the words. You can go in and edit everything. So I can edit the depth of analysis. I can edit all this. I click there. I can edit the percentages. As you can see, everything just pops right up. Names, percentages, descriptors. If I click one of the criteria, depth of analysis, check it out. Look, it's the same thing. It's not like it's locking or blocking anything. Once it gives you that workable idea, template, maybe you think it's awesome and you just roll with it. But that's the cool thing is getting the ball rolling, and you can change whatever you want. I think the thing about our time being such a precious commodity is that there's only so much of it, and if you're sitting in a room, an office, Starbucks, wherever, and you're just trying to come up out of thin air. Now, we're probably not doing that. We all have our own resources as music professors, English professors, math professors, biology, et cetera, philosophy, history. We all have obviously our awesome resources that we use in terms of go-to for these kinds of things. But there are some of us out there, or some out there that are just like, you're trying to figure out, maybe you prefer from scratch, or maybe you prefer this source or that source. And I think all I'm saying is this is another tool for you to consider. So hopefully that helps. Now I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to discard rubric changes. And I want to try another idea with the rubric. Now, to do this other idea with the rubric, what I'm going to have to do is I need to pull up some notes. Okay. While you can't see all my notes, I will make sure to share many of these notes and things once the stream is done. Okay, so I'm scrolling through my notes here. All right, give me a second here. I saw just a screen change on the rubric. So let me get down to, I want to just give it a few things in terms of, I want it to try maybe, let's see. I'm going to let me copy and paste this. I may be getting too specific. You could do that. We were talking about the learning modules. You could do that, of course, with the learning modules too. Okay, we'll go back to generate rubric, and let's see. Okay, that's probably going to be too specific, okay, double spacing. The comma separation, I may have to. This might mess it up if I don't maybe give it proper comma separation. But what I'm trying to put in the description box basically is, some things I'm looking for. So what if I just go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Why don't I think maybe I can just start with 8, and let's make a change. So I might want to take that, let's see, heading and pagination. I think I could do that. Why don't we'll make a change on this one. And we're going to edit this rubric live. It's going to take a second, but if I do this, we'll go heading and let's see, pagination. We'll put a comma, double spacing. Let's go. It doesn't have to be Times New Roman 12-point font. It's just really a sample. You could use Calibri Arial. You're really just trying to edit a few things. I could say indent paragraphs, use tab. I could reword this. After periods, we need to put one space after periods. This is a little, maybe a roundabout, messier way. But I'm just saying that because I'm doing this right here on the stream. But really, it's going to be a clean way of doing it, because you're going to type all that. You're going to think about the stuff you want, type it in, try it, see what works. You may put it all in with commas, without commas. I'm trying here to see, and I've done this before. I know the pitfalls and what's going to happen. Let's go. Let's see. We need to put the comma here. Okay, I might need to fix this one. Okay, and then I'm going to add a comma. AI does a pretty good job. I probably could get away with just putting it all in there. As I could put it in sentences, I could put a run-on, commas, no commas. While you do get varied results, let's see, spelling, grammar, ticket, program. We'll just put This will probably help. And then, okay. Let's see how it does. So that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, hopefully I'm getting that right. Okay, so let's see. I think the columns, but maybe we can do, well, I'm going to try not defining it and see if it catches it all. While it's doing that, I think I'll take a quick drink of some coffee in the morning. Oh, thank you. I think having some coffee while you do this, I may have to make that a regular thing. It just, I don't know, it just shows the realness. So let's see how it did here. Content, organization, formatting. Wow, this is pretty cool. So it's taking what it's been fed or programmed and using that as well as what I put in the description, so that it's basically combining. It's a good example of combining, but you see that, this is really cool. It's still pulling the music and environment from the actual text inside the assignment, and you can see that. I'll highlight that on the screen. This is actually getting from the assignment. But you see it's pulling from what I put in the box. So it's pulling from the assignment here where you see music, environment, overall experience. That's actually in the criteria of the assignment that I typed. And for what I put in the box, you can see formatting. It's taking a look at the things I put in the description box and it's analyzing and it's saying, hey, all this stuff that I put in there, that, has to do with the, formatting of the paper. So if I wanted to actually turn these into separate boxes, of course, you could do that as well. But it's actually looking at where I say flow of writing, and now this is probably more of a program thing, but it is considering, okay, flow, it's organization, of course, writing style. So we're getting 3 things happening with what I'm doing in the description box, or what I'm doing with this generating rubric. Number 1, it's pulling from the actual assignment criteria that is inside of Blackboard. Number 2, it's pulling from what I put in the description and it's saying, okay, what is this? What is this professor putting in here? How do we apply it? And it was able to very smartly figure out, hey, this has to do with, flow, formatting, organization, and it gets it in the right spot, so that is pretty neat. So these rubric things are going to be really for anybody teaching any college course, or anybody working with rubrics in their classes. Let me tinker around a little bit more. Now, if I want to go to continue, we'll continue on the rubric here. And you can see I can set the percentages, and I can edit, like I showed you earlier, where you can edit everything. You can edit, you can edit the criteria. You can edit, the exceptional, proficient, competent, developing, or you've got, these are the big ticket items in terms of what are you grading on? I'm grading on content. Okay. What's the level of excellence in terms of the grading scale? Exceptional, proficient, competent, developing. Okay. So I'm not going to save this, but hopefully this kind of helps the rubric. Okay. Discard changes. Sorry, rubric. We'll see you next time. Okay. Stream will keep going. We're just going to say bye to the rubric for now. So I think that's a pretty big ticket item of something that you can do. So that takes us through modules from a class that's already has a developmental shell, like it's ready to go, and you're just tinkering with modules inside of not a live class, but a dev shell, or possibly a master shell. Or developmental shells, we use them to prep for courses. Master shells, it's typically a shell that we're using to share amongst faculty, dual faculty, newly hired faculty, or any faculty, where it's got the course really just, it's pre-built, ready to go, and could be launched at any time. That's our master. But our devs we do training with dev shells. We do preps with dev shells, and it's really helpful to have that kind of stuff happening, have those options and things there. So I work with both of those kinds of things. Don't do this in live classes. You can, I suppose but you have to be careful. I would not suggest or recommend to open up a live class and start tinkering and playing around with that kind of stuff, only because if something goes wrong, there can be other things that are unintended consequences of your experiments in a live class. But as long as you're comfortable, I mean, it's your class. If you do make sure there's something live, just be cautious of what you're doing. But I would try to avoid live class experimentation, unless it's a module that you're creating for practice in there that maybe is not visible to anybody, something like that. So try to stick to the developmental type things where you're experimenting, with all these really cool things. So are there other things that we can do? Yeah. As I said, we're probably just going to scratch the surface, but I wanted to pick some areas that would apply to as many classes as possible. And so the modules and the rubric, those are some big ones. Now, if we take a look at where else could we go? I know I mentioned images earlier, and I feel drawn to images, and it's like I just want to jump to that like right away. But I think that maybe a better place to go before we talk about all the image stuff is take a look at, say, maybe like quizzes, assessments, and how all that's going to work, and then we can take a look at images. So what I want to do now is I want to find some quiz material, take a look at, okay, can we, you want to create a quiz, and it's already pulling, of course, from materials. So if I want to scroll up here, and I'm going to click on, let's go to module 1, the elements of music. We're going to create a quiz. I'm going to go to week 5, elements of music 4. And of course, I already have a quiz there. But what I want to do is I want to create something. So I'm going to hit create. Okay, I'm going to scroll down. I want to create, in this case, a test. It's going to be a quiz, but test here. And we'll just call it practice. Make sure to spell it right. Practice quiz. I'll probably mess something up. I'll fix it if I need to. And I'm not going to worry about the assignment settings for today, because the point is to take a look at how we can auto-generate things, and AI assistant, how all that's working out. So I want to auto-generate questions. So the first thing I'm going to do, I click on auto-generate, and I want to see what happens when I don't give it anything. I just, now the question type will be important, because depending on what you want to do, just pay attention to, in the question type, we have inspire me, easy, fill in the blank, matching, multiple choice, true, false. You've got different kinds of things. So it'll just kind of mix them up if you don't specify. So it's kind of up to you. And while you can set complexity low to high, and we don't have a gauge necessarily, but you can kind of use the slider to adjust. And then number of questions. This, I didn't do anything. All I did was just open auto-generate questions. And I just wanted to see, okay, well, what's it gonna come up with? And so, of course, as I know my class, and I'm scrolling through what it's coming up with, this is interesting. So I don't give it anything, and it's asking me who composed Symphony Number 9 in D minor. That's in the course, but it's not. So it's not in the module that I'm at. So this is interesting. Match the musical term with its definition. Okay, so I actually don't have all of these in. I don't have all the terms. So I talk about these terms in class and in lectures, but I don't think it's accessing from there. It looks to be that for this anyway, and from what I know about my course, even question 4, that's not in my class. That's pulling from something that's been programmed. So it looks like this is much more heavier in terms of what's been programmed on the auto-generate feature for the AI stuff here. So now I want to try the parameters of actually pushing it to use my stuff. So as you can see, there is a mix and a match of this stuff, but in this case, it's more heavily weighted to what's been auto-programmed or fed for this particular run. Now, what if I'm going to change this to matching, and I'm going to select course items. Let's go to content. We're going to do module 1, the elements of music. And what if I just start picking some things? I'll do that. Okay, I'll go back to content, go module 2. All right, let's pick PowerPoint. Okay, gonna go back. Let's go. Actually, we want to do one more. Let's do. We need to get that one. So I'm doing elements of music, PowerPoint, Elvis Presley PowerPoint, the Beatles. Let's see if we roll with this in terms of, and I'm gonna maybe put it about right there, and let's go with 10 questions. Now, that's as much as you're going to get. I mean, if you're wanting to get more, maybe you'd probably have to do it, one PowerPoint or one, if you're using PowerPoints or text documents or whatever you're doing, notes. Heck, you could even upload lecture notes, hide them, and it could pull it from that. I'll have to experiment with, it's going to pull from different places. But as I said, it's going to pull from things that are feeder programmed. It's going to, you saw earlier, you got a blank slate and it pulls from just, 2 words. And what you're looking at now, as I said, it's just pulling from what's been, programmed. And now in this case, I'm saying I need you to focus on this specifically. These items focus on, and we're going to generate that and see what happens. All right, takes a second. Coffee break here. Okay, still generating. I'm giving it some very specific things in terms of auto-generate questions. I want it to all be matching. It takes some time. So as it's still running, it's still generating. Yay! All right, what do we got here? Which element is defined as a series of notes forming a distinct recognizable unit? That is exactly what's in my PowerPoint. That's pretty incredible. Which musical element is defined as the steady or even pulse? I probably would reword that, but that's pretty darn close to what's in my PowerPoint. Musical elements give shape, profile, vitality. Oh, this is it. It's question 3. Exactly. It is pulling very accurately from like key things that are in my PowerPoint. This is interesting. And I don't put a lot of big, I don't put paragraphs and fancy sentences. My PowerPoints are very, 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 very brief. I'll show you samples of this because we're doing so much today. I want to make sure I go back and say, hey, remember the module thing? Here's what's in my module. I should do that as I'm doing it. Obviously, it'd make more sense. But as I keep scrolling, it's doing an awesome job of actually coming up with stuff from the PowerPoint. Okay. Prompts. Okay, we're going to talk about, let's see. If I look at number 10, we're going to talk about all these prompts and answers and what all that means a little bit later. For now, let's see. If we look at 10, which musical element is not a primary element of music? Melody, harmony, rhythm, dynamics. This is interesting. Okay. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. See, in this case, melody, harmony, rhythm, dynamics. So our elements are music, melody, harmony, rhythm, dynamics, texture, form, instruments, and vocals. I would need to do a fix on question 10. Let's while this is auto-generated, let's add let's add this, and let's take it a step further. Maybe not. Yeah, we'll do them all because we need to see. Okay, how is this going to work for us? All right, we're going to add to the assessment. Okay. Yeah. This is quite interesting. Now, to see this, probably in terms of real time, I'd want to take the quiz, maybe from the student view, so you could kind of see how that works. This is quite interesting. So you can see it has, different prompts, and then it's saying, okay, which is not, obviously timbre, timbre. Yeah. So for each of the choosing the same word for each prompt in terms of what is not an element of music, timbre. Okay. And then it's giving some distractors, to maybe confuse. This is interesting. Okay, you see, yeah. So I think that's some stuff that's even new for me in terms of the different prompts and answers in terms of how that's pulling from different prompts and distractors. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Now, what if I make it visible and continue the experiment? Visible, going to X out. Let's go to a student preview. Okay, we're going to go back to Module 1, the Elements of Music. Week 5, Elements of Music 4. Let's take a look at the practice quiz. All right, so now you see the quiz we just made in action from what the student would see. Cool, right? And we see which musical element is not a primary element of music. And then now, see, this is probably where, yeah, I mean, I do create custom ones. There's probably going to need to be some tinkering to get this to work out the way that you want it. But I did. I think it's based on whether if you're selecting like matching. So if I'm telling the auto generate to, hey, I want you to do a matching thing, it's why it's doing this. But if number one is melody, then which element is not a primary element of music? Yeah, this is kind of wild. Yeah, I think I'd want to play around with maybe the words here. Maybe I'd want to have some different words. But still kind of a cool thing. I'm not sure that I would necessarily go with this. I'd probably want to change some of the words. I'm going to X out of here. And then I'm going to exit out of student preview for a moment. Yeah, I'm going to discard. We're not going to save all that. But I do want to go back to, want to finish the conversation on this quiz idea. Okay, so we're back to week 5, Elements of Music 4. We want to continue playing around with this quiz idea. Okay, I'm going to try this again, create. I'm going to say test. Okay. All right, practice quiz. Okay. Auto generate question. All right. Now I'm going to look at, let's try, see, I did matching. Maybe multiple choice would be a better way to start, but if I try matching, now I didn't even do anything, but auto-generated just went. Let's hit multiple choice. And let's go back to select course items and kind of keep this rolling. Let's maybe just try one of them. Well, we're going to need more. What if I do, let's get a few more. It's like, oh, you can't just do one. Okay. All right, we got the third one. Okay, what if I do that one? Okay, that one's good. We need, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's try that. And we're going to go with, in this case, multiple choice. And I'm not going to put anything in here. Let's generate. And it's going to take a second. What we're trying to do is give it some things here. All right, so I've selected multiple choice in the question type. I left the complexity a little bit past the halfway point. 4 questions. I mean, I could add more, but question 1, what is dynamics? The loudness or softness of sound. Okay, that is pulling exactly from the PowerPoint. What is rhythm? Organization of time and music. Exactly from the PowerPoint. What is melody? A series of notes forming a distinct recognizable unit. It's from the PowerPoint. I would change that. I like to use a different wording on that, but it is, I do have that, you know, in my PowerPoints, I do put, you know, vocab words, definitions, very short and sweet kind of things. Harmony. Yep. It is actually, this is 100% pulling from my PowerPoint. It's really specific on this one. Now, in the defined questions, if I want to get more specific, I can use the description box in terms of, you know, maybe and that's if you're not pulling from PowerPoints or other source material in the course, and that's where I would use this. So in American music, I'm not going to do the quiz thing, but I know it's like we forgot the period on that third paragraph for quizzes. So what we can do right now is we can jump to, okay, if I want to put, you know, a course image in American music, well, what can I do? So you can see right now, looks like there might be something there, or maybe there's some kind of placeholder, or maybe it's just not showing or working. Let's double check that. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so I did have something in there. It wasn't showing the way it should be. Again, sometimes these things happen. Now, what I want to do here, I'm gonna find an image that I can use. So let's do, in American music, let's take the image route, and we'll go to course image, edit display settings, and you're not gonna see the image. You'll see it when it pops on the screen. But what I'm doing now is I'm going over to one of my folders, and I'm just gonna find, my different banners and or images, and you're going to see an image. Now it's popping on the screen that I got from one of my folders, and it's showing the preview and the labeling and the numbering. I will typically take all this number business off when I do it this way, but you do want to keep your files organized on folders and cloud computing, and however you're doing that on the back end or front end of classes or whatever. So I get the preview, click next. I'm going to adjust. I'm not going to zoom in, although I can zoom in, zoom out. I'm going to give some space when it crops down. It'll be pretty good for what I'm wanting. It's going to process the image. You're going to see that, okay, cool, rock and roll. And I'm going to go to course image, accessibility, alternative text. For now, I'll mark this image as decorative for the time being. Course banner is on. A course card. Okay, this one I use as a course card image. Okay, we're good to go. Okay, that's default. All right, so now I want to save that. Yay, course image. Cool, right? Quick and easy. I licensed this from Adobe. You can license from Adobe Stock Elements. You can get things from Envato. You can use other tools, AI tools to help you with images, or even, of course, Blackboard. Now, if I click on the pencil, once the image is there, actually, of course, you take a look and see, okay, do we have some other options? All right, yes, you do. So in this case, for the course image, one of the things you can do, you can either upload from your device or you can use stock images from Unsplash. And you wouldn't have to do very much. It actually takes the text and puts it from your course in there. Now, I could, go, American music. And, I could put some pretty specific things to see what's there. But maybe you just want to put a concert. Maybe you want to put, what if you put, I don't know, let's do rock and roll. What about that? And maybe you want, you're trying to say, okay, will this actually work? Can this work? Will this image work? And then just define, where you want it. Obviously, I can. Just all you're doing really is experimenting with things. So as you run your experiments, trying to figure out, like, okay, I'm just playing with it here. So not what we wanted, but the idea is that you can play with this. We're not talking about AI on this one, just a tool, a feature that you can use. I'm just going to click one, just a quick click from Unsplash, not worry about the labeling per se. So it really is just more of a tinkering in terms of, placing the grid where you want it to be, zooming in, zooming out, these kind of things. So at this point, you're really just kind of tinkering. You're like, okay, you can pretty much make anything work that you want to work. So it's just obviously these kind of things, right? So let me try. Now, because the image was blurred out, I probably wouldn't use that. But again, you just keep playing and tinkering. I'm going to cancel that and leave what I have. Okay. Some other cool things that you can do with images. Let's go over to in the American music, which was our blank slate that we used for modules with the auto-generate tool in Blackboard. So what about we'd have to create, we have to, an assignment, a document, text. Let's see. I can create, what if I maybe create an assignment, and we can call it about journal 1. And I want some kind of image here. So I'll click add text. All right, insert content. And you have image from URL, media, like a lot of really cool things that you can do. If I just go over to image, you see I've got something pretty cool here that wasn't on the course image. So for this assignment, I can use these stock images from Unsplash, or I can generate. Now, I've already ran the stock image thing. Probably it's going to work better here, but I'll do one more time in terms of this, and you can see that it's journal and music. It's pulling from the journal word that I labeled, but it's also pulling like, hey, this is a music course from the labeling of the course. And I can just pick one and go. I can try to get more specific or see how my results are from Unsplash. And then same thing where you're zooming or cropping and getting all this ready to go. This is really cool. Now, let's see, display name. I'm going to put music, journal, accessibility. Person writing on brown wooden table near white ceramic mug. It's pretty awesome, isn't it? So you're using something like Unsplash, and it's like it does the alternative text for you. And the thing about alt text or alternative text is a screen reader is going to say, this is an image of, and then, you know, I probably should double check. Is it going to put the A in there? This is an image of, golly, I hope so. But if it didn't, I mean, certainly that's something we could do. But this is pretty good. Person writing on a brown wooden table near a white ceramic table. I could add that in there if I want a person, and I could go ahead and put the period if you like. To really know how the alt text works, you got to run those experiments with screen readers on your own. Like the way to really know, and I've done this before, I'm trying to recall, does it actually put in, I know it does say image of. Now things are going to change. There's going to be edits, revisions, all kinds of tweaks that you're going to want to make, and technology is going to be ever evolving and changing. But you can mark it as decorative if that's truly the case. But it's also good to understand, what a screen reader does, how it works, and should it be a sentence, a fragment? Do you put a period? Do you put the articles or whatever? It's good to kind of check that stuff out. Now, I can set the file options: view, download, view only. I'm just going to do view only. I've got the alt text in there. Save it. Cool. And that's a big image, so I could play with it in terms of getting the size that I want and placement. But that's just an example of using, Unsplash and alt text and how all that, like something really cool. Oh, I may have left it a little bit too quick, but hopefully that helped a little bit. Now, we go over and we take a look at, try this again, and so we add text first, and I click on image. Now we want to go to generate images. And we're doing this for an assignment. So if we're going to generate an image for a journal. Now, of course, we could get more specific in terms of what it's all about. I could, it's just pulling. Okay, this isn't. You can see some tests that I've saved. We'll try music journals and see how the generate images feature works for us. It does take a second. All right. There we go. Okay, so it's getting music. It's not doing as well as I would like. It's getting more of a music concert. So really, it just comes down to experimenting on describing the image that you want. Music. What if I say American Music Journal, or I can try American Music Journal and see how that goes. A lot of it is an experimentation and tinkering here. I think that's what takes the longest. Even as I look at our stream today and look at the things we're covering and like the pitfalls and things that the generating images is going to take time, and there's going to be continued learning and continued updates, and sometimes things are going to break and not work the way that you want it. But keep tinkering. I think that's the key. Keep tinkering. So we're getting closer to something we could use for an American Music Journal. But if we want to, and I could pick one. But if we want to do, say, well, if I just click on one, okay, and I say, okay, well, what's next after that? And it puts it in there. Now the same thing. I'm going to cancel this. We did that a moment ago. Let's try another image idea in terms of generating images. Basically using a Blackboard AI here. Oh, sorry about that. We'll go generate images again. And why don't I do, if I just put journal, let it generate for a second. See what it gives us. It's taking a second. Now, if it doesn't give what I want to, now I think the challenge is when I say music journal. Okay, this is not working out the way you want. Let's go. If I try English journal. Now, when I ran the test, it actually did a lot better than this. I did run the test in a different class. But see, the challenge is Where I'm at right now, I don't have a place to pull from. So it's not doing so good here. I think what would be good is to try, let's close this. Let's say that if I open up something else, um, I'm going to share a different tab with you. Okay. If I share, say, this is summer, July, music appreciation dev shell. What if I go to something that's already, got an image? Like I'm in Elvis, and let's say I'm over, okay, this is, of course, last summer. And I'm going to go to, well, let's take a look at this journal. And this is it's a good place to go here. You can see Music and Video Journal 5, Hound Dog. Too many things not working the way we want it today, but we're going to find those answers. All right. So I'll click on the horizontal dots. I'm going to edit. And we're going to go to image. And in this case, I'm going to click one of the things I want to do. I want to make sure I save the settings. Let's see. I'm going to take the image from the URL. I want to be able to put this back in. So I'm going to copy this for a second so that I can keep my place. All right, so when the experiment is done, I can put all my information back. Yeah, that's not the best alt text. Sorry about that. I need to fix that. I should say something like, this is a splash of musical notation, something like that. Or I mark it as decorative, which really that's what it is. I know this is focus today is not necessarily alt text, but of course it's a huge, very important part of all the image stuff. Okay, so I've just copied and pasted in my notes because I'm going to end up having to delete this one. So let's just do that. Let's delete it. And we've played with Unsplash a little bit already. Let's generate images. And first thing we're looking at is just what's going to pop up here. We're going to see how it pulls, what it pulls. And then we'll add in something on describe image. Okay. So we're waterfall. Yeah, that's not helpful. So how about I do, why don't I do something like this? And then go back and we'll generate images and we'll try this. Hound Dog, Elvis Presley. Let's see if it gets us a little bit closer. It may or may not. I mean, I could put in there journal, musical notation. Because it's okay. So we're getting closer. Well, we're getting musical stuff in there. So we're definitely getting closer. Now, what if I just put, if I put Elvis, let's see, how's that going to do? And if not, I can think about this in terms, okay, there's probably not enough information that's been better programmed for this to work from the Blackboard AI assistant. And also, it's, of course, going to get better and better as you use this more and more. Okay, so this is interesting. Now, we don't get the king per se, but we're getting a lot closer to something that would be more appropriate for the assignment. So what if I do a different direction where I'm just thinking, okay, how about just musical notes, colorful. This thing, it can go all day long, and I have spent way too many hours probably playing around with different, whether it's fragments, complete sentences, commas. It's like there's a lot of things to experiment with. I wish I could do everything all today. We're going to have to wind down here in a moment, but hopefully with the stuff we've been covering in the live stream, that hopefully I just want to try to help people, save a little bit of their time. That's really cool. Musical notes, colorful. Yeah, that is interesting. So if I try maybe, what if I go drums, or what if I just put drum set, generate. And I could do I made a list here of like different things. I mean, I could put music, journal, music, I could put drums, we could try violin. Basically, you try some of these, maybe but you're just trying different keywords to see what's going to pop up. That's pretty interesting. Okay, what if so we get some drum set stuff in there. What if I put biology class? I mean, obviously we could, you could put frog, beaker, elements, math formulas. There's you just got to tinker. See what happens. What if we put? Okay, I'm not going to read that like super close, but maybe it's a hit, maybe it's a miss, maybe it's we're middle in the warm, warm in the middle, something like that, where it's like, okay, well maybe not, or wait, what? Who are they talking about? No, are those images going to work? Maybe not. What if I put lab? You need you want a lab image. Sometimes putting like too much information could be information overload, and it mixes and matches so many things that may not be what you're looking for. But I would experiment with keywords, words where there's commas. Certainly you could try a sentence explanation. I don't know that I'd make it too long because it's going to have to make decisions. Now, what's interesting is lab. It's thinking more of like a musical studio, but it's based on, it's starting to do a better job of pulling from the course. So it's like lab, and in my mind, I'm thinking like, some kind of a science, science lab, a lab where you're actually doing things, chemistry lab, science labs, so I'd have to go like, what if I did, I have to give it a little bit more to go on, but it still may associate this more with my course and not biology. So part of that is I have so much information, music related, and I've got to, steer it or lead it in the right direction. But I mean, yeah, so it's still doing the same thing. It's like, hey, no, this is a music class. Probably going to be, it's going to be, a different case. But I did run this experiment, and I was actually getting the stuff that I was, really was hoping to get. If I just say like, what about something random just as a test in here to see if it'll generate what I'm looking for, like a race car. We're checking that now. Sorry, I need to take a drink of coffee there. Now, many of you will be watching this after the stream. Yeah, it's not doing so good right now. It's having a real issue with, hey, you're saying race car, but your class is about music, professor. So this is interesting. Now, in the last few days as I ran these tests, I actually did get it to work in some of the different dev shells to get all these things. But what's interesting, if I could create an assignment right now, and if I don't put too much information in there and I put that's where it gets really cool. Now, I need to reset this. So let me go back to image from URL. I'm going to copy and paste because I'm using permanent URLs from the back end. Something I talk about in a different video, and check that out if you're interested. I'll put let's change this. Image of a musical maybe a musical splash of, maybe a little bit wordy. I'm going to leave it for now, just for time's sake. The screen reader is going to say an image of a musical splash of notes. Sure, I can of course put 1 to 2 sentences, but for now, we'll just leave it at that. I'm going to leave that alone. Okay, we're going to save. All right, we're going to get out of here. I'm going to go over to a little bit underneath music and journal. We're going to create. Okay, I'm going to hit assignment. Okay, here we go. Now, I don't want to auto-generate question. I'm going to add text. And I'm going to try something. I'm going to put, just for fun. Now I'm just having fun because we're going to end here in a couple minutes. Okay, I put race car. Let's see if this actually helps the image generation Blackboard AI assistant here. Okay, it's going. I hope it works. If it doesn't, I mean, certainly going to keep experimenting. You see that? That is really interesting. So that's what I got to work the past couple of days, and even in all the days and weeks I've been testing all these things. I've been working on these things actually for many months and weeks in different apps and programs in terms of the use of AI. So it's right on the money. I didn't actually say race car. It actually pulled from the text. Now, it has race car in the text. So you see describe image. I didn't have to. It's pulled from the text. Now, what if I were to put, it says race car in the text, but what if this sounds random, but what if I put Mozart? But in the text, it actually says race car. Now, let's see if this let's see what happens. It seems random, but these are the kinds of tests I've been running, where there's no text or there is text, or you have contradictory text and you're trying to see where the pull is on the image generation. You see what I mean? That is incredible. Do you see that? Mozart and a race car? Wicked. Mozart is in a race car on a piano. Wicked. I mean, this is what I'm saying. So it is pulling from the actual text. It is pulling from the text that I typed. It's pulling from the describe image text I put in. It's pulling from the course. So it's got, we're talking number one, the type text I put in assignment content. Number two, the describe image text that I put in. Number three, what the actual title or name of the course. Number four, things that have been better programmed to help kind of either nail down some parameters or guides, and just to kind of poof, here you go. That's cool. So obviously a lot more we could do in terms of the image generation, but I hope you're going to get really excited by the experimentation. Maybe I just want to put some folder icons, but if I click on Module 1, the elements of music, we're going to edit that. And I'm going to go down to image. Okay, you can see on Insert Image, I can do stock images from Unsplash, or I can generate images. So it's like you have those same options. Now you won't see these everywhere, like you don't see them on the course banner or the main course image. But in this case, I'm just gonna upload something. So I'm gonna put, let me go to one of my folders here, icon, and I'm just gonna put folder 1. You'll see it pop up on the screen any second now. So how about that folder? Yay, we have a folder. I like it as is. Put it in there. Processing image. Mark it as decorative. Good to go. How about that? Cool. And the next one. I'm going to go over here. Going to add an image. Let's see. Let's upload, and I'll experiment with one. Let's do a different color. I got these from Envato Elements. I licensed them. You can make your own. Maybe you can make these in Illustrator. You probably could make some of this in, say, Canva or Photoshop, but really this kind of stuff you'd want to do in another program possibly, but I license them. But I can make them too. You don't have to do all that though. You can license images for free on Splash. You can generate AI images. You could use Illustrator and make them on your own. You can license them. I think the thing is you got options here. That's really the big thing. So I'm just going through, hey, cool. I get module 1, module 2. Okay, and what if I keep going? Module 3, click the image. Okay, I keep clicking that because I kind of want to do one more before we go. Let's get a different color here. You're not seeing my folder on my notes on the computer, so I'm kind of have all that prepped here. We're going to save that as soon as it's ready. Cool. Now let's go to module 4. We're going to get that image in there. Okay, upload file. Okay, I want to add that image. Okay, and I use different ones for these. Typically, for start here, I might use something like a pencil. And if there's a end of course wrap, I might use something else. So I'm going to leave the folders as just, some icons that I license. But maybe I can say for this one, what about for the end of course wrap? Can we try something with the images there? Can we try unsplash for one and then generate for the other? So how about end of Yeah, I mean, maybe I probably could do a little better job of that. But it looks like I'm giving them something to start with. If they could get more, maybe based on that classroom, but I need to do a better job on the explaining. Either way, we're going to give this a shot. Let's see how it works. Processing image. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it's cool. I mean, if I do something like that, I'd probably want to match the style and flow of the course. So if I'm going to use the folders, I'm going to keep that flow the same in terms of, the white space, transparency, background, that kind of thing. Whether it's a colored background, a white background, whatever you're going to do in terms of all that design, whether it be Canva, Photoshop, Illustrator, Adobe Stock, Envato, or Unsplash, or in this case, using the built-in AI assistant. I mean, you do, but it's kind of cool. I mean, isn't that neat? You got a college classroom. I mean, so maybe I could put like some kind of congratulations or whatever, but we're learning how to use these tools. So now if I want to go up and let's try, we did the generate image or the unsplash. Let me go back to that one. Module 5 in the course wrap. Let me double check that one. What if let's try. I'm just going to put that. Generate image. Let's try college real quick, and then we'll go back. That's interesting. How about if I can spell it right? College campus, congratulations. I was just curious. Okay, still generating. A little more coffee there, thank you. Yeah, maybe. I could still keep tinkering with this. You say I have a picture in there. I mean, I can put in there because it's focusing on more the graduation. But what if I put final exams? Or I could put university in front or after. Final exams, university. Let's see if that helps our parameters a little bit. Okay, still generating. Okay, so it's focusing more on the graduation aspect. I'm going to cancel that for now. In terms of generating, I think I like the classroom the best so far. So that was generating the image. Let's go to the start here. We're going to try something with click on the image, and let's go ahead and do stock images from Unsplash. Right now, I'm just generating, retrieving. Okay, start here. That's pretty killer because you can see that it's putting start here. It's basically putting information that is in the module description in the search box, and then it's bringing things up. So yeah, this could work. If I do that, I just have to remember in terms of like the flow and obviously zooming in, zooming out to what I want, moving the image. Staying with decorative images for now. Okay, so we don't have quite the style matching that I would typically have in my courses, but part of that is just experimenting with, 3D icons, experimenting with Unsplash, but also experimenting with generating images. So cool. Hope all this is helpful. That's all I got. So thanks, everybody. It was a great time today. I really enjoy this. Check out some of the other videos. And Professor Ron with Blackboard Tips and Tricks. I'm out. I'll see you next time. Bye. Welcome to Blackboard Tips and Tricks with Professor Ron. Today, we're going to take a look at how to use Honorlock inside Blackboard Ultra. Let's dive in. In my case, I'll just go ahead and hit Create. And then I'm going to just hit Test. And then over here, let's do, we want to do Quiz, the classical era. And we're going to label that Quiz the Classical Era Honorlock. There we go. Okay, so far so good. I'm going to go here, get my questions, reuse questions. Okay, I'm going to scroll down until I can see this. Looking for it. I mean, I could just put it in the search. Yes, of course. All right, so see my quiz, the classical era. Click that. I want all the questions. Select all. Cool. Everything looks good. I see my questions. 62 questions. Copy questions. Letting that, propagate here. Get ready to go. Okay, so all the questions look looking good. Just do a quick scroll. And I'm going to do a quick down on my Mac here. Okay, I'm going to take off this allow students to add content at end of assessment. Don't need that. Okay, that's grayed out. Quick up, and feel good about the labeling. I'm going to change this up here, and we're going to go change the date. Let's go the 8th. Let's change the time. Put it at the end of the module, 12/8/24, 11 p.m. Going to set prohibit late submissions. Okay, the new attempts already does that by default. No new attempts after due date. Display one question at a time, prohibit backtracking, randomize questions, randomize answers, good to go on all that. Test one attempt. We want to do percentage. Okay, assessment grade post. No essay or short answer on this one, so I'm good with that. If there's any essays, short answers, those kind of things, you want to uncheck that. Grade, do the manual grading. Assessment results. Okay, so I'm going to change allow students to view their submission after individual grade is posted. That's personal preference, whatever you like to do. You got a lot of options here. It's cool. Let's see. I'll do after submission on if there's any automated feedback. Question scores we'll do after individual grade is posted. Show correct answers after all grades are posted. Okay, and I'm good with that. Individual, yep. After individual, oh yeah, we'll save that. Okay, and we're going to add, let's add a time limit to this one. We'll go 75 minutes. Okay, and then in my description, okay, I just had it saved in the copy and paste. Quiz, classical era, Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven. Yeah, good with that. And a quick scroll up, double checking everything. 12/8/24, 11 p.m. Looking good. All the presentation options. Yeah, that's all looking great. Test 1 percentage. Post the grade, individual. All the view options here looking good. Yeah, feeling great about all that. I have not configured the proctor settings. We're gonna do that in a moment. Okay, we're gonna save that. Okay, so far so good. Now, one of the other things I could just do the quick scroll down. So I want to configure this to be able to actually use for Honorlock now. I keep mouse scrolling up, but I need to use those shortcuts. I think just a habit there. So I'm going to get out of there. Okay, so let's go over to the gradebook and let's check a few things. All right, I'm going to scroll down here. And I want to find, I got quiz, the classical era. I don't need that one anymore. It's the old one. I've got my classical quiz Honorlock. I did not make it visible or available yet. You can do that here, or of course I could have done that when I created it in terms of setting the visibility. I'll go ahead and bring that classical quiz up. That'll be underneath the Baroque era quiz there. All right. I'm going to come over to the quiz, the classical era here. I'm going to take this one off the board. Okay. All right. Now, I need to make it visible. And while there are a few ways to do it, I'm going to come over here and take care of that. If it's a live class, it would show students' names. We don't want to do that for recording any kind of tutorial help videos. So this takes me back to, my basically creation land or creation point there. Okay, so now I just make it visible. And we're good to go on that. Okay, quiz, classical era, Honorlock, good to go, visible to students. I want to get out of there. Okay, and it takes me back to just the gradable items page. Yay! So far, so good, right? Quick scroll down there. So then just check in elements of music, Elvis, Beatles, Baroque era. I see all Honorlock for each one for elements, Elvis, Beatles, Baroque, classical. I see midterm Honorlock. I see final exam Honorlock. I need to move that. I want to move that up a little bit just for my preference so I can see that placement. I want to move. No, let's leave that there. If I can drag the right one there, I want that to come down. And I've got a practice quiz for students so they can just get the lay of the land. If there's any issues or trouble, can get that out of the way on a, low stakes, just give it a whirl there. All right, so got the overall grade, Honorlock practice quiz, how-to videos, that's looking good. All the lectures, do a quick scroll down there back to the quizzes. Great. Elements Honorlock, Elvis Honorlock, Beatles Honorlock, if I can talk today, the Baroque era Honorlock, the classical era Honorlock, midterm exam Honorlock, final exam Honorlock, and then my video or concert paper, just done by kind of the assignment flow. All right. So all that's looking great. Now we are going to go back to content. Let's go to the Start Here module. I'm going to click the disclosure triangle. I'm going to go down to where we see Technical Support, Blackboard Help Support, and Apps. I'm going to click that. Okay, we're going to scroll down here. What I've done in the course is I've made a little section for Honorlock. So Honorlock is the new application for all South Texas College online proctored exams. Honorlock is a browser extension that can be installed on Google Chrome. Yay! All right. Well, I'm not going to read all that verbatim, but just kind of get us going there. The important thing here is to get the Honorlock extension for Chrome. And there are a couple ways to do this. This is one way it can be done, but even if a student were to click the exam, it'll give them an error message and allow them to get the extension right there, even if they don't come over here and do it, if it's in your course, or they're using distance learning training or other access training materials, whatever they're looking at. So I click this Honorlock extension. Okay, add extension. Click below to add the Honorlock Chrome extension. I agree. Add the extension. Okay, and I'm going to add to Chrome. Add Honorlock. Yes, I'm going to add the extension. And it's working its magic. A lot of magic there. Okay. Coolness. Okay, now I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to take that. We're going to come back over here. We're going to head over to Books and Tools, and we want to click on View Course and Institution Tools. All right, so we're checking the available tools. You may not see it here. All good, no worries. We're going to come on down to Browse Course Tools. Okay, we're going to scroll through the content market, and we are looking for Honorlock Exam List. Here we go. Now I've added it in to this developmental shell, And I'm going to bring it up. Okay. And I'm going to add it in here. And as you're going to see, oh wait, it's already there. Well, it's because I've already set this up, but I wanted to show you before I jump into what I've already set up, how to actually put it in there. Okay, so that's how you would do it, and I'll go through how to access it from the professor view as well as what students will see in student preview mode. Okay, so I'm going to remove this one. No worry, he's going to delete that, but I have it already there. Okay, delete LTI placement link, and we're going to work with what I made. Okay, now first things first, I'm going to close that, double check the screen, and I want to show you what the students will see if you have that visible anywhere in your course. What I'm talking about is if you're showing this. Let's see. So we're going to go, let's launch Student Preview. I'm going to start preview now. It takes a little second. Thanks for waiting here. Now we're going to click on Start Here, scroll down, and for here, we click Show Exam List. Okay, a couple things. This is not the only thing that's actually in the class. What you see here is Honorlock Practice Quiz. Now, the reason you don't see all of my quizzes and or assessments, I have quizzes and I have a midterm and a final exam, but they're not all visible here because of conditions. So if you use conditions that are grade-based or date-based, conditional release, it's not going to show up here for whatever reason, whether that's a glitch or something that might be forthcoming in terms of a change, edit, revision, update, we'll see. So the only things that will show up here is if it's not conditional. However, I guess my hope, probably, I'm still new to this, is that once it's actually released and it's current, that you would hopefully see it in this particular list. So kind of a nice list if you could actually see them all. But there does seem to be something going on, which I've actually tested, where it does. I've actually changed dates and releases and taken them all off. So even if you create something where you have some kind of conditional release and then you remove it, it still won't actually add it on here. If it was from ground zero, you'd probably work here. But once you've done a release and you were to remove it, you can't get it on this list. So, but hopefully once it actually is released, it would propagate here. At any rate, the quizzes that are current and have no conditions are going to be right here. More on that later, but just so no one gets worried about how come I'm not seeing my stuff, or if you do show it to students, just know anything that's conditional won't show up here. But hopefully it will once it actually is released. Well, more to come on that. Now also, whether this is a developmental shell glitch or something maybe I'm missing or some kind of setting, it doesn't appear that it can be launched from here. But I'll keep exploring and tinkering with that. So the students would see this if you did show it. Let me exit out of here. And we'll come back to another student preview in just a moment. Let's take a look at the settings in Honorlock for quizzes and exams. I'm going to go to the Start Here module, and let's go over to Honorlock Exam List. It's going to get the LTI connection going there. We're going to go over to Honorlock Enabled Assessments. And let's go ahead and take a look at all these settings from, how about midterm exam Honorlock? Okay. So you see I have email notifications set up for the midterm exam. And I do this for the midterm and the final. Send email notifications when recommended sessions are available for this assessment. Okay, we scroll down a little bit. Proctor settings. I have record webcam. This is going to record the test taker's testing environment using a webcam. I'm using record screen, record test taker's screen during the session. Record web traffic, so it's going to log the test taker's internet activity. So if they try to open, well, they actually could. If they open up a Google tab or multiple Google tabs and they start typing things in Google and then they press enter, it's going to log all of that and show you those URLs that they tried to attempt. These snapshots, but you can click on them and look at what they were trying to find. Now, I'm using the test taker photo. So you just basically smile in the circle and, take the photo. I'm not using test taker ID. This works well with in my testing with, say, like government issued IDs. If you use any other ID aside from that, just have to make sure if you do require that it's very clean and clear ID with the image on there that will come through, because you might get a ID failure. Let's see. I should jump over to Browser Guard as I was talking about record web traffic. So the thing about Browser Guard, if you just use Browser Guard by itself, it's just going to block students from actually, they can open the Google tab and they can try to look something up, but it'll kick them back to the exam. With record web traffic, it's actually logging what they tried to look up, but it will let them open a Google tab and they can actually type in Squid Game, Yo, Lone Wolf, how do you define melody? And it won't give them answers. It'll show what they tried to Google and it'll kick them right back to the exam. And also, if they try to open up Microsoft Word, Excel, or any fancy program, whether it be Logic Pro or, I don't know, some kind of game, it'll look like it'll let them get out of the exam and open it, and it'll start to open. Then they'll get an error message or multiple error messages. It might even kick them out of the exam. It can, but they'll get error messages first before that even happens. And then the program's not actually going to continue opening. So it's with the program, it's guarding against apps, programs, and the log, the test taker's internet activity. It works really well. Okay, so with record web traffic, Browser Guard, if I kind of jump over to allowed site URLs for just a second, I'm not using that, but you could actually add them in here if you wanted to. Okay, so what about that room scan I was about to get to? I've tested it. It works. So you'd have to use your laptop, and they'd have to just basically do a 360 to get the room. Or they can take off if they've got, like I use a Logitech 4K Brio cam on my LG monitor, and you could take it off and you just rotate it around the room. I'm not currently using that, but it's something I'm looking at using for midterm and final exam. I'm still experimenting with that stuff, but it does work pretty well. Manual review, so you get an assessment review of the session recording by a proctor. Calculator stuff is all good. It's on-screen calculators, whether it's basic, scientific, just so you're not getting dinged if, in fact, you are actually bringing those up. So those are great. I use disable copy and paste. Short answer essays that we don't want people just copying everything into text box on an exam. Disable printing is a safeguard measure there. I already talked about the Browser Guard, record web traffic, and the connection to allowed site URLs. So if you want to do something like simulated, not proctored, low stakes, quizzes, those kind of things, just won't be recorded or flagged, so you could do something like that too. So a lot of options here in terms of proctor settings. And I've tested all these, so want to encourage everyone out there to test as you actually use these, really before you use them in your college courses. Make sure you test them on your own so you kind of know how it works in terms of what's going to get flagged and what may not get flagged and how that all works. If you require the room scan in Honorlock, let's take a look at the student perspective of how they're going to get that done. All right, on the test taker guidelines, so no open book from me. I am allowing notes, no scratch paper, restroom breaks, sure, all good with that. No hats, no mobile phones, no cell phones. Headphones allowed. I teach music appreciation and American music, so they need them to actually listen to a song by Mozart or Eminem or Beethoven or Elvis or Bob Dylan, because they're going to have an MP3 and they got to press play and tell me what song it is or describe the characteristic or element of the song. So I do allow headphones because there's music on the exams, quizzes too. Handheld calculator, not applicable to me, but the option it's certainly there. Background noise, I do allow that. It seems to be it's going to be a common thread probably. So public area allowed, something I toggle with in terms of that may be something I explore. Public area allowed here on test taker guidelines, as well as the room scan. I'm looking at those two as options as well, because with public area, libraries, Starbucks, out and about taking the exam, whether it's summer sessions or fall or spring or mini masters, there could be those kind of scenarios. So that's something I'm considering making a change here, and I'm looking at this scan as a possibility as well. Okay, so accommodations, as those arise or come up, you can put those accommodations here. They may be necessary for some of the test takers. Assessment visibility, this is important. You want to just leave this alone. It's use the dates on the assessment to determine test takers' view. By the default being no right here, it's leaning on or deferring to Blackboard Ultra's assessment quiz exam settings that the teacher that we set up. So we want to leave that alone. I'm going to click a save there. So that's the settings in a nutshell. Let me head back to the class. Next, I'm going to show you a typical student scenario using Honorlock. Here we go. Okay, so here's what the professor sees when you take your quizzes with Honorlock inside Blackboard Ultra or maybe other systems as well. Now, as you can see, we have Music Appreciation, MUSI 1306, Section B04. I'm a preview user, wanted to run through and test everything here. And it's shown under the details guidelines in terms of, open book not allowed, notes allowed, scratch paper not allowed, restroom breaks are allowed, no calculator, headphones cool, hats no, public area no, background noise allowed, mobile phones not allowed. Basically the do's and don'ts there. And if I go over here to question, so we can see, okay, these, one of the questions here, what are the steps to becoming a good listener? Transcript. This is important because if you say anything at all, like if you say something, TVs, movies, radio, music, background, people, conversations, it's going to pick up all that stuff. So just be aware that everything is being picked up and then it's going to be translated here, whatever you say. So as long as you're aware that anything you say or anybody else says or any audio from anywhere, it's picking all the audio up from the microphone. So just keep that in mind in terms of the transcript. It's all going to pop up here. Now, we see, so I ran a lot of tests here, so I'm trying to scroll down to where we started for this particular test. And I've got my profile picture here. See it's 7:33. See the screen share has been started, authentication complete. Then I got the screen capture video, and we go to the webcam video here, just all showing the steps. And if I come over here to question 1, it's going to show that transcript. It's going to show the questions. I mean, it's and I can press play, and it's gonna get everything. So like there is talking here. So I'm pretty much talking all the way through the test and the simulation to try to see, okay, well, what's going on there. That's going to pop up here. Now, let's scroll down a little bit. Some of the other things that I tested, of course, was like, well, yeah, they're detecting the speech. I've got high, a high mark, high flag here. Answered, 8 indicators, speech detected, personal assistant keyword. Okay, I got to, obviously this is me testing, so I don't have to worry about that. The concern here is, as I scroll down and look at, I got attempted online research blocked. And if I click that, Facebook, big no-no, not allowed. Okay, so I ran that test. How about this resource blocked? Instagram, that's a no-no, not allowed. Okay, let's get out of there. What else? Oh, I tried to look up the definition. While it's showing that to me now, it completely blocked it. So that everything I'm clicking, it didn't actually let you get here. It's letting me because it's showing, the professor what you tried to access. So we'll actually get to what you tried to access, but you wouldn't even get this far. I would have just blocked it. It blocks it immediately. Now, I've got to look out for test window lost focus. You just got to be careful with the focus of the test window and staying in the screen and all that, and you'll be okay. So now, if you try to open up other apps or programs, it's going to block all that kind of stuff too. So, I also tested trying to open other apps, programs, and everything was just getting blocked. I tried, resizing the screen, minimizing, all that's going to get blocked. So be aware of the transcript. You got your details of, what's allowed, what's not allowed, questions that you're answering. It's going to show them as they, come out in real time. It's going to show everything that you say or anybody else says or any device, anywhere says. It's going to pick all that up. And it's going to show up you try to access anything, any online resources, apps, programs, resources. It's going to show all that kind of stuff. So just want to be careful about that. So that's what the professor sees. Now, this is in student preview mode. So I'm certainly going to see a lot more if you try to put a hat on or use a calculator or anything that's not allowed. If it does get flagged, then at that point in a live class that is not preview mode, you're going to get flagged, and then I'm going to see it, and then that's when a real person that works, with Honorlock is going to come in and check some stuff out too. With having a, real-time, real-person assessment, discount double check on Honorlock. Basically, if you're in a live Honorlock exam assessment quiz, and then you get flagged and it's set up for, real-time, human, checking that, then they could actually come in and like start talking to you. So in this case, we're just getting flagged with what's programmed and or AI things in terms of maybe wearing a hat or calculator or whatever. But if a real-time human connection is a part of the assessment, then a real person could end up coming on and chatting with you and pausing the test to make sure everything is all copacetic. So yeah, nothing to be scared of for students and or professors kind of checking this out. Just thought it might be helpful to kind of see the screen, what's up with details, the questions, the transcript, and a few of the high things to take a look at in terms of focus and things being blocked and whatnot. But I'm going to set this back down, do another double take here, but that's pretty much it. At least for now, it is going to detect, of course, a whole host of things. So just make sure to follow the rules, and you'll have a great time in the exams. I hope this helps a lot of students and professors out there navigating Honorlock. But this is what your professor sees, and they're going to see a lot more if you break any of the rules. So just be straight up, and you're good. All right. Thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you had a great time and learned a lot. I'm Professor Ron with Blackboard Tips and Tricks. Until next time, I'll see you in the next one. I'm here in Music Appreciation. Let's scroll down to the Start Here module. I'm going to click the Start Here module. Scroll down until you see Technical Support, Blackboard Help, Support, and Apps. Click there. On the Tech Support page, I'm going to scroll down again, have a little fun here. And what we're looking for is Download Respondus Lockdown Browser. I'm going to click there now. And when you get here, you see the overview video. Check it out. It's pretty cool. You see the version, which is basically auto detector for Mac or PC. For Chromebook, it's a little bit different. I'll reference some details on that later. Let's install now. Downloading. We have the package here. Can choose where we want to save it. Desktop or wherever you choose to. Just somewhere you can find it pretty quickly. Save it. It's good to go. It's already done. Can X out of here. Got to go navigate to where it is. Okay, go to the package. I'm going to unzip it. Move it out of the way there. Click on the package. Going to allow this package to run a program to determine if the software can be installed. Important. Just want to follow the steps. Okay, making sure to give it access here. Welcome to the Respondus Lockdown Browser Installer. Going to continue. Keep it moving. Software License Agreement. Continue. Agreeing to the Software License Agreement. And we're going to install. Here we go. The installation was successful. Yay, we did it. Okay, let's close that. We do not need to keep the package. We are good to go on that. Now, this is the recommended way to take care of this, to make sure you have Respondus Lockdown Browser for your class. Do this in week 1, really. You could navigate that way anytime in the course before you take your first quiz and or assessment. Now, if I come back over here, click the Start Here module, we're going to go to Module 1, the Elements of Music. Now, I go to Week 5, Elements of Music 4. This is where my first quiz is for my courses here. I go to Quiz, Elements of Music, Respondus Lockdown Browser. I'm going to click that now. You see Start Attempt 1. Now, if I take just a minute just to pause and say, okay, wait, what else is going on here? You're going to see Assessment Security here. you need Respondus Lockdown Browser to complete this assessment. And download Respondus Lockdown Browser if not already installed. So this is actually another way that you could do it. You can use the Start Here module. You can actually do it right from here. If I click it, check this out. It takes me back to that same page. Okay, now I'm going to X out of that, just showing you. Now, what's going to be typical scenario is, you may not end up going to doing this from the Start Here module because you forget, you get busy doing other things. Not a big deal, but you click the quiz, and you might even actually miss where it says Assessment Security right here. All good, no worries. There's another way, number 3. We're going to click Start Attempt 1. See the time limit? Continue. All right, now I already have it here, so right now it's just giving me a message to say Open Lockdown Browser, and then what I would want to do is I want to make sure to give it the permissions that it needs. Always allow south-texas-college.blackboard.com to open links of this type in the associated app. We're just given permissions here. Now, I'm not actually going to click Open now. It's going to block that because I'm actually recording here with you, a help screen video tutorial on the basics of Respondus Lockdown Browser. So I'm going to cancel this for now, but typically you'd want to make sure to go, cool, got this, good to go. You would open it and you'd be golden. Now, if you didn't actually already have it, this is the third way. This is going to be the more typical way. If I just go back for a second, where the quiz is due in an hour or two, or it's due the next day, and you didn't get it from the Start Here module. And then when you click the quiz, you didn't even see that it was actually there before you click Start Attempt 1 or however many attempts you have. And so again, typically you're just kind of zipping through and doing this, what you're seeing me do right now. And you're only going to see this right here, as I said earlier, from if you already actually have it. So this would be what you'd see. And then it says you need Lockdown Browser to open the assessment. If you can't open the assessment, download and install. So again, this is the third way. If you click this, it takes you to the same screen. And that's the really cool thing about all this. Now, I'm going to X out of here. What's really cool about using Respondus Lockdown Browser is that you log into Blackboard as you normally would. Then, you find the quiz or exam and click Start Attempt. You will be prompted to open the assessment in Lockdown Browser. Just follow the prompts, and you will be in the quiz or exam in no time. Now keep in mind that while using Lockdown Browser, you will not be allowed to use any other programs or surf the web. When you click through the prompts, a message will pop up asking you to close all applications and continue. For PCs and Chromebooks, there are some different steps and settings involved. No worries here. I'll leave some info and video links below that will take you through how to get this rolling on both Google Chrome OS-powered Chromebooks and Microsoft Windows PCs. I hope this video was helpful. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to Blackboard Tips and Tricks with Professor Ron. Today, we're going to take a look at how to use Pronto inside Blackboard Ultra. Let's dive in. First things first, we need to make sure we have Pronto in the Start Here module. So I'm going to click there now, and it's not there yet. I would like to add it after the Concourse Syllabus. So I'm going to come over here, click on the plus sign, and we're going to go to the Content Market. Here we go. And we're just looking around for, I need to have my Pronto. So we're scrolling through the Content Market, and we're looking for Pronto. Yay, we found it. I'm trying to make sure to go slow enough so I can catch it. All right, we add in Pronto Instant Messenger. It labels it for us. I'm going to make this visible to students. Now, I'm in Music Appreciation MUSI 1306. This is my developmental shell. And before I go to the student preview, just need to make sure that's good to go. And we are. I'm going to click the disclosure triangle. Okay, everything's looking good. Scroll, discount, double check as usual. And I've added it, so now I want to go ahead and go to student preview. So we come over here, I'm going to activate student preview mode. Start preview. Of course I do. I'd like to start the preview. Let's do that now. Takes a second to pop up. All right, we're in student preview, and the student logs into the course. This is what they're going to see. Okay, so we come over here. I can scroll the way down just to give a quick glance or look. I do make other videos where you can check out a lot more details on whether it be artificial intelligence or how to create an assignment or how to use pretty much any and every other app that might interact with Blackboard Learn and other learning management systems. At any rate, let's get to it. Start here, and I'm going to scroll down, and I see Pronto Instant Messenger. Let's click that now. Okay, launching the LTI tool, and that's it. It's really that simple. We're right here inside of Pronto. So this is how you get in there and get going with getting messages. Typing messages. Student to student, teacher student, student teacher. Cool. Isn't that awesome? Yeah. Now I'm not going to enable desktop notifications because most of my Pronto work is going to be through my phone. But if you wanted to enable applications on the computer and or the phone, one or the other or both, all good. That's totally up to you. I would recommend that you have notifications, whichever one you use the most, make sure you've got notifications turned on for either or so that you get any messages that you need to get. It's going to be important. You don't want to miss anything. So for now, I'm turning this off, but you can enable it here if you if you want to do that. So, all right. Now, I'm going to go ahead and post a message that explains that what I'm doing because this is actually a live class. So as soon as they see me here, people want to chat and ask questions, and I love it. It's awesome. It's great. But since this is a live class and I'm showing some action, I have gotten questions about the application and how to do this and how to do that and how to do things in the class. And there's a practice quiz that students are working on, and there's lots of questions on how do I do this or how come this goes this way? So I do have some prepared notes that I'm going to start with first. First, I'm just going to put out there, hey, I'm testing, so give me a moment. The class just started on the 26th. We're on day 2, the 27th. And whenever you're watching this video, the dates maybe not so relative because you're just going to be watching this video to learn a little bit about Pronto, but pretty much everything it can do, I hope, in a short and sweet video. So I'm going to bring notes over. Let me copy and paste my notes, and I'm going to let them know, hey, I'm here, but I'm testing. All right, so I got my notes. Hi, everyone. I'm currently testing the Pronto technology. I will be posting a few test files, and then I will launch a practice meeting. Please ignore the testing and do not comment until I complete my test run of this application. I will post a note once the testing is complete. Thanks, Mr. S. Okay, let's post that now. Hopefully this kind of keeps things smoothing in a live class test. Normally I wouldn't test in a live class, but I'm just getting some questions, not only about Pronto, but the bigger, more important questions are probably about how to use Honorlock in the class. And so the whole goal is I need to post a message here very quickly to kind of solve some problems or things that are happening with a new application we're using called Honorlock. So that's really the mission behind this is I got to tell them something, but I also have students asking about what's up with this Pronto. How do I do that too? But let's answer the bigger question of like how do we take care of all of this Pronto stuff. So I'm gonna copy and paste my welcome message. I don't always copy and paste. In this case, it's prepared, but typically it's all organic where I'm chatting with the student about something or a class. I'm just typing it through. So I'm going to post another message here. It's a prepared note or message, and welcome to American music. Music appreciation, American music. I'm teaching both of those classes. In this case, we're looking at our American music V01. So welcome to American music. The first thing you need to do in American music, start your module, watch the Edpuzzle how-to videos, then take the Honorlock practice quiz. Okay, just making sure. I'm kind of going to bombard with some notes, but really more the students in my courses need this stuff. I have another prepared note I'm going to give. Okay, this is all Honorlock stuff. Okay, and I'm going to do one more Honorlock. Just all... because it's kind of very detailed. That's why I do notes. I do notes when it's like emergency or details or really big technical questions. But again, mostly we want to make this real and organic, of course. So I've got for the Honorlock practice quiz, you do not have to take it multiple times to get 100%. This is just for you to practice using the technology. Whatever grade you get, if I can even say it correctly, I will override. Override everyone's grade. Give them 100. It's just for practice. So. Point is to make sure you understand how to use Honorlock before we get to the regular course quizzes and exams. I put a nice mister and didn't even copy the whole thing that I wanted to copy. So that's the cool thing too. I mean, you can make a mistake, you can edit, it's all good. I just want to come over here and hey, I need to put Mr. S. We're not perfect, fix the spelling, add. I want to be more than a mister. And just there's an example of how to edit. I guess I could add. Well, can I add my own smiley face? Let me give myself a thumbs up. I just gave myself a thumbs up. See, seen by. I can delete. Add different reactions. Maybe go over here and maybe just do a different reaction. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Hearts. Crying. Ooh. A sad tear. So you got the laughy, haha, smiley thing, the wow, the tear. Yeah, so, I mean, some different kind of emoticons, emojis right there. This one, I'll go ahead and add something like that. Just running these things as tests. If I want to try something different, I can do that. Like, wow, I'm really surprised. I guess that's what it is. I'm going to put the next note here. Okay. More Honorlock. You do get unlimited attempts. It's just for practice, so don't worry if you do not get the answers correct. Just take the quiz without looking up the answer. If you do not know the answer, just guess, as the quiz is solely for practice. As long as you answer each question, I will give a grade override to the 100% if every question was attempted. So there's a grade override. It's just for practice. I put real questions for the practice, though, but consider it, I guess, for my classes like a pre-test, but I fix the grade anyway. I just want students to know how to use the tech. I want it to be friendly. We're going to post that message. I'll go ahead and give myself another something. How about a thumbs up? Okay. So that's in a prepared note scenario. I'm going to go ahead and actually type something live now. Then I'll come back to, I'm going to make it full screen as well. So I'm not using those notes. So I'm going to say, hello, I am still testing, but the Honorlock notes are real notes that apply to this class. Hello, I am still testing, but the Honorlock notes are real notes that apply to this class. I can just put but the Honorlock notes apply to this class. I'll fix that a little bit. Okay. Hello, I am still testing, but the Honorlock notes apply to this class. Okay, maybe I don't need the period necessarily, but for testing purposes, let's just keep this rolling. Now I'm going to put another one. maybe before I try a practice recording, I want to come back out of here and let's just maybe add I'm going to clear the notes. I don't think I need the prepared notes. The rest I'll just type live. So I'll minimize just in case. I don't think I'll need it, but I'm going to go to my Pronto folder and just basically test the attachment. So when you're looking at Pronto, there's just all these really cool things. Remember, you can enable notifications on both or one or the other, computer or phone. And then when you are looking at I can actually just put the cursor in the box and just go at it and start typing. You can hit here plus, and then you got actions over here where you can do all these cool things. Let me make that bigger so you can kind of see this a little cleaner. So I'm in the box. I want to type. I just put the cursor in the box and go. I just put hi, still testing. Just put something in there. Hi, still testing. It's like I'm moving around the mic trying to make sure I spell everything right. Again, all testing purposes. If I make a mistake or whatever, go back and fix it. Search in South Texas College. You got the camera and some cool stuff. But so we got the cursor and type in the box. We're good to go there. If we want to take a look at this feature right here, click in the you can plus sign. It's like, is that a plus? And then it turns into an X or whatever. But you're clicking that plus, and you've got an option for direct message. So you can send a direct message. That's a private message. We've got group creation, where professors can create groups if given permission. The group capability can be very cool for group projects and that and that kind of stuff. So you can students make groups, professor make group, join a group, announcements, tasks, that kind of thing. It's very cool. So private messages or DMs, direct messages. And if you think it would benefit the class, just post it in the class if you think that might be beneficial. But if it's very super specific to you or about grades or personal kind of things that are still related to the class, just keep things private that should be private. But if it's something public about an assignment that might help someone else, just think about what's appropriate in terms of a private message and a public form message, because everyone in the class sees all the messages. So that's pretty simple. You have a question about your grade on a particular assignment, send a DM. You have a issue with technology, or something with Honorlock isn't working, or the internet went down, or something like that. I think if in an internet situation, that's more like it could just be your area or something like that. So that still may be more of a DM scenario, but if it's about a grade or about internet, and the list could go on and on in terms of sending a DM, i.e. private message. But if it's a question about how do you do an assignment, or some Honorlock is not working, or the question on a quiz, maybe the answer key was wrong, or you're having an issue with particular assignment because you're not quite understanding maybe some content flow or whatever it may be, there may be something where if it would benefit the class, if it's about the content of the class, or if it's about you're having trouble finding something, you're trying to figure out how do I do this assignment, or something's not working inside of Blackboard or whatever app we're using, please consider posting that here, because it's probably going to help a lot more people. A lot of times students are facing similar issues, and just spread the joy, spread the word. Okay, I think that's pretty clear. Keep things private that should be private, and if it's going to benefit other students, that doesn't break any confidentiality and all that, that's very, very important. We keep that in mind, please. All right, now if I look over here, we've got so I've already ran through emojis. Now it brings up more. Obviously I made the screen bigger, and it's now you can go through, and we don't want to get too emoji happy necessarily, but you do have a lot of options with emoticons, emojis, frequently used, smiles, emotions, and then just other features that you feel like could be appropriate. Have fun, have a blast, but keep it fun, keep it friendly. So that's a little. Well, I'll do the GIF in a second, but. This is always a hoot, animals in nature. It's just cool, Yeah, it's I got to go back to give the shout out to all the animals and fruit, and it's like there's like just cool things that you can kind of tinker around with that you might feel would be appropriate. Now, if I come over here, this is really cool. It's the argument like, do I say GIF or do I say GIF? And the person that created it says we should say this. Look, that's going to be debated for I don't know how many years, but either way, GIF or GIF. The cool thing with doing these basically animated little pictures here, if I just put in, say, like, wow, animated picture, short animated movie picture-ish kind of thing, and I just select one, and then I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to say still testing, just so people know I'm still testing. And then I give myself, let's add a reaction. Let's see. And instead of just the straight up, so on the reactions that I was doing earlier with these basic reactions, when I get into like more, I'm gonna, in terms of frequently used, smileys, emoticons, reactions. Obviously, this is just the full scale of emoticons, reactions, fun and games kind of thing. I'm gonna add, just for fun, I'm just gonna add did he go? Well, I tried to. Oh, I got a hit. Just added a puppy dog. Still testing. Okay, so I'm just kind of having a good time with all these tests. Now I want to add a few documents, but I'm going to make a note. I'm going to put I am about to test document attachments. I am about to test document attachments. Like it's like always micro checking, spelling. Okay, and even if I miss something, not a big deal. You can fix it. So why don't I just go one by one just to see? Here is an attachment. Just attaching a docx file, and we're just kind of checking to see, hey, how is this going to work out? Okay, and we're going to go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. So Word, Microsoft Word, docx file, success. And what if I add in, say, like the course syllabus? It's a PDF attachment. Drag and drop. Good to go. And I'm just going to hit return on my Mac here. And going. Pretty cool, right? Now what if I hit the attachment icon? The easy thing is just to drag and drop like you see me do, but I can just attachment icon and then click my folder and say, okay, what's next? Let's do Mr. S HEIC, which is a picture from my phone, my cell phone. Will it take it? Of course it does. I mean, you can click on stuff and it pulls it up where you see, whoa, that's the syllabus. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Cool. Now let's X out of that. Click on A World Without Music. Now this one, it's going to download. I'm not going to get the preview there. If I click on Mr. S, HEIC, a snapshot from my cell phone, same thing. It's going to download. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and take some of this off. I don't want all my stuff to be downloaded. I just wanted to show you how to do it. So I'm going to go ahead and delete the Word document, but this shows you, hey, you can upload a Word document if that was part of the class. This docx file, Microsoft Word, whether doc, docx, the different file. It's going to take a lot of different file formats. It's going to take. That's if you need it or it's required. It's pretty robust. There's not, so far so good. Now I've tested this before, but I wanted to show the class, so it's like okay. I'm going to go ahead and remove that since we're good with the test on that one. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm good with the test on the cell phone picture that came straight from my phone. So I'm going to take that off too. And now I'm going to leave the syllabus there for just a moment. I mean, that's applicable actually to the class straight up. So I'm going to go ahead and leave that there, at least for now, and maybe that'll stay. We'll see. Now I want to also take a look at, you got a problem with the class. It's a technology problem, and I might ask you to do a screen video or to do a screenshot. I'm not going to put all the codes on how to do that because people use different computers like Chromebook and PC and Mac, so you can check out those shortcuts on how to do all that. But I'm going to just basically I want to drag and drop a screenshot. And Then I'm going to click on it and show you. Here's my screenshot. It's right there. Well, let me go ahead and okay, it's still going. Well, I hope it works. Oh, yeah, I got it. Let me X out. Okay, I just had to click below the screenshot so that I could, and that's where it might get tricky. So I pressed enter over top of the screenshot, it didn't quite work. So when I drag and drop the screenshot, and it's there, the cursor's right there, and I'm hitting the return button on my Mac, and it's like nothing's. So I just need to bring the cursor down to where it says type a message, get it in there, and then hit enter, return. You're good to go. Okay. And then if I want to do the same thing, let's take the the paperclip, and I want to do it that way because you're more comfortable there. That's all you got to do. Still testing. Okay, so it's a lot of testing, I know, like bombarding the class. Sorry about that. Again, I just want to get the Honorlock stuff out there, but also show students how to do all this. I guess trying to achieve two very important things at the same time. Now, let me go back over and we're going to test M4As. So let's see if I were to bring over the M4A, can I put it in there? All right, and go on now, and then I'm going to open it. Okay, so I'd have to, not going to do an in mode preview for M4A or MP3. In this case, this is an M4A, but whether it's M4A, WAV file, MP3, it's all going to work. You'd have to upload it and then download it. You're not going to get the preview on something like that. PDFs give you PDFs, PNGs. You're going to get previews on some of these things now. It's like, am I missing it? Just making sure. So you see, if I click on the preview, it pops up. Makes it bigger for the screenshot. And if I go to the PDF, I can see the preview inside Pronto. I click on the GIF or GIF file, however you want to say it. You get the preview, hit the X, get out of there. So I already took off, the other ones. But I think we're getting the idea on this. Now, if I want to, upload MP4, MOV, let's see if I were to drag and drop, or if you use the paperclip to do it. Let's see how successful that is. It's there. It's rolling. It's almost done. You can see the meter if you look real close. Okay, so it's grayed out because I pressed return before it was actually done uploading. Not always a great idea, but it would still go, but it is safer to watch that little meter that you were seeing in the bottom left. But, it's playing. So, isn't that kind of cool? Yeah, I'll leave that alone. Now I'm going to try, just as another practice, why don't I do this as, it's good to put the paperclip there, select the MOV file, and I'm going to leave it alone for a second and double check, keep an eye on that meter, and I'm going to come back. It's all the test files pretty much. Now, see, it looks like we're doing pretty good. And for this, you can see if there's a video in there, you can download it. You can change the playback speed, 0.5, 0.75, normal, 1.25, 1.5. It's so robust, You can do picture-in-picture. How cool is that? I can do this. This is really cool. Now I'd have to exit picture-in-picture. Let's see if I can layer this. It looks like it's going to bring it outside on that particular thing, but I just have to minimize, just make it a little bit smaller, because when I maximize, it's outside of the window. But the picture-in-picture seems to work pretty sweet here. It's all stuff that it really depends on the class or course. Maybe you use some of these things, maybe you don't, but it's good to know what things can do, so that when you have to do an assignment or communicate with the professor, teacher, mentor, and maybe there's some kind of requirement, or maybe you have to make a quick video because it's just quicker to show something instead of emailing, for 3 or 4 days. So this is still running. In the other video is fine. You can see.
And percussion. That's what.
Say I press play too soon. Okay, I'm going to X out of the picture-in-picture. I'm going to go ahead and take this one off and just let this one keep going. But if you don't press play, it's all good. I've got it muted right now though, so I unmute it. Bring it down a little bit.
On Schermerhorn.
Maybe I want to rewind. So the download, the playback speed, the picture-picture, we've kind of all got the flow of all that. And I make it full screen. Isn't that cool? Nice, right? One more time. Whoa, wicked. I'm going to escape out of there. All right. So it's still doing its thing. I want to leave that alone for a second. Now, if I do a discount double check on maybe something like this, let's take a look at just one more quick second at the HEIC file from my iPhone. And it looks like it is loading for the preview, so probably that typically works, but I was definitely curious. I'm going to wait a second and come back. Let me go ahead and let me hit return so it goes through 100% so it can complete the upload. Then let me go ahead and re-click the HEIC file. Yeah, it's saying download. I was kind of hoping I could get the full preview. Look, maybe that does work. Maybe I'm missing something, but the whole point is not for perfection here today, is just to know the capabilities so you're able to use everything. Now this one's still running here. We're going to check that one more time. Yeah, so it looks like whether it's WAV, M4A, MP3, probably just a download scenario. The HEICs, while the PNG screenshot shows, this is just a computer screenshot that comes through as a PNG file. Okay, so now when you see that the video is not great anymore, while it did let me actually hit on my Mac return and then put it on Pronto, it was still uploading. That's why it looked a little bit grayed out earlier. It was finishing the upload. So I deleted the other one so I'm not bogging down the system. So I put it there, but it was still running the upload to the app. Okay. So let's see, what else can I show you? It's a lot of cool stuff, I hope. Let me post a note. I'm about to run a test video meeting, video and audio. I'm about to run a test video and audio meeting. How's that? I'm about to run a test video and audio meeting. I guess that works. I didn't prepare those notes, so I'm typing them out straight up. I'm about to run a test video and audio meeting. Okay, how many times can I say that? Well, I don't think I can't talk that fast. But let's go up here. So I'm going to go ahead and we want to maximize this again. And so I'm moving around, trying to see if I can see everything with my mic here. Sorry. We're good with everything on the bottom. We understand the flow over here. So we've talked about how to use our paperclip and how we can upload stuff and what's up with emojis and icons and those kind of things, and our GIF files, and what we need to do over here for direct message and all the group and all that good stuff. I can touch more on groups later on how all that works, but the most important thing over here is going to be more the direct message than anything, so you stay on top of how to use that. Okay, so South Texas College, task complete, announcements up to date, your senior class. I want to take a look, okay, what is this? Okay, we can see over here, I'm not going to do all this because it's a live class, but basically, if you needed to access, if this thing gets really long or you have to find something, obviously you could click on photos and videos, and it just shows you. It's just a quick way, what's been posted. Whatever's been posted as a photo or video just shows up here. It's just a way to kind of keep it real clean. If there were any links posted or files posted, you can see all the files that I've posted. And then it'll show you the meetings. This is important because maybe you're in biology, or maybe you're in music appreciation or American music or chemistry, or I I don't know, college algebra or calculus, whatever the class is. And these things, a class is 16 weeks, in a regular session, fall or spring, and then our summer courses, 5 weeks and a few days, basically 5.5 weeks. So no matter where, or mini semesters where you might have a 7-week course, and sometimes there can be a lot of information, and while it might feel like information overload, we never mean it to be that way. We just want to try to keep things organized. So what Pronto has done to make that kind of simple is no matter how many photos or videos or links or files, that's basically where you're not having to scroll forever. You're just like, man, I know that the teacher posted something about, how to use Honorlock, or posted something about how to do, solve this, equation, or how to mix this, that, or whatever. There's a little memo or something like that, or picture. So you're just coming up here to the icon, or it's call it a chart, call it an icon, call it 4 little boxes, whatever. Call it it's basically your media button where you're going to find all the media. Okay, so then while I'm not going to click the members, this would show everybody that's actually in the class. I won't do that in the live class. The notifications is going to show everything I've done. It's going to show everything that's been happening. So that's basically now it's going to have like you see the full media here. So like just setting the notification settings so that kind of like what's going on. Sorry, not really like, hey, this is it's not like where it's showing you everybody's click, liked, or hearts, or any of that kind of stuff, but where we can set like what are you going to be like, notify me for all messages, or only mentions, or nothing, notify me for meetings. So basically, so you're setting your own notifications. We all set them. Teachers set them for me. We all set our own notifications. And just another way to get to all the media, just clicking through the media there. Options. While for me as the teacher, of course, I can enter a nickname. I can't change the group name if it's from the class. I can take members in a class and then create a new group for the class. And I control who is allowed to perform certain actions in this group. I can give some group settings to students if, in fact, we were doing stuff with groups. So I think the big thing in these features is just knowing, okay, like when you go to notifications, it's like, hey, look at all these cool things, options and members and notifications for yourself and media. It's a lot of really cool stuff. But you come back over here and you just click on photos and videos. You see it takes you just to photos and videos, but you have all the other stuff up here still. So you have like your links, if there were any. You have your files like the HAC, M4A, and the PDF. Your meetings will be listed, but then you can still head to the notifications, the members, the options. Just really, really sweet. Now I click one more time, and I can click files. Again, it takes me to the files shortcut, but you're seeing the full menu there. I click out of there, click back, maybe another time. And I got, you've seen the group settings and how that stuff can be changed, right? And we're taking a look at as much as we can anyway. Basically all these, different kinds of things. It's all your shortcuts to get to things. Now, the one thing, obviously, some of this is a little different when you click notifications. The notifications only, of course, takes you to notifications, as you can see here, right? But if I click back and I go, group settings, it shows members notifications. So while there's very, very slight differences, it's still pretty simple. Bottom line is you need to find something in the class that's been posted. Don't scroll forever. Look for photos and videos, look for files, and set your notifications on how you like it. And beyond that, just keep tinkering and having a good time with it. All right? Yay. Okay. So now we want to take a look at the movie video, like, start a meeting. Okay. I'm going to start a meeting now. This is a live class. I want to say, well, it might be inevitable that somebody wants to join. Maybe they'll want to meet me. It's like, hey, you're starting a meeting. It's a live class. Am I required to be there? Oh my gosh. And then, maybe I post this video up later for the class in some form or capacity in the class, or on my educational YouTube channel so that you can watch how to use all this stuff. All right, so I have the audio on and the video on. Let's start the meeting and let's see if it works. We hope so. Okay, I'm going to put allow, and I'm going to put share screen. And I'm going to put Pronto. Okay, Chrome tab. Let's do that. We can share the window. We can share the entire screen. So Chrome tab is just going to be the Chrome tab. I just pick which tab I want to share. Window just shares, the window that I'm in. Entire screen's it's gonna give me everything. So you can see, like, from window to the entire screen is actually showing what I'm doing right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and do the Chrome tab. They all have their slight differences. Chrome tab, just the Chrome tab. Window is just the window. Entire screen shows the screen, but also the box that I'm in right now. So let's go back to the Chrome tab. Okay. So again, this is a live test meeting. So for anybody that does join, this is not required. No, I'm just testing out all the features, and then I'll edit and post for anybody that's just new to Pronto a little bit later. Okay. So it's live. It's recording. The very, very cool thing about this is it's just so easy to reach your professor, where Pronto, it's very secure. It's there, you download the app on your iPhone or Android, or you just use the web browser. You got an emergency, you can send me a text message through Pronto, and I'm on it right away. I'm here to help. It's very robust. You can do audio calls. You can do live videos. You can, GIF, GIFs, HEICs, MP4s, WAVs, M4As. You can just ask quick questions. As I've demonstrated already, well, not on the live video. Before the live video, I was basically recording in my testing. I'm doing a screen recording of everything that it can do, and now it's like going live, just trying to show you. So I want to make sure everyone knows that I'm accessible, that I'm accessible and I'm here if anybody needs help. I can switch to Observer. I can stop sharing the screen. I got my audio and video selections where I can change, what I'm doing. So, the chat, the participants. Okay, let me go back. So that's pretty much it for a live video. For the live video, I basically just started a live video I'm actually starting a live video on Pronto while I'm actually screen recording with another software, going through all the features. So if anybody jumps in, you're going to be a little bit lost. But basically, I'm just trying to test everything and then show you how to use things. Now I'm going to go ahead and stop all the recording business. So I'm going to stop sharing. Let's get out of here. I'm going to leave the meeting. Let's actually end. This meeting has ended. We'll get out of that. Mr. Schermerhorn ended the meeting. Okay, close the tabs. Go back to Pronto. Okay, so just, again, really just testing. Now, I think the last thing, maybe I can do this on my phone with the meeting, but I want to be able to showcase everything, but some things maybe. The other thing that, at least I think you've been able to do it, I was going to double check maybe like a call. Let me see if there's okay, so I see direct, group, join, send, create. I feel like that I've been able to do audio on here before, but unless I'm tripping, maybe I'm missing something. But of course, it's me just forgetting, So what if I just do this? But I'm curious on the phone as I'm like checking my cell phone, like, okay, if I want to go to my cell phone and let's see, well, I should finish this one first, but also check to see, can I, if I take my cell phone, I know I should be able to do that from a cell phone as well. So I'm going to check that on my phone, but let me go ahead and start this audio. Again, just trying to test all the features, so just basically this, instead of doing video, just straight up audio call. So like a phone call through Pronto. I think while I'm a super fan of emailing, like when like getting details in an email and sending like there's just some things that can be quicker accomplished through a quick phone call, where an email could take 2 or 3 days if you have to email back and forth a bunch. Obviously, the professor's job is to email back to the student within 24 hours. That's always our goal. But we can get inundated with a lot. We do our best to keep everything, keep up to date. A quick audio phone call on Pronto, it's great, or a video chat if, you need to talk through an assignment, or a quick text through, the Pronto secure instant messaging or text messaging app, whatever you want to call it there. So I'm stopping this now. I'm on a live audio call, but I'm also screen recording with other software here. I'm going to go ahead and leave. Just want you to know how simple and easy all this stuff is. Now, yes, I want to leave the meeting, but I want to end it. So you leave the meeting when you're, like if you're the host, you probably want to end the meeting. Yeah. So I'm going to make sure to end this since I'm the one that's actually starting the meeting. So if I were to leave the meeting, then I'd have to, I got to make sure I end it. So participants leave, host ends. Okay. Now I need to close that so it completely finishes out. And you can see it lasted how many minutes and who was there or whatever. Yeah, so it looks like the same thing for the phone. So when I open up my cell phone, I'm like, hey, can I, what's up with this? Can I do something? On my cell phone, this is the cool thing. I'm not seeing it here. I mean, maybe I'm missing it. If I miss it, I'll record another video. But when I go to my cell phone and I open up the same thing in the Pronto app, it does look different, obviously, a little bit different because the way the setup is in a cell phone. But I've got a microphone on the cell phone part of the app, and I can actually record something there. And I'm recording while I'm recording on my iPhone while I record a screen video with this amazing app, Pronto. Awesome. Let me check this out. So I just did that on my phone while I'm recording my screen software. The software is called it's ScreenFlow. I'm using ScreenFlow to record this tutorial video. And then I did a live video and a live audio. And then I used my iPhone just to record a quick audio. So while I'm recording right now, it's running. A lot of minutes with different edits and takes or whatever. It's not going to be that long. That's just mistakes and runs and trying to figure stuff out. But using, recording Pronto with this ScreenFlow here. And it's still running, but I thought I could show you real quick. Now I'm going to come back over. I'm going to make this full screen. Check it out. Let me press play. I'm recording while I'm recording on my iPhone while I record a screen video with this amazing app, Pronto. Awesome. Isn't that cool? Voice messages. I feel like I'm probably missing it here. Maybe it's here and I'm missing it somewhere. But I think the cool thing with that, obviously, doing. I don't want to watch another live one. Sorry about that. But on my phone, I go down to my phone and I look at all the icons on the phone. This is what's really cool on the phone. It's all the stuff that you have here. I'm just kind of showing it the camera real quick. I don't know. Probably can't see it that great, but. Or I'm not holding it, I'm not even, it's can you see it? Can you see me now? Can you see me now? Can you see me now? Can you see it in any of these shots? Whoa, uh-oh, it disappeared. Oops, didn't even see the right thing. But, however you maybe can or can't see or, well, I'm getting it in the ballpark. On the phone, you've got where you can actually upload. You can upload a picture. You can take a picture. You can upload a video. You can take a video. It's a really cool thing with the phone. On the phone, you can do attachments. You can do the GIFs or if you want to say GIFs, and you can record memos, and you can do video calls and audio calls on the phone. I would definitely highly recommend using the phone application if at all possible, but the web browser works really darn awesome as well. So I'm going to do a double take to, make sure I think we got everything. There's a lot of stuff to test. And while it's a lot of details that may not apply to everybody, I think it's important to know how to use an app, how to use technology in its rawest form. So some of what I did today, I kind of prepared with some notes, but some of the other stuff that I was doing, I had samples, examples, and some notes, but also some live, typing here as would really happen between a teacher and a student. Although I'm saying hi, I'm still testing, that kind of thing, just something there. I'm about to add test document attachments. So, the last thing I really have to do is kind of, clean up everything since I am done with the test. So since I'm done with the test, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to delete, kind of clean some things up here so that everybody knows in this class. Isn't that something I would normally recommend to record something like this from a live class? You want to record it before it goes live, or keep or maybe from a developmental shell. The thing about like Pronto, you can't really do this kind of. I couldn't do this kind of tutorial in a development shell. Maybe I know I tried before. No success or luck there, but it'd be easier to do. I would recommend in this kind of like tutorial typically to do it either on like the day of the class. Either you do it before the class goes live, but where it's a private class. It's not yet been launched for any professors that make these kind of things. But because I got so many questions on the Honorlock thing, I was like, man, I should talk about Honorlock a little bit more, and then do it through Pronto so I can show like, hey, you can get a hold of me here to fix issues like you're having with Honorlock. So, and I promise I'll make sure everything is fixed and good to go. All right, so let's go erase. We're just going to clean everything up here. Hello, I'm still testing. All right, another. We're just kind of clear. We're just kind of really clearing things out of here. It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff, right? So we don't need to keep all the testing. All right. Clearing it all out. Clearing it all out. Clearing it all out. Okay. Quick click. Very quick clear. Let's get that note as well. All right, we're going to get rid of that screenshot. Don't need it for the class. We don't need the M4A. We're going to go ahead and cut that loose. We don't need this. We're going to go ahead and cut that loose. While I had a lot of fun with this video, everyone's already seen it. That was just a sample. You don't need to watch that video once just to know who I am and what I'm all about. That's all. Just want to get to know your professors, teachers, instructors. Want to know that we're real people too, and we enjoy our lives, and we're teachers, and we enjoy helping students grow. We're going to take that off because we don't need it. We don't need to keep all this. We're just slowly kind of getting rid of, just to get, because this is live. I don't want to make sure this is all good. Okay, we're getting all that out. So basically trying to clear everything out and then going back, okay, cool. My first message, all good. Welcome to American Music, Honorlock, more Honorlock. I want to delete that last thing and then announce to the class. So I'm going to put at everyone. Pronto testing has been completed. And I'm going to go ahead and add another D just to show you how I can fix that. See, when you actually misspell. So I'm on my Mac, and while I did this one on purpose, I can come over here and right click. Oh, yay, fixed. So kind of just a little fun thing if we're on a computer. At least that's for working on my Mac. I can do that. Pronto testing has been completed. We're going to say thank you for your patience. Have a wonderful night. Let's double check that. Pronto, let's see if sorry, I'm moving around the mic because I'm not wearing a lapel. I'm just using a stand-up desktop mic today. But Pronto, let's see. Pronto testing has been completed. Thank you for your patience. Have a wonderful night. Well, I really mean that. Thank you. I hope this was helpful. I hope this tutorial helped somebody. While it's a lot of features, I tried to go through as much as I could in an expedient manner. So let's go ahead and wrap it up. It's like, man, it's like, did I misspell something? Did I get it all right? Is everything all good? Hey, it's all good. We got all the information, and the most important thing is all the information. All the information is there, and that it helps. If I can help one student or 100 students, 50 students, 1,000 students, I just want to be helpful to students, and I enjoy this. So, next, we're going to take a look at some error messages that students might receive while trying to access Pronto. Let's take a look. We're going to the Start Here module. Click it, scroll down, and we're going to go ahead and go over to Pronto Instant Messenger. Let's see what happens when we click it here. And we get an error message. Okay, so this is a pretty common one. Welcome, Pronto is preparing your group chat for you. If you were recently added to the course, you may need to wait for the changes to take effect in Pronto. Please try again later. If you are unable to access Pronto for 24 hours or more, please contact your instructor. Okay, so this is pretty much the typical one. All this means is that the instructor just needs to click it inside the actual live course just once, and it's active and good to go. The other thing the instructor may want to do but is not required is they can use the Pronto dashboard, which can activate the Pronto chats as well. It can also set it for a group activity on or off. They can do the manual sync or set it to auto sync. These things aren't necessarily required, but it's another tool that the instructor can use. But the minimum is just for the instructor to click the live Pronto once it's got going, and really you're good to go. So this is one of the typical error messages that students might receive. Okay, let's close out of there and let's see. Okay, are there other error messages? Something else we can take a look at. All right, so we're going to close the Start Here, and we want to actually be able to see that Pronto. Now, I actually clicked the Pronto from the professor mode or professor view, and I'm in an actual live class. Well, I'm not going to show any confidential information or student information, none of that kind of stuff. The next thing I can do is actually go ahead and enter student preview. And let's take a look from the student perspective. Okay, so I'm in the class, but now it is, preview mode. Cool. I got an announcement. Maybe I want to click it. Kind of a good idea. The lay of the land. This is a percussion course. I teach different courses: music appreciation, American music, applied percussion 1, 2, 3, 4, percussion ensemble, drumline, world music, all kinds of cool, awesome, fun stuff. But the Pronto access, all the same. Okay. So we see, cool, everything's in the class, and I want to give this a whirl as though I'm a student. Go to Pronto Instant Messenger, and let's see if we get the same error message. Aha. See, it worked. Now, the trick here in terms of the Pronto, so I'm in student preview mode. Now, whether I do it in professor mode or student preview mode, the same flow would happen. So in this case, I would have gotten that error message right here. So enable notifications. Turn this off for now, but you definitely want to do that in your live class. Now I'm going to come back, and I want to show you another example in just a moment from the student preview mode where you're going to see the same thing, whether it's professor view or student preview mode or view. So let's close this out, and I'm going to reset this, and we're going to switch over to another class to take a look at that error message and possibly another error message. Okay, here we go. Let's jump in here. We want to take a look at another example or sample. So I'm in Fall 2024 MUSI 1310 KV2 American Music CBE, which is a competency-based education course. It runs for 7 weeks. It's going to start in October and run through December. And what I want to do is try to simulate the student experience of accessing Pronto. Do we get any error messages? Does it work? So let's do that now. I'm in professor mode or professor view. What I want to do is go to student preview. I'm going to start the student preview. So far, so good. All right. Now I'm going to scroll down to the Start Here. And in the Start Here module, we can see Pronto Instant Messenger. Let's give it a whirl. All right. So as you can see, when you're in student preview mode, we're still getting that error message. You see Pronto at the top, cool little image icon, and it's welcome. Pronto is preparing your group chat for you. If you were recently added to the course, you may need to wait for the changes to take effect in Pronto. Please try again later. If you are unable to access Pronto for 24 hours or more, please contact your instructor, and it gives you the reference code. So what we've done here is we've looked at, the professor mode or view, and then, of course, student preview where we're getting this error message. Now, it's very possible and even likely that, when the student clicks on the Pronto that maybe hasn't been clicked by anybody other than the professor putting the, the tool in the class, that it's going to activate pretty quickly, probably by itself anyway. But typically it is a good idea for the professor to click it once in the live class just to make sure that this, error message doesn't happen at all. Okay, we have something really cool with Pronto. It's called Pronto Course Management. Enable and control Pronto in your courses. Well, first, I guess I should log in with Blackboard. Let's do that now. Okay, I'm going to type all this in. All right, I need to come down here and get in the password. And if all goes well, I can sign in and connect. I'm not going to save this one. Cool, I made it in. You can see my institution, South Texas College. Hello, Ronald Schermerhorn. Well, I go by Ron, Mr. S, Professor Ron. But hey, cool, all good. Hello and good morning. Now, what you see is all my courses. We could certainly search for a course to kind of speed the process up. I'll leave that, for anyone that's tinkering around with this. What I want to show you is the course list. My current course list, these are classes I'm teaching. Percussion Ensemble, Music Appreciation, American Music. You see some other things not yet enabled as well as disabled. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom, kind of just keep the scroll going. This is my master course for applied percussion here. That's successful, that's synced, that's all good, currently using. See some more disabled, not yet enabled. All right, at the bottom you also see some other successful syncs. This Music Appreciation Ultra MUSAT 1306 and Ultra MUSAT 1310. These two are developmental shells that I use for full-on testing and tutorials. So I leave those live, synced, all good, on those. Now, what I can tell you real quick about disabled versus enabled. Basically, we can go into one of these classes and I can show you those settings. But I know the confusion can be like, well, why are these disabled? I can tell you real quick. The reason you're seeing these disabled, these are developmental shells. We use developmental shells to build our courses before we either copy or export and then import into those live classes. And I do test my classes. I don't have to test all of them individually because we remember, of course, in any class, once, Pronto is, activated and rolling, you're going to see that when you actually click Pronto from any class. So if I'm teaching 3, 4, 5 classes, if I click on American Music, on the web browser on my phone, I'm going to actually see all the other classes that have been synced or clicked on that actually have Pronto activated. So because I have tested with these, I had to disable them to take them off of my actual Pronto list on my phone and, of course, the web browser. Otherwise, they'd be there forever because these are developmental shells. They're never going away. And the classes that I'm currently teaching, like once they're done, they're done. But developmental shells, they're gonna stay here. They stay here forever unless you delete them. So I don't want to have I needed those to be disabled basically. So anything that's not enabled, it's because I'm not testing in that particular course, or it's because that's really it. I'm not testing that course because I don't have to individually test each and every class. I test the classes, activate them, but as long as they're all activated or clicked on within the live class, you don't actually have to test them in each developmental shell. At any rate, now that I'm boring you to death here, let's go to the nitty-gritty of what the things that we can do in Pronto Course Management. So I'll click on this MUSI 1306 V04 Music Appreciation. Let me show you. Awesome, we're in there. Now, so you can see entire course, and if I go over here, we've got groups. So this is groups. This is something you can do whether you're running this from the web browser or you're running this from your phone, and you can like set groups and assign groups. Over here, we've got automatically enable new groups, or you can You can uncheck that if you want to control, make the group situation is not automatic. Basically, this course management just gives you where you can do auto syncs. You can automatically enable new groups, and with some groups over here, you do have control. Like you'd actually see all the different groups. If I had some, I wish I had some. Sorry, and you could see that you can deactivate groups. Turn all that stuff off, remove groups. You do have some group master controls in here. Now, if I wanted to disable Pronto, I can just come over here and disable it. You're taking a quiz, test, assessment. Maybe you want it disabled for a certain amount of time. You can do that. That's pretty much it for course management in terms of stuff you can do. I suppose if I had groups, I'd make this a lot cooler. Maybe an idea for another tutorial video. What I can show you is a couple things that might be kind of cool in terms of like notes and details about Pronto course management, because they're like, well, this isn't enough. Where's the rest? Okay. First thing on course management is I can show you with the notes that I prepared. Basically, there's 3 reasons for disabling Pronto. Number 1, you can disable Pronto to prevent students from accessing it during tests and quizzes. This does prevent students from asking each other, for answers or accessing other information. I just got that directly from the Pronto site or write-up. Number 2, this is from me. You do not want to use Pronto for your course, so disable it. Or number 3, disable in your development shell or shells or the master course due to the master being copied, and then you export it, and then you're going to import it individually into other instructors, professors, or development shells or live classes. And the instructor, professor, teacher, they're going to choose whether to use Pronto. So that's basically your 3 reasons for disabling. Now, Pronto course management, I'm going to highlight this, and I'm going to bring this up. Get that in another tab so I can show you. So this is kind of cool too. Okay, I'm going to bring this out. So basically, it's just their, I don't know if you want to call it a white paper, article, a write-up, a blog, tutorial. Really, it's just telling you really it's the nuts and bolts of Blackboard course management, Pronto course management. So you go through here, and a few years ago, and if you look at the nitty gritty on this, it gives you a little bit more, of course. Your Pronto course management login screen. It's going to show what happens the first time that you log in terms of are you authorized and getting into the system. Now, some of these kind of things certainly is controlled. If I can talk today, it's controlled by the institution and the settings. You got to get permission to have access, to the Pronto course management login screen. You got to be added in. There's got to be permissions. There's things that admin at any institution will have to take care of so that you actually can do this. I do have access, and I think would be important for many more to have access to the master controls here. Now, if we move on down we're going to bypass the organization, as this stuff is pretty straightforward. I want to take you over to the course management screen here. So you can kind of see basically the course management screen where I can't show you that, but I can show you from their support paper here of the classes and the syncs and what's this all about. And if we look where we've got organization name, this is a no-brainer. Profile info, sure. There's courses missing, you can look them up, or you just want to find it quicker. Course title, synchronization. I think if we go over to maybe the course detail, let's go over here. All right. So this is what I don't have, but you can see in this physics example here of, study group A, afternoon, morning study group A, and you're seeing oh, okay, cool. The groups are there, right? And they can basically be, deactivated. It's a master control to deactivate. Now, we keep going a little bit more. And you can see disable Pronto, remove Pronto from the entire course. Disabling Pronto takes it from Blackboard. I'm not going to read that word for word, but I think you've got to remember that this option is not permanent and will not clear any chat history. It's one thing about disable, just got to keep in mind, teachers and students. If you enable Pronto again in the course, all the original Pronto groups will be restored along with chat history. Just something to think about in terms of all this stuff here. All right. The course groups, this allows you to toggle between the course and individual groups. They're talking about this right here, where when I go to the class, you get to have this toggle, back and forth. So if I'm in the class over here, you're just able to do that. I don't have anything, but you do have that capability. All right. So then you disable, and I talked about this, but disabling removes Pronto for that individual group. Disabling a specific group will remove Pronto from Blackboard, affecting all teachers and students assigned to the, okay, you get the idea. Again, the option's not permanent, and it's not going to clear chat history. Teachers and students, they don't have access anymore to chat or chat history. You got to sync it again. Will require a sync now before the changes take effect. If you enable a Pronto group again, it will be restored along with chat history. Okay, we're getting kind of the picture there of when you disable things. It's not like it's not deleting it. Your sync now. You can. It's just, hey, right now in the here. Let's get it going again. It's update the Pronto group, the course, get the title to match, group name, because there's a lot of things, of course, you can change within Pronto. It's very cool. As you've watched this tutorial video, I've gone through all that kind of stuff. All right. Now, sometimes in syncing, it may continue to say syncing. You might try refreshing to see if it displays successfully. Sure. Now, when you automatically enable new groups, we'll allow new Blackboard groups when created to automatically have Pronto enabled. It does require a sync now before changes take effect. 30 minutes, it's usually pretty quick. So it's basically just giving you the master controls of the kind of things that you can do with Pronto course management. So I think that's it on the paper there. Well, I'll make sure to do in the video is put, some of my description details in terms of accessing Pronto course management, and I'll put a link to the support paper here to kind of help us out. But I think that's about it. I'll go back to the main screen here so you can kind of see stuff. But that's Pronto course management in a nutshell. All right, cool. I'm Professor Ron with Blackboard Tips and Tricks. Today, we're going to take a look at Padlet in Blackboard. So first, I want to show you where I'm at here. I'm in my music appreciation developmental course shell here. I'm going to scroll down to Module 1, the elements of music. And what I'm looking for is where I have one of my Padlet assignments. So let's take a look at week 3, elements of music 2. This is our music appreciation course, MUSI 1306. This is really where I do all my planning and organizing and getting things ready before I export and import and or copy for a fall, spring, or summer session. Okay, so right here, I have Padlet 1, Are You Listening? I've actually created this as a gradable assignment. One way that you can do it. I'll click on this and show you around a little bit. Okay, so I got a few notes here. Padlet 1, Are You Listening? I've got a note in blue. Please write directly on the Padlet in the Blackboard submission box. Put your name, course number, and section. Now, I'm really doing that just so I can really have a record of students doing the assignment. Right now, there isn't a way to complete the Padlet on the app and then actually issue a grade for it. Golly, at some point, probably even as I make this video, that will probably change in the future, where that'll be much easier. Maybe it already has, but to my knowledge, we haven't got there yet. So typically, Padlets are they're class discussions, activities. They're really fun ways to engage with students, whether it be hybrid, online, or even face-to-face classes, where you want to add some more spice. Funness, coolness to the class. So one of the reasons I'm putting the blue message up here is so when they actually complete it on the app, then they would scroll down when they do the assignment in the text submission box. They're going to put that information. It just lets me know, hey, go to the app and grade it. I click the heart in the app, and I actually issue the grade for them doing it based on whether it's participation or whatever the posted criteria is. So we're going to create this from scratch. Then I'll show you how to do it as participation and or a gradable assignment. So this is just my sample. where we see S1 for sample 1, music and sound, as all sound music, as all music sound. And then I got a little prompt here, enjoy this from the beginning to the end. I should add there, enjoy this from beginning to the end, and then share your thoughts on the music. This is John Cage, 4 minutes and 33 seconds. Now, down below, as I scroll a little more, I have another thing in blue here. Please watch the entire video and follow the instructions to complete all of your Padlet assignments. So it's a tutorial video that I've made that's on my Blackboard Tips and Tricks channel, just to help out students in my courses. But I hope it helps out a lot of people, just to explain some of the basics of Padlet navigation. Okay, so this is really the final product of what we want to be able to do today. The other thing I'll show you, I'm going to X out of here. We're going to go over to where I have it just embedded with the HTML. But really, let's see, we're going to go to week 16 where I have my final exam. Now, as you're following along, you'll see that the dates are actually already ready to go for, let's see, I have May, Thursday. So I've been tinkering around with the course. So there are going to be some dates in here as I'm changing this from the spring to the fall. So right now I'm updating the shell so that I can get it ready for fall 2024. So there'll be some different things that I'm still kind of working on, a work in progress to get that ready. Now, right here, you see Music Hall of Fame. Okay, so this is one of my Padlets, and I've just created this as a page instead of an assignment. This is done through a page. So I'm going to click on that document page. And so over here, I've got a course banner that I use. And right here, we can see Music Hall of Fame. And this is like my actually ongoing Music Hall of Fame, where I keep this as an organic, ongoing thing for all my classes, just to share a few thoughts on the class that you took. And for this one, I just pulled it. Like you could do this. This one I just actually pulled it from the Padlet. So what I did was, for this one, I didn't use HTML. I went over to my content market, and I scroll down the content market, and I'm going to click on Padlet. And then really from there, I just select the Padlet I want to use, which is, very, very cool. I could, pick one and change it if I wanted to. And it's going to put it in there and label it. Now, I'm going to cancel that for a moment, but we can do that. Now, with HTML, I'll show that too later, where you can use the content market, and we can do this through the content market in our assignment. We can do it on a page. We can, embed with HTML if we prefer, get a little more, maybe more control if you like. There's options, and I think that's really the coolest thing about using Padlet. You can, use Padlet as an app on your phone, a tablet, computer. It's pretty robust, and it can be used on, multi-platform in terms of how it connects with Blackboard. And whether you choose to do it as participation or graded, you want to do HTML, you want to use the content market, put it in an actual graded assignment, participation. You just have so many options, not only on the coolness of the things you can do within Padlet itself, but the flexibility as well in Blackboard. Okay, so I'm going to come out of here, and we're going to scroll back up. Let's go to close the disclosure triangle, come back up. And we want to look at Padlet 1. Are you listening again? Okay, so what we want to do right now, live here on this live stream, is we want to recreate this basically from scratch. So let's do that now. I'm going to recreate this Padlet. Now, I'm going to leave this one as a placeholder. So if we need to double check, take a look at some of the things we have here. All right. So what I want to do, okay, I got some notes here that I'm be clicking on to the side as well to help me navigate the areas. So I'm going to click on the plus. And let's see. I want to create. Now, once I click create, then let's see, I can do, I can do a document, um, all these, all these options. But the first thing I want to start with is I want to do an actual assignment on this, and I want it to be graded. Okay. So now for this assignment, let me pull from some notes here. Okay. We're going to call this Padlet 1. Are you listening? We're just really trying to recreate from scratch. That's the whole bottom line here. Now, I'm happy with that. I'm going to get out of there. Now, I want to actually go to create your assessment. I'm going to click on the plus there. Now, from there, I'm going to need to go to add text. Okay, from add text, the first thing I'm actually going to do is I'm actually going to add some text here before I actually connect to the content market. All right, I'm not showing all my notes on the screen, but I will be copy and pasting those so you can see. All right, so I have please write directly on the Padlet. In the Blackboard submission box, put your name, course number, and section. It's just a way to let me know that they've done the assignment. And just so that it gets their attention, I'm going to make sure I get this. Let's go blue. That subheader works. All right, now, what I want to do, all right, insert content. All right, now I'm going to go to my content market. Okay, my content market, I'm going to scroll down. We'll click on Padlet. Yay, almost there. Awesome. We're replicating the same thing that I showed kind of at the very beginning. So S1, music and sound sample. That'll get us going. And I'm going to do the same thing. I want to use my Padlet 1. So let's go get that out of there. Padlet 1, are you listening? Here we're going to insert. Awesome. Man, that is really cool. Now, I'm not creating it from scratch on the Padlet. I may be able to do that today where we go to the Padlet app and actually do the full creation there. But first, let's just see if we can figure out how can I grade them and or use them as participation. What are the options in terms of getting them in here? All right, I want to adjust this. Okay, feeling good about that. Double checking everything. Okay. I know I want to fix the text on the actual Padlet. Okay, I'm going to save that. Awesome. This is cool. All right, now I'm going to go over to the due date. Yeah, due tomorrow. We can fix that. We can move it. Let's say maybe as we're, really kind of playing pretend here and just learning and tinkering. Let's go to Tuesday, March 26th. We'll change this. Say 11 about PM. All right. We'll prohibit late submissions. You could leave that on or off. Totally up to you. All right. I'm going to move down. Okay. Let's go 2 attempts. You could do 2 attempts, 1 attempt. All right. I'll change the grading that I want to use. Really just setting the flow of the assignment. Okay, and I'm not going to use safe assign for this one. I will add just a reminder description here. So let's go assignment settings description. We'll put real short and sweet what it's all about. Padlet 1, are you listening? Is all sound music? Is all music sound? Let's save that. Awesome. Okay. 3 weeks, Tuesday, March 26, 2024, 11 PM. Prohibit late submissions. You can do 1 or 2 attempts, points or percentage, 2 attempts. Okay, I got my description. Feeling really great about all that. All right. Now, there's something else I also want to add. So our next step in here is I'm going to add one more thing. Okay, so now we're going to add text. And then in the text, I'm going to go back to my notes. And I want to put in here notes that says, hey, watch the tutorial video if you need some help kind of learning the app and navigating, Padlet. Sometimes technology can be frustrating, especially when we just have so many things to do. While we may want the quick fix, I can certainly relate and understand like time is precious and valuable. I think a couple minutes of a tutorial video could actually save time if you got a lot of things to do. So I do have a short little video that I do like to share. So I'll first put the text in, getting from my notes. I'll come over here. Let me get all of the text in, excuse me. Okay, so I get my text in. I want to bring it to their attention. Hey, watch the video if you need some help. Okay, so I'm going to make it blue. I'm going to go to subheader. Now, after that, I want to actually put in my tutorial video. So from there, I'll go to YouTube video. All right, and I'm going to put in Padlet hacks. I can see my video pops. I'm going to select it. The content displays in line with the browser allows the content displays as a link. Awesome. Good. We're going to put that in. Let's do that. Okay, we'll add just a hairline space. Then we'll check spacing on the bottom. This is not HTML, so you can't control every single aspect in terms of how we're doing this. Okay. Please watch the entire video and follow the instructions to complete all of your Padlet assignments. Yeah, I'm good with that. Kind of a helping hand if needed. So we basically created this from scratch in terms of how to grade a Padlet if you already have them set up. That's pretty much it in terms of you want to grade it. Now, I've got my title, Padlet 1, are you listening? I've got, telling students right on the Padlet, on the actual Padlet in the app, in the submission box, put their name, course number, and section. It's just to tell me to, so that on Blackboard it says, hey, go grade my Padlet. Cool. And then if anyone has a question or needs help on how to use the app, whether it be from the browser or their phone or whatever the device, then I go through those things in the video. So that's I hope it's a help. Yeah, just a few minutes of navigation and basics. Okay, so now in terms of just doing the Padlet, I mean, really, I talk about this in the tutorial video where you can just click on the pencil, and I'm just going to put hi, and you can go write something beautiful. I mean, you're good to go. I'm just putting hi and awesome day. Obviously, I could put something of more substance and meaning, but really just for testing purposes, all I'm really trying to do right now is, of course, get the ball rolling here. In terms of how to do it, maybe I want to. It's a really cool thing in terms of all the stuff you can do with uploading and links and audio, video, and it's so a lot of cool stuff you can do. I mean, heck, you can do put a GIF in there, maybe GIF, however you would like to say it, but maybe like, okay, wow, I'll put a wow. We'll just pretend that I wrote something like really awesome, even though I just wrote placeholders for now. But how about this? We'll pretend for a moment that I wrote a better title. But again, we're just trying to practice here. And, I wrote like the basics, title, topic, headliner, and then here. So it's just one example of some things you can do. On the Padlet, you can also, if I want to go to the, like just open in a new window, and you have favorites, your bookmarker favorites. We can like different things. So if I click this, it bookmarks it. That's pretty cool. All right, I'll do that for a second. Now I click on the opposing directional arrows. Okay, so it's taking me to remake. Now that may be blocked. It all really depends on the settings. You may see it, you may not. You may not be able to do it. Let me come back and let me share. Okay, so I'm going to close this one. We're going to go back to the other tab. There we go. All right. So we're back to the assignment tab. So if I actually click on the star favorites bookmark, I click on the opposing directional arrows, remake. If I click on here, arrow, it's going to share it. You see the screen pop up, or like, hey, you want to share this? What do you want to do with all the share settings? You can change all the permissions and privacy, whether it's, you know, organization, secret. I've made this one organization where anybody at, where I'm at here, STC, South Texas College, anybody could actually see it. Typically, most of us are going to do secret to keep it just inside the class where it's not available or open to people in your institution unless they're actually enrolled in the class. So we'll go ahead and change this one to secret. Okay, and just mentioned earlier about HTML. So I can embed it in it can use the HTML and actually put it, website. I can actually use HTML and put it on Blackboard. So there's my code. You just copy and paste the code. We may try that later. Here we go. Bring that tab back. All right, so we're back in the assignment tab. All right, and then for most students doing Padlets, what I was doing earlier, where you just click on the plus, becomes a pencil, you can type on it, scroll right there. That's if you're doing it on Blackboard. They're not doing it on their phone or tablet or whatever. They want to do it. Well, if they could be doing it on their phone, but they're actually doing the Padlet from within Blackboard browser, all that business. Then they can click it and do it right here, or they can actually do this to open up a new window. Let me share that new window tab with you, and you see it, pop up right there. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Oh wow, it's right. Hi. Oh wow. Awesome day. And I was saying earlier, I want to fix something here. Enjoy this from the beginning to the end, and then share your thoughts on the music. Okay, so maybe a little wordy. We'll leave it at that for now. Again, just a sample. We're always trying to make everything so perfect, but really, the whole point of the assignment is to, check out the video and share some thoughts. So it's a good starting point for now. Let's go ahead and update. All right, now we want to go back to our tab. Let's get back to the assignment tab there. I'll leave access to our HTML possibilities for later. All right, so we look at just all the basic icons and whatnot. Your bookmark, your favorites, your opposing directional arrows for remakes, your arrow for shares, and then the square with the diagonal arrow where it would open in a new browser, and just makes it bigger and maybe more comfortable for students. They're doing it on phone, tablet, computer, and actually logging into Blackboard and doing it that way. If you're doing it on the app, you just get the app and and use it. Check out my Padlet tutorial video. I'll make sure to leave a link once we get to the end of the stream. So if you want to check out more details, you can check that out. All right. So it looks like this one is good to go in terms of, okay, I was saying earlier, hey, to make it gradable, it's pretty quick. So I wanted to spend a few minutes just saying, hey, like these are the icons, the star and the arrows, and how you open it in a new browser. There's another tutorial video to help, students and professors kind of figure a few things out on Padlet. But I've just made a gradable Padlet. So I guess the catch is, or only confusing thing is, you just have to have some kind of way to, send you a notification that, hey, the students did their Padlet, now you grade it. And that's the reason that I put please write directly on the Padlet and then put some information in the submission box, because then I get a notification that says the student's done their Padlet. And then I open the Padlet, read their Padlet. I'll make comments publicly and or privately, depending on the assignment criterion, what the discussion is all about. And of course, depending on if it's a hybrid, online, face-to-face. But either way, clicking the heart when I grade it, giving them feedback, whether it's in some form or fashion, publicly or privately, depending on that assignment. And important to get some really good feedback, and how they're doing, and referencing the tutorial video here. But that only takes, it takes a minute or two just to kind of get this going in terms of a gradable Padlet. And I think having a way to give you a notification that says, hey, they've done their Padlet. Honestly, it's not meant to be busy work for them to put name, course number, and section. It's just meant to when they have to put some information in the box, they just put done or complete. They've got to put a little bit more thought into actually getting that assignment done. So this gets them to really focus on, hey, I need to do the assignment on the app, and then I need to put a note to the professor in the box that my Padlet is complete. And depending on how the class is set up, if you're teaching multiple sections of the same class, that actually can kind of be really helpful. Because if you have a master, and you've got things cross listed where you could you have a pretty big number of students, but they're cross listed, and you're trying to go through all this grading on an assignment, and so that can also be helpful in terms of cross listing and multiple sections under a master, because you could a master shell, that kind of thing, whatever you'd like to call it. Okay, so the other thing we want to take a look at, we want to take a look at, okay, what are the other options in terms of just participation and or HTML? All right, so I'm going to get out of here. And let's go over to, right now you can see, so it's hidden right now. Just for fun, I will make it visible. Although really I was just doubling for practice, of course. Let me go up to, get to the top line. Okay, module 1. Okay, so now I want to go over to module 4. And in module 4, the next thing I'm going to do is, we've approached it as an assignment. Like, how do I set up a Padlet as an assignment? Now, this isn't like creating from scratch. Like I said earlier, it's like if your Padlet's already good to go, that's kind of where our starting point for today. So now I'm going to go to week 16 final exam. All right, and I'm going to go to Music Hall of Fame. And in Music Hall of Fame, this one is open. So what I'm going to do is I want to recreate this. Let's say that we didn't have it there. Now I'm not going to, I could erase it and start from scratch. I could put the image in there. We could take a look at, okay, cool. I've got, image from a URL. I want to have all this same setup. So I've got my alternative text. I want to take a look at some of this stuff. Okay, so we're getting our alt text, our image URL. I'm going to go down and take a look. It's going to be at the top of the page. And I edit this, and this is coming from, our, not the content collection, but the content market. So we're going to get out of here, and I'm going to do this also. We'll go ahead and recreate one of these. Really, the only tedious thing about doing all this stuff is just kind of getting it going for the first time when you're new to it. Maybe haven't done this kind of stuff in Blackboard. Okay, so this one is actually not graded. This one is just created, in a page. All right. I'm going to double check all the screen stuff that I'm sharing. Let me go. Okay, great. Now I want to basically just go down. So we're doing what we did earlier. We're going to recreate. Okay, I'm going to my plus. I want to create. Okay, now earlier, so I did an assignment. Instead of an assignment, actually creating an actual assignment that's graded, I want to do a document. Okay, now here's where it's really, really cool. So I can add content, I can add HTML, upload from computer, upload from cloud storage, browse content collection. So first thing, why don't we start with add content? And with add content, got my imaginary notes that you can't see. So you see me copy and pasting throughout the video. So I'm just keeping those hidden there. But at any rate, I copied all that into my notes, so you'll see me go pretty quickly here. So now I've created the assignment. I got the document. I'm going to rename. Okay, let's go up here, new document. Awesome. There we go. All right. Now we want to come over here. All right. And we want to go to content market. All right. I'm going to scroll down until I see Padlet, and I click it. and I'm looking for Hall of Fame. I see it. And then, cool, that's looking good. I'm going to insert. That's it. Good to go. Take off some of that. Okay. I'm going to save that. The other thing I was going to add also is let's do add content. We'll do image from a URL. Okay, I'm going to go to my notes here. Now I'm going to put my alt text. This is a colorful splash of music. Here's my alternative text. Insert. And we're good to go there. Basically recreating. I think that's important. Like you see the finished product actually before I do it, and then you see me replicating that. I was just thinking, hope I don't miss anything. Hey, we're live. It's all good. I may miss something. I'll certainly double check as we go. I feel good about this. This is Music Hall of Fame. Got my colorful music image, and it's all in there. And they can do it here, and right here with the plus. They turns into a pencil. They can open it in the browser, however they'd like to do it. So now, the other way with Padlets that if you wanted to do, and I could, now this is my basic, with my practice shell or my developmental shell that I use. I'm going to leave, the stuff that I'm tinkering with. As you heard me talk about, I'm spending some time kind of getting ready for this one is going to be used for fall 2024. So I'm slowly working on getting dates updated. And I did also make a video about mass date changes. So, and how you can do them in basically 60 seconds or less. I'll leave a description in there as well. Since I have used this for my training videos, sometimes things get tinkered with a lot in these live streams and videos that I make, because this is what I'm using for the training videos as well as for my own prep for all of my college courses that I teach here as a professor. Okay. Now let's create with HTML. So click on the plus. I'm going to create. Now I want to do document. And I'm going to do add HTML. Okay, now let me show you the page. So to add the HTML, I need to go over. I'm on now I'm on the Padlet. I'm on share, embed in your blog or website. Okay, copy Padlet embed code. Okay, copy that to my clipboard. Right now, I'm going to come back to the tab, sharing the document tab. Let me copy and paste. Save it. Make sure it's all good to go. Perfect. And I want to change the document title. Okay, this is Padlet 1. Are you listening? All right. Now, if I want to replicate the Hall of Fame, I could do that too. I mean, I chose Padlet 1, but I could go back and say, hey, well, you're doing the other one at this point, so we can change that. We can say, hey, let's put this one in there, and we can change the HTML. I can go to my Padlets, and what I want to do now. Let me bring the other tab up. Okay, so I want to change this. What I want to be able to do for now, I'm gonna cancel this for a second. We're gonna go out of here. We'll navigate to the original Music Hall of Fame. Okay, great. Got my Music Hall of Fame open, and I'm gonna click that to square with the directional arrow. Okay, and I want to be able to share this specific one. That on my blog or website. Okay, I'm going to copy this code. Okay, I'm going to go to the one that we're playing with. So let's get back to the New Music Hall of Fame. I'm going to go ahead and make that visible too, as we're just learning and playing with all this stuff. All right, I'm going to edit. Okay, and put that in there. Now, this is good because we need to make sure that that your privacy settings they're correct. All right, so I need to go to the Padlet. You got to double check settings. Let me share that tab with you. I'm double checking the settings here. All right. All right. All the settings look good in terms of collaborators. I'm going to change that to secret. Okay, we're good to go. All right. Well, it looks like I had the settings correct, but either way, if there is an issue with the settings, then just go over there. You can toggle it. I mean, if it's organization wide, for this particular one, I typically I leave it open organization wide, but changing it to secret. So I think this is the challenge in technology is you think things are going to happen. You're trying to double check to make sure everything's looking good and it's organized and that all the settings are right on the money where they need to be. And refresh this page. I double check the share screen, looking good. Music Hall of Fame, cool things in music. I've refreshed it. Collaboration, okay, link privacy. Link privacy is secret. Okay. Okay, visitor permissions look good. Visitor permissions, I have writer. Visitors can write new posts. That looks great. Link privacy, I have it set to secret. Earlier, I had it set to organization. So I want to change it. This is interesting. Change it back. So now it says this Padlet is restricted to users in your organization. Visitors not in your organization will be denied access. Now let's just see if this gives us any problems. I'll refresh. Now we want to go back. I'm going back to, okay, we got a little oops there. We're going back to double check that. Okay, share this. Yeah, so that keeps popping up. I'll have to do some more tinkering, but we'll go back and just change it to what we had earlier. All right, so we're going back. Set it to secret. And that should work fine. Yeah, I'll revisit this one later. We'll do a refresh. And you see we're good to go. So that's just if you wanted to use HTML, it doesn't usually take that long. Honestly, it just just double checking the settings to make sure that everything is great. Okay, but I do think that navigating through the pitfalls and things that can happen and or will happen. Now, if it's set to organization wide, there really shouldn't be any issues. So I will play around with all those settings in a future stream and or Padlet update video just to really make sure everything is working as it should be, and of course keep up with all the changes in the application. All right, make sure I share that with you so you can see the screen there. All right. I know I have a bunch of other things open. I'm going to kind of move things down. So now I'm just sharing with you back to the course. And if I hit module 4, the classical era, and I go to week 16 final exam, you can see all of our experiments, our music, Music Hall of Fame, and basically the different ways we did it, where if I click on the first one, we got Music Hall of Fame, the image, and, it's right there. And this is through the content market. All right. And then Music Hall of Fame, this, replicating Music Hall of Fame, picture, good to go there. just a replication with the title, the picture, and then the content market. We'll go back to the other one. Checking, okay, cool. Are we getting everything? Is it all good? Yes, absolutely. This is just participation. There's no grade for this. You're just having fun and having a way for them to do it in Blackboard. So they have a choice of using the app and or Blackboard, and then do it inside Blackboard or open it up in a new browser. And the last one, which gave us a little bit of trouble today, but actually just doing it through HTML. You're just copying. And then if I come back and I click on edit, you can see the HTML in there. Thanks everybody for attending the Blackboard Tips and Tricks with Professor Ron. Hope you had a great time, and check out the other videos, other live streams, and check out where I go over. There's a couple other live streams on images. We got an image live stream. We got a video on like Blackboard due dates, like going from scratch on how to like mass edit, global changes, all that kind of stuff. So check out some of the other live stream videos and other videos. I hope today was helpful and hope you learned a lot and had a great time. Yeah, that's all I got for today. So, hey, we'll see you in the next one. Bye, everybody. See ya. If you'd like to get a transcript from any published YouTube video, the solution is quick and easy. All right, so if we come over here to where you see like, dislike, share, save, and you have the 3 horizontal dots that we used to click, and you see report right there, and you also used to have show transcript. It's not there anymore. So we need to just scroll down a little bit, go over to the description of the video. You'll click more. Come on down past all the details, chapters, and underneath the chapters, we'll see transcript. Follow along using the transcript. Now we're going to click Show Transcript. Still pops up over here to the right. You see the timestamp. It's all there. Maybe you want to turn them off. Toggle the timestamps. Just click the 3 vertical dots. We'll toggle the timestamps. I want to copy and paste all this. We copy it. All right, good to go there. And I want to put it somewhere, anywhere you want to go. And there you have it. Transcripts in a snap. So I started thinking about what makes teaching so great, and it dawned on me. When students get excited about their learning in the class. One of the things I've been working on for a few years and will continue to do so is how to make the content I enjoy teaching so much more engaging to students with the hopes of a transfer value to other courses. No matter how good my content is, or should I say, no matter how good I think it is, or how animated I relay that information in a course, the quest is always the same. Connection through engagement leads to course content excitement and is followed by a transfer value to other classes, courses, paths, and careers. While the aesthetics of a course are very cool and fun to play with, ask yourself this question: who is the audience? In our music programming, we always consider the audience. So why not do that in our lecture courses as well? One of the brick walls in online education is the flow of design, and if we break through that wall, we can get to a harmonious, universal design. I'd like to sum up the importance of accessible lessons by the great Ron Mace, Center for Universal Design in North Carolina. Universal design is the design of products and environments to be usable by all people to the greatest extent possible without the need for any adaptation or specialized design. And if I could also add that by having accessible lessons in your course, this will benefit all students enrolled in online, hybrid, or face-to-face sections due to the ubiquitous use of Blackboard Ultra in some capacity relative to the mode we teach.